Chapter 507. Linga gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Linga gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Or perhaps, this Yi Yuan was an impetuous person who did not understand the other person's meaning. On the 7th level, over half were questions left behind for 1,000 years. The other half questions were also left by some top alchemy path powerhouses within 1,000 years. Without having peak alchemy sovereign strength and realm, it was simply impossible to resolve. This boy in front was merely 16 or 17 years of age. Putting aside resolving it, whether he could understand them or not was also an issue. Prepare essence crystals? You have got to be kidding. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals, Big Sister will accept it in your place. All of a sudden, the expression of the staff responsible for registration changed and gave Linga a look. Linga understood and moved closer. You look, this boy and that old fellow are from the same sect. Sky Maple's matters had just died down. The exquisite Jade Pavilion was very sensitive to the Tranquil Cloud sect, these 3 words. Hence, that staff noticed something wrong right away. When Linga checked, Yi Yuan's background was indeed the Tranquil Cloud sect. With this, Linga was even more filled with disdain in her heart. Even the Alchemy King was taken care of. What could a sea transformation realm brat do? Linga shot that staff a look. The staff understood and left. But Linga herself came in front of Yi Yuan in all smiles. I wonder which tags Sir is going to choose. There are a total of 136 tags on the 7th level, from number 1 to number 136. Number 1 is the question left on the 1,000 query wall for the longest time, and also the question universally acknowledged to have the greatest difficulty. The most recent one is number 136. It's already 5 years since then and was issued by the Alchemist Association's chairman, Lord Dan Chunzi. The reward is 1,500 high-grade essence crystals. Linga explained to Yi Yuan with a smile. Linga's and that staff's behaviors, Yi Yuan noticed it all. But Yi Yuan pretended to not know. Like that her? Doesn't that mean that the tags closer to the front, the greater the reward money? Yi Yuan asked curiously. That's how it is. The reward for the number 1 tag has already reached a sum of 5 million high-grade essence crystals to this date. This is an astronomical figure to martial artist. It's just, the number 1 tag has already been there for several thousand years, but nobody could crack it all these while, Linga said smilingly. Linga was incredibly disdainful in her heart. It was really a toad-lus ting after a swan's meat. Since ancient times, how many major powers wished to crack the problem in the number 1 tag? Among them, there was no shortage of some major powers who ascended to the divine realm. But up until today, the number 1 tag still was on the rack quietly. How could wanting to crack the number 1 tag be that easy? Yi Yuan nodded slightly when he heard and said, then give me tags number 126 to number 136 first. I'll solve them for fun first. For fun. Hihi, don't snivel in a while. Brat still wet behind your ears, to actually dare run to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to act wildly. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals are probably not a small sum to your sect as well, right? Linga started gloating at others' misfortune inwardly. Ever since she knew Yi Yuan's ident. One tie, Linga was unwilling to give even the tiniest bit of favorable impression towards Yi Yuan. Before long, there was a staff who took down the last 10 tags from the 7th rack and presented it before Yi Yuan. And this action caused a considerable stir as well. This main hall was very large and could accommodate up to 10,000 people. And the alchemists present at the scene was probably in the thousands as well. Furthermore, those who dared to come to the 1,000 query wall for a challenge were mostly arrogant at heart and haughty in manner too. They were people with some strength to begin with. Of course, these people would pick the tags corresponding to their own strength. On the tags would have a summary of the corresponding problem. These alchemists would all select problems according to these summaries. Nobody dared to be like Yi Yuan, crossing levels to challenge problems. After all, anyone's essence crystals were not cabbages to simply use to throw at the exquisite Jade Pavilion. Among the alchemists present, The highest was also just a peak alchemy king. If alchemy sovereigns did not have the need to, they would not come here. Hence, to these people, the 7th level was virtually a forbidden area-like existence. Apart from wanting to experience it a little, there was simply no one who dared to challenge the 7th level. And Yi Yuan drawing 10 tags in one go immediately caused a sensation among the crowd. 10 7th level tags, is he crazy? Even Dan Chunzi and City Lord wouldn't dare to challenge 10 7th level tags in one go too, right? He. Also don't know which wealthy and influential family's young master is this. This is gambling at high stakes. 10 tags, can he understand? Sigh. This boy is so young. Maybe he doesn't even know what alchemy skills are at all. Such a pity. How great would it be to let me enrich my knowledge with these 10 tags? So what if let you experience it a little? Isn't it still pointless? For a moment, many people's gazes all looked towards Yi Yuan. But majority of the people all had disdainful looks. After all, a wealthy person spending large sums of money lavishly like this was the target for other people's envy everywhere. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not a magnet. But since the Cow family dared to dig the ground on top of his head, he would make the Cow family pay a corresponding price. As an overlord of Wu Fang City, Yi Yuan did not believe that the Cow family did not know that he received the City Lord's invitation. Even so, the Cow family still dared to provoke him. Then he did not have the need to give face to the other party anymore. Sir, these are the 10 tags that you chose. There is a jade slip in the box stuck to the tag, and the question that the employer raised is inside the jade slip. You just have to inscribe the answer in the blank jade slip inside. Our exquisite jade pavilion has a consultant team made up of 3 alchemy sovereign powerhouses, specialized in being responsible for evaluating the answers. As long as your answer gets a par SS from the consultant team, you'll obtain the reward of essence crystals. We've prepared a quiet guest room for you. Sir can go to the guest room to slowly answer the questions, Linger explained with a smile. Although in Linger viewpoint, this sort of explanation wasn't necessary at all, running into such a sucker, it was still better to provide a corresponding service. Yi Yuan looked at Linger and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, that's to say that even if I answer correctly, this consultation team can say that I'm wrong. Linger's facial expression changed, the smile on her face becoming rather stiff. Yi Yuan's words were clearly directed at Sky Maple. In reality, Sky Maple had indeed answered the question. But the consultation team still denied his answer. That was why Sky Maple would have a dispute with the exquisite Jade Pavilion in a moment of anger. What is Sir saying here? The reputation of our exquisite Jade Pavilion is well known in the entire endless world. Or else, how can there be so many experts who issue rewards at our place? There has never been anybody who dared to question our exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. Linger's words already carried some threat. But Yi Yuan did not care a whit and said with a smile, "Hehe, this is my first time here. I really don't dare to believe your exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation that much. So, I wish to add one more person to your consultation group." When Linger heard that, her face could not help darkening. "This, sir, is it possible that you're here to cause trouble? Our consultation team has 3 alchemy sovereign experts. Who has the qualifications to join them?" Linger's voice had yet to fade when an aged voice sounded out, "I wonder if this old man has this qualification." 0. As some of you who are more astute, number 126 to number 136 is a total of 11 tags, not 10. Author fail math. I'll leave it as it is because it affects the other chapters when they go through. Chapter 508. It's Master Wu Xian. Why is he here? It's Master Wu Xian. Why is he here? Master Wu Xian is an alchemist AS Association's elder. Other than being on duty in the AS Association, he rarely makes an appearance. Why did he show up here? Could it be that he's here for this youth? Who on earth is this youth? The arrival was precisely Wu Xian. Yi Yuan obviously could not run to the exquisite Jade Pavilion alone foolish. This was other people's territory after all. Other people had the final say no matter what. The Alchemist AS Association was above worldly considerations. Coming here was all too perfect. Before coming, Yi Yuan told Xu Zihui to invite Wu Shen here to back him up. Even though Yi Yuan's attitude that day was not very good, looking at Wu Shen's thirsting after talent appearance, most likely, he was willing to provide this help. As expected, Wu Shen really came. But this favor, Yi Yuan would remember it. In the future, there would naturally be reciprocation. Master Wu Shen, why are you here? When Ling saw Wu Shen, her expression became somewhat unnatural. The Alchemist Association meddling in the exquisite Jade Pavilion's matters, this was not some good omen. Furthermore, Wu Shen's status was extremely high, he was not what a little lane SS like her could cope with. This old man heard that there was somebody challenging the 1000 Query Wall's 7th level. Such a grand event naturally cannot be missed, Wu Shen said coolly. But. Ling did not know what to say. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out, Master Wu Shen, gracing us with your grand presence, it really honors the exquisite Jade Pavilion tremendously. However, Master said that you wanted to join the consultation team earlier, isn't that rather inappropriate? The arrival was dressed in black robes, his appearance looking rather young. A badge was pinned on his chest. He was shockingly a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Barring no accidents, this person was most probably that whatever third young Master Cao. Wu Shen stroked his beard and said smilingly, I'm only here to be a witness. No body has challenged the 7th level's questions for very long. This old man is only here to join in the fun today. Cao Fang's face fell slightly. With Wu Shen holding down the fort here, some things were not nice to be done in a flagrant manner. He shot Yi Yuan at vicious glare, but then he said to Wu Shen with a pleasant countenance, isn't Master Wu Shen stirring too much of a commotion? The 7th level already had no activity for 5 years. How old is this youth only? Merely here to take a stroll. Could he really stir up anything? Wu Shen gave Yi Yuan a look with a deep meaning and said with a smile, although this old man isn't harboring any hopes either, I'm also looking forward to some pleasant surprise. I'm just here to be a spectator. I believe that the Cao family won't forbid it, right? Cao Fang hurriedly said, dare not, dare not. Master Wu Shen normally can't even be invited. How will our Cao family dare to shut the door in your face? Welcome to the utmost degree. Cao Fang was very depressed. Every alchemy sovereign's status was incredibly extraordinary, even if Wu Shen was only a low-rank alchemy sovereign. An alchemy sovereign expert coming over to be a spectator, Cao Fang seriously could not find any reason to refuse. Furthermore, he was just Cao family's junior and completely did not have the qualifications to refuse either. But with Wu Shen here, it was not very good to play tricks. It was true that the Cao family's consultation realm was famed for being impartial. But on this earth, what place were there that could really achieve true fairness? Within a very small boundary, Cao Fang could still make use of the Cao family's prestige to do some things. But if Wu Shen was here, Cao Fang would be unable to do that anymore. That would ruin the Cao family's reputation. With reputation, the Cao family's 1000 Query Wall would not be able to carry on running too. This would be a catastrophic blow to the Cao family. Of course, Cao Fang did not believe that a puny little sea transformation realm like Yi Yuan could really answer the 7th level's questions too. Cao Fang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a playful smile, this distinguished one is really so courageous, taking on 10 tags in one go. Even City Lord and Lord Chairman don't have such breadth of spirit either. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, merely just 1000 high-grade essence crystals. Just playing around. Maybe among these 10 questions, I'll happen to know that 1 or 2 maybe by chance. You really dare to say that? The questions on the 7th level, even the one published by Lord Chairman 5 years ago, no body has answered them successfully to this date. You, a little sea transformation realm, actually dare to engage in such wild talk. Cao Fang was very displeased by Yi Yuan's disparaging attitude. Hearing these words, Wu Shen smiled faintly and said, Honorable Nephew Cao is looking down on Yi Yuan here. He already said the high-rank quasi-alchemy king test at the Alchemist Association yesterday. Now, he's already officially a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Moreover, he defeated Ren Dong yesterday. When Wu Shen's words came out, Everyone was amazed. A 16 years old high-rank alchemy king? What kind of concept was this? Even Cao Fang was stunned too. He only heard his subordinate say that a tranquil cloud sect disciple came, but he was unaware that Yi Yuan actually had such strength in alchemy. Ren Dong was the rival of his lifetime. He was an opponent that Cao Fang was unable to defeat even when he used all of his might too. But the target that he had no way of surpassing was actually defeated by this 16 years old youth before his eyes. This was a little too jarring. But it was precisely so that he knew why Wu Xian would make an appearance here today. This youth is actually a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. My god. How does he train alchemy? Isn't this too monstrous as well? Furthermore, he even defeated the city lord Manners Ren Dong. Doesn't this mean that he's already the current junior generation's #1 person? Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. Looking at these young people, I instantly feel that I'm old. 16 years old high-rank quasi-alchemy king. In the future, he's bound to be a peak alchemy sovereign existence. Perhaps, he even has the possibility of shattering the void and assaulting the divine realm. Wu Xian's words caused a huge stir among the crowd. Wu Xian looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, Yi Yuan, since you've already obtained the badge, why aren't you wearing it? After Yi Yuan just registered his badge for a bit, he kept it again. Hearing Wu Xian say so now, it was not good to conceal it anymore. He could only take the badge out and wear it. Hihi, this kid really doesn't have the habit of wearing badges. Master Wu Xian, please don't take offense, Yi Yuan said with a flattering smile. You this punk really left me speechless at what to say. Other people treat it like a treasure when getting the badge, but only you cast it away like a pair of worn-out shoes. Sigh. Wu Xian scolded while smiling. Yi Yuan slightly lightly and did not explain either, and he said, better not waste any more time. Let me take a look at what kind of questions are inside these 10 jade slips. As he said, Yi Yuan came right in front of box number 136 and swept over that jade slip with divine sense. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, even Wu Xian held his breath too. Tag number 136. It was the contents that Lord Chairman published. As the Alchemist Association's chairman, Wu Xian was all too clear about the contents inside the jade slip. Yi Yuan's speed of checking the jade slip was very quick. He only used several breaths of time and then placed it back. How is it? Any confidence? Wu Xian could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, let me take a look at the others first. Chapter 509. When Wu Xian saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, you this punk are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you. Forget it, forget it. You take a look first. When Wu Xian saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, you this punk are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you. Forget it, forget it. You take a look first. TCH, don't know means don't know, pretending rather well. Even if you're a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, so what? These 5 years, a total of dozen over alchemy sovereign experts had challenged the number 136 question. Among them even included Lord Chairman. But not a single one succeeded. With the likes of you, can you even answer it? Cao Fang laughed mockingly. Although Cao Fang's words were not pleasant to the ears, the alchemists present all secretly approved of it. Ren Xingchuan and Dan Chunzi, the two of them practically represented the endless world's alchemy path's highest standards. Questions that even they could not answer basically meant that it was unsolvable and could belong to the conjecture category. This kind of conjectures, with the endless world standard, there was simply no way of answering. Except, they were unaware that Yi Yuan's alchemy standards said the endless world standards in the first place. Yi Yuan gave Cao Fang a look, but then he said with a faint smile, Third young Master Cao, if I can answer this question number 136, I won't take a single penny of Lord Chairman's essence crystal reward. All for your Cao family, how about that? Cao Fang's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that and asked, what terms do you have? Release Elder Sky Maple, and you offer an apology to him. How about that? Yi Yuan said coolly. Cao Fang had long foreseen that Yi Yuan would say this, and said with a cold smile, that old fellow failed the challenge and even slandered my exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. He naturally can't be forgiven easily. My Cao family has stood in Wu Fang City for several thousand years. What we rely on is reputation, this word. How can wanting to let him go be so easy? Unless that old fellow is willing to come forward himself and admit that he slandered the Cao family. Cao Fang saw that Yi Yuan looked like he had a well-thought-out plan, but Cao Fang was reluctant to give in, shoving reputation this word over. He initially thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a great rage. But Yi Yuan just nodded his head lightly and said, then that can't be helped. Third young master, better hurry and go raise the essence crystals now. I'm afraid that your Cao family can't bring out so many essence crystals in a while. Yi Yuan's calm and collected manner was as if everything was under control. Looking at his manner, this 7th level's question number 136 was like a pile of crap in his eyes. Of course, this was not how others saw it. In reality, these questions were indeed a pile of crap in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's objective was very simple, which was to challenge the 1,000-query wall. He wanted to challenge them all the way until the Cao family went bankrupt. These essence crystal rewards were under the Cao family's charge, but they would not lie there untouched. The Cao family naturally wasn't willing to do something so silly. Those essence crystals, they would definitely use to do other things. But these several thousand years, all of the alchemists who answered the questions, the Cao family would pay out the full sum according to the reward amount. There had never been a missing sum. Even if the person who raised the question was already a dead person. It was also precisely because of this that the Cao family could ensure its powerful reputation. Yi Yuan had long known that the Cao family's reputation was already deeply engraved in people's hearts along the way. So he did not clash head-on, coming out to question Cao family's prestige issue. That way, other people simply would not believe. He would instead become a vile character who defamed the Cao family. Even someone as powerful as Wu Xian would not come out to question the Cao family's prestige either, let alone Yi Yuan, whose words carried little weight. Hence, Yi Yuan found another path. He was going to keep challenging question after question. He was going to make the Cao family be unable to take out so many available essence crystals. Yi Yuan did not believe that at the end, the Cao family still dared to not release people. Yi Yuan dared to do this entirely because of his incomparably formidable strength in alchemy. If it were another person, how would they dare to use this kind of extreme method? When Cao Fang heard Yi Yuan's words, he just took it for a joke and said indifferently, if you have the capabilities, then make my Cao family be unable to take out so many essence crystal. So many alchemists are watching here. Don't be all talk and no action. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Many people saw Yi Yuan say such arrogant words, and all could not stifle their laughter. Ha ha. Still young and impetuous. Even if he can really answer Lord Dan Chun's question, how can the problems in front be that easy to resolve? That's right. Being arrogant has to have a limit too, no? These several thousand years, the 1,000-query wall only accumulated this 100 over questions. If he answered all of them, wouldn't the alchemy powerhouses in these thousands of years all be unfit to carry shoes for him? Ha ha. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His attitude can still be understood. Yi Yuan did not refute. He just nodded his head slightly and started examining the number 135 jade slip. Yi Yuan's examining speed was very fast. He practically just gave a brief scan and placed it down. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, the others felt even more that Yi Yuan was out to posture. The 1,000-query wall's 7th level's questions were all incomparable profound. Even understanding it needed to expend a very long time. Yi Yuan just used several breaths of time before putting the jade slip down. He did not even think about it at all. How could he answer them? Even Wu Xian was also rather disappointed seeing Yi Yuan's actions. In his heart, he naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's performance yesterday, he somehow had some more anticipation in his heart. This was the fundamental reason why he was willing to come. Same as Ren Dong, Wu Xian also viewed the video which recorded Yi Yuan refining pills anew. Using marvelous work of art was insufficient to describe it. Refining standards such as this, even he, an alchemy sovereign, was unable to achieve them at all. Wu Xian was very curious. What kind of person could nurture such a heaven-defying junior? Very soon, Yi Yuan put down the number 126 jade slip. This was considered him reading finish all the questions. Boy, these 10 questions are all unbelievably difficult. You probably can't even study in detail within a short period of time. The exquisite Jade Pavilion has individual rooms and pill refining rooms. You can experiment while you answer, Wu Xian reminded. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions in such a short time. Him asking Yi Yuan before was just wanting to ask if Yi Yuan had any hopes of answering, and not to answer right away. The chairman's question, he himself studied it for a very long time too. He would even take it out to study for a bit occasionally, but he still was unable to find the correct approach. Even if Yi Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to answer so quickly either. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No need. Third young Master Cao, invite the consultation team here. I'll answer finish in one shot. Saves the trouble too. As it happens, Master Wu Xian is here too. Be a witness for me then." "What? You want to answer right now? There are over 1,000 alchemists watching here. Don't make a fool out of so many people." Cao Fang was taken aback with shock by Yi Yuan's actions. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I just want to answer in front of so many people's faces. Otherwise, wouldn't everybody miss out on a great show? Enough nonsense, I'm going to inscribe the jade slips right now. They still need a very long time to evaluate it. Don't drag the time." Chapter 510. The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. This kind of inscribing did not need to use up too much time. Yi Yuan finished inscribing the jade slip soon enough. Yi Yuan did not delay either, directly picking up the second jade slip to inscribe. When Cao Fang saw this scene, he sneered coldly inwardly. "Even if you are heaven-defying, could you really answer all 10 of these questions? If this was really the case, wouldn't my Cao family putting up this 1,000-query wall become a joke? Come, men. Invite the consultation team's 3 elders here," Cao Fang instructed. Since Yi Yuan wished to be embarrassed, said, "Then just let him be disgrace." When the 3 elders directly rejected his answer, see what else he has to say. Very soon, 3 alchemy sovereign experts were invited into the main hall. Like this, there were 4 alchemy sovereign experts in the main hall. Furthermore, in the consultation team, there was even a middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Such a lineup could be rated as extravagant. "Yi, Wu Xian, why are you here as well?" asked one of the alchemy sovereign experts in surprise. "Hehe, Liu Yun, I'm here today for this boy." Wu Xian pointed at the Yi Yuan who was currently inscribing jade slips. Liu Yang trio took a look at Yi Yuan, and their gaze involuntarily turned intense. Who is this young man? To actually challenge 10 7th-level problems in one go? What they were surprised by was Yi Yuan's lavishness and not Yi Yuan's courage. In these 3 people's perspective, Yi Yuan was simply being comical. Except, they could not figure out why Wu Xian, who was an alchemy sovereign expert, would accompany a child to mess around here. 3 elders, his called Yi Yuan. Merely someone talking big to impress people. It was only on account of Elder Wu Xian's face that I invited 3 elders to move your grand presence to the main hall. Ah, that's fine. We received Cao family's appointment, so we naturally have to put in some effort. Old brother Wu Xian is worthy of us moving here. It's just that which family's child is this young man? Playing around too much. Old brother Wu Xian, why are you accompanying him to kick up a row too? Said the middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Hee, old brother Zhu Jiang, don't make an error of judgment. This youth has some capabilities. Answering 10 in one go might be messing around a little, but if one of them, I feel that there is a possibility, Wu Xian said. When Zhu Jiang heard Wu Xian's words, He could not help being slightly stunned. What kind of person Wu Xian was, he was very clear. Wu Xian's conduct was prudent and was also very experienced and vigorous when refining pills. He never did frivolous things. Today, he actually praised a youngster in front of everyone like so. Could it be that this youngster was really out of the ordinary? The other two could not help sizing up Yi Yuan too, but they could not perceive the slightest extraordinary aspect. Moreover, Yi Yuan's speed of inscribing the jade slips was too fast. No matter how one looked, it was also like being mischievous. To answer the 7th level's questions, any one of them would need a person to expend massive amount of time and energy. Who would answer the way he did? If Yi Yuan challenged one before and went back to do enormous amounts of research, then came back to challenge again now, that would give no cause for criticism. But answering 10 in one go, was there any other explanation other than messing around? Old brother Wu Xian, this joke cannot be made. What kind of degree the 7th level's questions reached, you're aware. He, a youth still wet behind his ears, can answer them? Zhu Jiang said in disbelief. Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, whether he can answer or not, I'm not certain either. But I have a feeling that maybe he can really answer. Done. Zhu Jiang had yet to ask again, and Yi Yuan's voice came over. Hiss. The alchemists present all drew a cold breath. Wasn't this answering speed a little too quick? This boy is really gutsy enough to make 4 alchemy sovereign experts mess around with him. Wonder what kind of expression Master Zhu Jiang, the 3 of them, will have in a moment. Such a fast speed is completely fooling people. How can the 7th level's questions be answered so quickly? Although this youngster's strength isn't bad, his temperament still needs tempering. Such a way of trying to impress people by sensationalizing things is really too disgracing. Seeing Yi Yuan finish inscribing the jade slip so quickly, those alchemists basically already lost interest in continuing to watch. If not for several alchemy sovereign experts being here, they probably wouldn't even be bothered to look. Young man, are you sure that you're not making a fool out of us few old fellows? Although old brother Wu Xian regards you very highly, you yourself need to have a sense of propriety as well. Zhu Jiang said with a deep meaning. How can Yi Yuan dare to beguile seniors? Whether I answered correctly or not, seniors will know after evaluating it for a bit. It's just. Seniors don't go against your conscience to judge them, and that will do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Yi Yuan's words came out, Zhu Jiang trio were startled in their hearts. The 3 of them actually were not subordinate to the Cow family. They were only holding down the fort at this 1000-query wall on behalf of the Cow family. This was already the Cow family's custom. The consultation team would change once every 5 years. The alchemy sovereign experts invited over had no relations whatsoever with the Cow family. This way, it would ensure the fairness to the greatest limit. It was also precisely because of this relations. Hi+P that although the Cow family had declined now, it was an immensely powerful faction in this Wufang city and even in the entire endless world. This kind of approach was not wrong. It was just that Zhu Jiang trio received the Cow family's appointment all year round, they would naturally have to take away quite a bit of benefits from the Cow family. Cow Fang troubling them for a bit because of some minor thing, they naturally found it hard to decline. Yi Yuan's words earlier were lightly pointing it out to them. But these few people were all experienced and shrewd with age. They naturally would not show it on their faces. Haha, good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This old man will take a look first to see if your answer makes sense or not. As he said, Zhu Jiang was about to go take the number 136 answer. Old brother Zhu Jiang, this question number 136 was issued by Lord Chairman. Wu Xian is incapable, but I wonder if I can cut in front to examine it first. Wu Xian suddenly called out. Zhu Jiang was stunned, but he nodded and said, since old brother Wu Xian is in such a mood, what's the harm in letting you look first? Zhu Jiang did not care at all. Because he totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer it. Haha, then I thank old brother Zhu Jiang. As he said, Wu Xian gave Yi Yuan a long meaningful look and took up the number 136 answer that Yi Yuan inscribed. Wu Xian's divine sense sunk into the jade slip. In the beginning, he still looked calm and composed. But with the passing of time, Wu Xian's brows gradually knitted tightly together. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help becoming curious. Could it be that this boy's answers really still had some knack to it? But Cao Fang sneered coldly inside. These two people's two-man act was really realistic. Even he was fooled too. It was just that, one still needed to speak with the truth in the end. What? Old brother Wu Xian, is it possible that this answer really still has some knack to it? Although Zhu Jiang was asking Wu Xian, he clearly still did not believe. Actually, his thoughts were roughly the same as Cao Fang's. It was that Wu Xian and Yi Yuan were acting out a two-man show. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. All of a sudden, Wu Xian started laughing maniacally, his entire person appearing extremely excited. Chapter 511. No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. When Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted. No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. When Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted. Wu Xian suddenly took out a communication talisman and inserted some essence energy. The communication talisman vanished with a swoosh. Seeing Wu Xian's expression, Cao Fang's heart involuntarily palpitated. Could it be that this boy really answered the question number 136? Old brother Wu Xian, is it possible that? Zhu Jiang asked in puzzlement. Only now did Wu Xian come to a realization. He said the jade slip to Zhu Jiang and said, "Dear me, old brother Zhu Jiang, apologies. This question is from Lord Chairman. I've researched it for a very long time too. But I keep feeling that there are some places which I don't understand, and it cannot be solved no matter what. Now that I suddenly have a clear understanding, I'm seriously too excited." Hiss. It was really answered. Zhu Jiang was still somewhat suspicious. Hehe, you'll know when you take a look. Wu Xian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him too. Let him verify himself, and he would naturally know. Zhu Jiang started checking the contents inside the jade slip doubtfully, his brows similarly becoming increasingly tighter. After a long while, Zhu Jiang silently said the jade slip to Liu Yun. Liu Yun said the jade slip to the other alchemy sovereign after checking it. After the three people finished looking, they exchanged glances, and none of them spoke. Cao Fang was long sitting on pins and needles by the side. At this time, how could he still endure it? He could not help opening his mouth and asked, "Three masters, just what is the result?" Zhu Jiang looked at Cao Fang deeply and slowly opened his mouth to say, "Lord Danchun's question is rather famous. This elderly self had researched it before too. Just as old brother Wu Xian said, it was just unsolvable in a certain area, unable to break through it. Just now, seeing the description inside this jade slip, we finally see the light. This question number 136 is finally resolved after a time interval of 5 years. Cao Fang's heart seemed to seize violently for a bit as he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly. This boy actually really answered it. If Wu Xian still had the possibility of playing out a carefully choreographed dance with Yi Yuan, the consultation team's 3 alchemy sovereign experts absolutely would not lie. How could this boy be so monstrous? A question that even peak alchemy sovereign experts could not answer, he could actually answer it so easily. Although alchemists had no restrictions in realm regarding the stockpiling of knowledge, a person's energy was limited. The corresponding level could generally only understand the alchemy knowledge at the same level. Even if somebody had spare energy to learn other things, it was also at most just a little exceeding the present level. But this Yi Yuan was just a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, and yet, he crossed 2 major realms to answer a peak alchemy king level question. Just how perverse was this? Cao Fang's expression was incomparably ugly. He knew that regardless whether Yi Yuan's questions at the back was answered correctly or not, Yi Yuan's name would shake Wu Fang City with the help of today's event. Third young master Cao, how much is the reward for this question number 136? Yi Yuan asked with a half-smile. Cao Fang looked like he ate a fly right now. He squeezed out a few words from the crevices between his teeth, 10,000 high-grade essence crystals. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, Like this doesn't that mean that not only are my essence crystals back already, I even earned 9,000 high-grade essence crystals instead? This transaction is worth it. This money, keep it on the tab first. After these 10 questions are all assessed finish, pay it to me together. 3 seniors, continue then. Zhu Jiang could not refrain from sizing Yi Yuan up a couple of times. He was speculating if Yi Yuan guessed this question or relied on true ability to answer it. If it was relying on genuine capability, then this youth was too terrifying. High-rank quasi-alchemy king strength, and he actually already possessed knowledge Serpa. Sing peak alchemy sovereign. If this was really the case, then alchemist ranks simply had no bottlenecks to him at all. As long as he practiced a powerful soul incantation, he could advance all the way free and unimpeded. Seeing how Yi Yuan had such strength at this young age, the soul incantation that he cultivated could not be lousy too no matter what. Okay. This old man will take a look at this question number 135. As he said, Zhu Jiang sunk his divine sense into the jade slip once more. At the same time, inside a hidden chamber in the Alchemist Association, a communication talisman suddenly lit up. The eyes of Dan Chunzi, who was currently in closed seclusion, lit up, and he muttered, "The Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill that I researched for so many years, I could not find the right approach all along. Now, there is actually somebody who could crack that barrier. I want to see just where this youngster comes from." Finished talking, Dan Chunzi's figure moved, Vonnie's hi plussing from within the hidden chamber. At the exquisite jade pavilion, the crowd already descended into a frenzy at this time. Question number 135 is correct too. Oh my god. Just what kind of background does this youngster have to actually have such skill? If question number 136 were like a dead rat falling into the clutches of a blind cat, then this question number 135 couldn't be described using luck, right? The 1,000 Query Wall has stood erect in Wufang City for a history of several thousand years. Such a grand occasion most likely has never appeared before. You guys, do you think that he can resolve all 10 of these questions? Are you joking? Answering all 10 questions, just extensive to what kind of degree does this youth's alchemy knowledge have to be? 10 questions being all correct. Seeing Yi Yuan answer 2 questions correctly in succession, this idea popped up uncontrollably in many people's head. Not knowing why, although reason told them that this was something impossible, they kept on harboring some hope in their hearts and felt that Yi Yuan might really be able to complete them. Time said by the minute. The expression on Zhu Jiang's face became increasingly solemn. Even that initially constantly jolly Wu Xian, the expression on his face right now became extremely fascinating too. Number 134, correct. Reward money, 12,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 133, correct. Reward money, 14,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 126, correct. Reward money, 15,000 high-grade essence crystals. Roughly 6 hours later, Cao Fang's complexion was already deathly pale. How is this possible? Question number 126 has already existed for over a decade. A number of middle-rank alchemy sovereigns and above major powers came forward to challenge it before. But not a single person succeeded. How on earth did this brat accomplish it? Cao Fang's brain blanked out. Yi Yuan's performance smashed his confidence bit by bit. Third young Master Cao, the total is 136,500 high-grade essence crystals. Now can the bill be settled? Yi Yuan looked at Cao Fang and said nonchalantly. When these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan very astoundedly. In these alchemists' view, the significance of answering these 10 questions was far greater than the importance of this 130,000 high-grade essence crystals. This Yi Yuan actually asked Cao Fang for essence crystals at the first moment. This manner of eating him up. Looking at that indifferent look of Yi Yuan's, Cao Fang swore in his heart and said through clenched jaws, "Terrific boy. You really came prepared. Come, men, pay the essence crystals to him." The exquisite jade pavilion was indeed immensely wealthy. They gathered 136,500 high-grade essence crystals very quickly. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to receive the storage ring while saying to Linger with a smile, Thank you, Miss Linger. I'm going to challenge question number 125 now. I'll have to trouble Miss Linger to help out deduct the fees from inside. Linger was frightened until her hands trembled when she heard that, and the storage ring slipped off her hands. Chapter 512. What? He still wants to challenge number 125? What? He still wants to challenge number 125? Today is really an eye-opener. When did such a heaven-defying junior appear in our endless world? Hihi, still junior? Your alchemy standards aren't even fit to carry shoes for him, right? Yi Yuan used essence energy to grab it gently. Then storage ring then landed in his hand gently. Miss Linger is a person who trains in martial arts too. Why can't you even hold a storage ring firmly? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I. Linger was long shocked dizzy by Yi Yuan's performance already. Hearing that Yi Yuan still wanted to continue challenging now, she cried even more bitterly without ceasing in her heart. Still want commission her. This time, she definitely was going to be beaten up to death by the third young master. When Cao Fang heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression flickered irregularly. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Yi Yuan was not joking with him. This fellow was really going to win away all of the Cao family's available essence crystals. Before this, Cao Fang felt that Yi Yuan was talking big. But now, he was already utterly without confidence. Yi Yuan already answered all 10 questions. Who dared to guarantee that he could not answer the 11th one, or the 12th one? Come men. Take down box number 125, Cao Fang said in a grim voice. A staff brought box number 125 in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and casually took up the jade slip. He then sunk his divine sense inside. Everyone held their breaths, looking at the Yi Yuan with shut eyes. Same as before, Yi Yuan finished browsing the contents in the jade slip very quickly, and started inscribing. Before long, through Zhu Jiang and the 4 of their evaluations, Yi Yuan was correct once again. Question number 125, correct. Reward money, 20,000 high-grade essence crystals. Looking from the reward money, the difficulty of question number 125 clearly went up another level. The reward monies previously all increased by 1,000 or 500. But this time, it swelled by 5,000 high-grade essence crystals in one shot. But this did not seem to be any different to Yi Yuan from before. He practically used the same amount of time to answer it. Instead, it was Zhu Jiang, the 4 of them, who spent increasingly longer time to assess it. Yi Yuan obviously would not stop. He chose to continue challenging number 124. A period of time later, Zhu Jiang's voice sounded once more. Question number 124, correct. Reward money, 21,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 123, correct. Reward money, 22,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 116, correct. Reward money, 33,000 high-grade essence crystals. Every period of time, Zhu Jiang's voice was like a heavy hammer, pounding everyone's chest, and making them practically feel asphyxiated. This 1,000 query wall's 7th level, each time a question was answered, it would cause a stir in the entire city. The alchemists present were all extremely excited in the beginning. But by this time, they felt a chill deep down in their hearts. Question number 116 had already been placed there for close to 100 years. Nobody answered it all this while. This question's degree of difficulty was already not on the same level as Dan Chun's problem. But Yi Yuan took his time to answer it from start to end, as if all of the questions were at the tip of his fingers. This youth was too scary. After these 10 questions, Yi Yuan's reward money already accumulated to a terrifying sum of 260,000 high-grade essence crystals. Under normal circumstances, alchemists were all comparatively wealthy. But an alchemy king's total net worth was at most just several tens of thousands of high-grade essence crystals too. The prize money that Yi Yuan won right now was already 10 times of an ordinary alchemy king. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was still continuing answering. Cao Fang's expression was already black like the bottom of a pot. He truly found it hard to dismount the tiger now. Previously, Yi Yuan said to use the monetary reward to exchange for Sky Maple, and he was unwilling to. Now, in front of so many people's faces, did he have to beg Yi Yuan to take Sky Maple? This slap of his slapping down, how would he have a foothold in Wu Fang City in the future? But if he did not release Sky Maple, Yi Yuan would really bankrupt the Cao family. 400,000 high-grade essence crystals was merely a hair from 9 oxen to the entire Cao family. But the problem was that the monetary reward at the back was increasingly terrifying. Continuing like this, the Cao family really would not have available essence crystals to pay it off. Moreover, if Yi Yuan really kept winning all the way, it would be a tremendous blow to the Thousand Query Wall's fame and prestige. This was an outcome that the Cao family could not bear. If old Patriarch knew what happened here, he would surely fly into a great rage. What to do right now? Right at this time, OHOA. RSE and aged voice reverberated throughout the entire main hall. Apologies. The Thousand Query Wall is temporarily closed today. Fellow men of the same line present, each person can draw 10 pieces of high-grade essence crystals from the exquisite Jade Pavilion's front door to show my Cao family's apologies. A figure suddenly appeared beside Cao Fang. When those alchemists saw that figure, their pupils involuntarily constricted. This person was none other than precisely the Cao family's old patriarch, a middle-rank alchemy sovereign, Cao Zheng, grandfather. When Cao Fang saw the arrival, he could not help being overjoyed. Cao Zheng showing up, those alchemists knew that this show today could not carry on anymore. These alchemists were just about to bow out when Yi Yuan said leisurely, "I heard that the Cao family keeps a foothold on this earth with the word impartial. But why are you carrying out this bias matter today?" Cao Zheng did not think that Yi Yuan would dare to be so unbridled in front of him too. His expression could not help darkening as he said, "The exquisite Jade Pavilion is only closing for a day. How is it something bias?" When those alchemists sensed the thick smell of gunpowder, they could not help stopping. Yi Yuan looked at Cao Zheng and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "Although the Thousand Query Wall originated from the Cao family, through thousands of years of development, it has already become the Wu Fang City and even the Endless World symbol. Hence, even though this Thousand Query Wall is still maintained by the Cao family, it's no longer owned by the Cao family. Every alchemist has the right to raise and answer questions here. Presumably, there has never been such an act of closing shop since the Thousand Query Wall was established until today, right? Could it be just because this junior answered a few 7th levels questions, senior is going to close shop? Isn't an action such as this, depriving all the alchemists in the world of their right to a pilgrimage? Isn't it something bias?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all the alchemists secretly cheered in their hearts. They were different from the Cao family. They naturally wished to see these 7th levels questions be breached one by one. Such a grand occasion was hard to encounter even once in 1,000 years. How could they miss it? Although they all knew that this was the Cao family wanting to ensure the Thousand Query Wall's prestige and stature, this indeed damaged everybody's interests. Cao Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that. A faintly discernible killing intent gradually washed over towards Yi Yuan. "This Ren will be a peacemaker today. Everybody all disperse." Right then, another voice sounded out. An elderly man appeared in the crowd. Everyone's faces changed. Cao Zheng looked at the arrival rather surprisedly, and he gave a slight bow, saying, "To think that today's matter actually alarmed City Lord. It's this Cao's fault." But Ren Xingchuan did not bother with Cao Zheng and yelled, "Since Lord Chairman came as well, why not show yourself?" All the alchemists were shocked inwardly. This lineup today really became progressively greater. Chapter 513. Haha, to think that City Lord actually came here personally. Haha, to think that City Lord actually came here personally. A figure floated down and landed. Who could it be but Dan Chunzi? Ren Xingchuan did not follow up, but he said in a solemn voice, "You guys aren't withdrawing yet. Could it be that you want me to make a move personally?" Those alchemists were startled when they heard that and hastily withdrew from the main hall. The irrelevant people all left. The atmosphere here became rather odd. Ren Xingchuan, Dan Chunzi, Cao Zhen, Zhu Jiang, and the rest, their gazes all gathered on Yi Yuan as if trying to see through Yi Yuan. Facing the gazes from a group of leviathans, Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit fearful and said indifferently, Is it possible that seniors want to join hands to bully a junior like me? The expression on everyone's faces became strange. Junior, was it? To be able to answer 20 questions from the 7th level so effortlessly, could such an individual really be considered a junior? Where did that come from? Little brother Yi, I received Wu Xian's summons and specially came here to express thanks to you. This Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, I've researched it for several decades but keep on being unable to find the breakthrough point. Didn't think that I would actually get the solution from your hands today, Dan Chunzi said with a gentle smile. Lord Chairman, don't need to be polite. You raised the question, I received the reward. We're both even. No need to say the word thanks, Yi Yuan said coolly. When these words came out, everyone drew a cold breath. Daring to speak like this to Dan Chunzi, apart from Ren Xingchuan, there was probably only this one before their eyes, right? But Yi Yuan did not care. His gaze looked towards Ren Xingchuan heatedly, but his tone became cold. City Lord invited me to come to Wufang City, but couldn't even protect my sect's elder properly. Now that I came to ask for people, City Lord came to cause trouble. Is this your Wufang City's hospitality? But Ren Xingchuan was not a good-natured one. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, he immediately became enraged. You, this punk, are exceedingly rude. The 1,000-query wall is my Wufang City's totem-like existence. Your way of doing things is a little too over the top. Over the top is it? I gave him a chance. It's he who didn't want it. Since that's the case, he will have to pay a corresponding price for this. Yi Yuan, don't stir up trouble for nothing, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. When the other early-rank alchemy sovereigns and middle-rank alchemy sovereigns heard Yi Yuan's tone of speaking, they all secretly broke into a sweat. Dan Chunzi and Ren Xingchuan were both the Endless World's peak existences. Yi Yuan offending all of them, how RSE a nerve did this need? What a fine not afraid of trouble. Your Tranquil Cloud sect forcibly occupied my Wufang City's territory. I didn't even find you to settle the score and you come to be unbridled with me instead. Ren Xingchuan's fury became greater and greater. As he spoke, it deviated off topic already. Wu Xian saw the situation and felt anything but reassuring, so he hurriedly urged, City Lord, this matter is still within the scope of control. The both of you each take a step back. Humph. This punk is conceited and insolent on account of his ability, even making light of this old man. Seriously too arrogant. I treat him as an honored guest, and he's actually so overbearing. Truly a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan said coolly, Heavenly Evil Sect committed evil deeds everywhere, but your Wufang City turned a blind eye to it. That's helping the wicked perpetuate wicked deed. I helped you guys eliminate the evil and were in the wrong instead. People who train in alchemy should have benevolent thoughts. This Wufang City is hailed as the Alchemy Holy City. Isn't it overshooting the truth? Cao Zheng was stupefied listening by the side. Their Cao family did not say a word, but City Lord and this brat started seizing each other by the throat. What was going on here? Everyone was rather bewildered too, not knowing why these two people were so hot-tempered. Finally, it was still Dan Chunzi who came forward to be a peacemaker. Gentlemen, calm your anger first. Actually, the 20 problems that little brother Yi resolved has immense contributions to my Wufang City's alchemy path's prosperity. It's just that the sense of propriety was not grasped well. Little brother Yi, facing a great enemy at the moment, isn't us having internal strifes aggrieving our own and gladdening the enemy? In my opinion, the Cao family let that Tranquil Cloud sect elder go, and consider this matter Pares said too. How can it be so easy? The Cao family must apologize to Grand Elder Sky Maple. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. No way. He can be released. But an apology is impossible. Cao Zheng refused straight away. What a joke. How could a colossal family clan like the Cao family apologize to a third-grade tiny sect's elder? Not apologizing works too. I don't need you to release the person. You all can close shop today. Could it be that it will be closed every day in the future? From today onwards, I'll come here to solve questions every day. all the way until all of the questions on the 7th level are all solved finus. H. Plus Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Shameless boasting. Do you really think that by answering 20 questions, you will be able to answer all of the questions? Questions ranked further to the front, the greater the degree of difficulty. Conundrums that no body could resolve in several thousand years can be resolved with just the likes of you? Cao Fang said disdainfully when he heard that. You can very well give it a try. Yi Yuan said coolly. This sentence directly aggravate internal injuries in Cao Fang. He questioned Yi Yuan previously. The result was that Yi Yuan directly answered all of the final 20 questions. Now, Yi Yuan was still brother IMMING with confidence. Was it possible that he really had such capabilities? Impossible. Question number 1 was simply heaven-defying to the maximum. Even Lord Chairman and City Lord were at a complete loss when they looked at it, let alone Yi Yuan. Dan Chunzi and the rest naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer all of the questions as well. But, being deadlocked here right now wasn't a solution either. Little brother Yi, everybody each takes a step back. The Cao family releases the person, and compensate your household's elder 100,000 high-grade essence crystals. This got to be okay, right? Dan Chunzi said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I only want an apology. Essence crystals, as long as I want, I can have countless. Everyone was directly speechless. This Yi Yuan was simply impervious to neither hard nor soft tactic. That Sky Maple answered the question wrongly and even slandered my Cao family's reputation. I didn't kill him directly is already showing leniency. You actually still want us to apologize? Cao Fang challenged. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, Is that so? Then how about we invite Grand Elder out to confront in court? If Elder Sky Maple answered wrongly, I, Yi Yuan, will return this 400,000 essence crystals intact, and apologize to your Cao family. But, if Elder Sky Maple's answer was correct, what then? With this, Cao Fang was thrown into a fluid USTER. He never would have imagined that the matter would develop to such a state. Now, it could not be controlled any longer. Right then, Zhu Jiang suddenly sighed with melancholy and said, Sigh, brother Cao Zheng, this matter is the fault of the three of us. To think that it would stir up such a mighty uproar. This 1,000 query walls consultation team elder, I, Zhu Jiang, have no face to carry on holding the post. Brother Cao better find somebody more competent. With Zhu Jiang saying this, Liu Yun and the other person also requested to resign from Cao Zheng. The news that Cao Zheng got was that somebody was causing trouble in Exquisite Jade Pavilion. But he was not clear about the whole story of the incident. Hearing Zhu Jiang's words at this time, how could he still not understand what was going on? Only to see him casually fling a hand, landing a slap on Cao Fang's face as he said coldly, You wicked son. Turns out that everything was stirred up by you. You actually used the Cao family's reputation to do this kind of low-grade thing. I'll exterminate you. Chapter 514 Cao Fang was sent flying out directly. By the time he crawled up, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Cao Fang was sent flying out directly. By the time he crawled up, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with a cold smile and was very disdainful in his heart. That slap looked very impressive. Actually, it did not employ essence energy at all. Cao Zheng merely used the strength of the physical body. Hence, Cao Fang's face looked scary, but it was just receiving some superficial wounds. Of course, not only Yi Yuan saw through it, the other big shots naturally could discern it too. It was just that at this sort of time, there was obviously no one who would come forward to expose it. Grandfather, Cao Fang hugged his face and was just about to speak, but he was cut off by Cao Zheng who said, Why aren't you quickly releasing the person yet and apologizing to little brother Yi? The heavenly evil sect's matters, even City Lord didn't say anything. Is there a need for you to care about other people liking salty carrots? Go back and face the wall to reflect. Cause trouble for me again and you better be careful, I'll waste you. Same as Ren Dong, Cao Fang grew up under Cao Zheng's protection since young. Cao Zheng had never hit him like this before. This made Cao Fang feel very wronged. However, Although Cao Zheng's words were said out very viciously, it actually did not hurt nor itched. It even sowed discord between Ren Xingchuan and Yi Yuan's relations. Hi plus P a little without leaving any traces. Ren Xingchuan, this person as the city lord, what he relied on was not scheming and plotting, but it was incomparably tyrannical methods. Not only was his alchemy path strength preeminent, but his attainments in the martial path were also exceedingly high. He belonged to a different class of existence among alchemists. In Wufang City, all those who refused to give in to him, he had always used bloody methods to suppress them. Actually, he originally planned on being a mediator coming here today. Little did he think that because of his fiery temper, he would actually clash with Yi Yuan. In truth, Yi Yuan being able to answer the 1000 Query Wall's 7th level's questions was immensely beneficial to them, fellow alchemists. But Yi Yuan's means were too domineering. This kind of directly dropping in to smash the place action would directly affect the Wufang city's position in the alchemists' hearts. Ren Xingchuan as the city lord had no choice but to come forward to stop Yi Yuan. But how could Yi Yuan be so easy to get along with? It was fine if he talked nicely. Yet, Ren Xingchuan just had to have a commanding tone, directly aggravating Yi Yuan's opinion of him. Before long, Sky Maple was finally brought out. When Yi Yuan saw Sky Maple's slightly miserable-looking appearance, he knew that Sky Maple most likely suffered considerable hearts. Hi plus PS in this short while. The fury in his heart involuntarily soared higher. When Sky Maple saw a bunch of alchemy sovereign experts present, he could not help sucking in a deep breath and came to Yi Yuan's side. My tranquil cloud sect came to Wufang City for the sake of the endless world's safety, but we received such a treatment. Looks like we were hallucinating that the other party is willing. Forget it. Your cow family's apology, I don't need it either. Grand Elder and I will leave Wufang City right away to avoid being an eyesore to everyone. Grand Elder, let's go. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled Sky Maple and was just about to leave. When Ren Xingchuan saw this scene, he wanted to stop Yi Yuan but was stopped by Dan Chunzi. Dan Chunzi shot Wu Xian a look, signaling him to make a move. Dan Chunzi then said to Ren Xingchuan, "Old man Ren, you don't add more to the discord. This boy is clearly somebody who can be persuaded by reason, but is not a person to be cowed by force. You continue like this and the endless meet in 2 days most likely can't commence anymore." Hearing these words, Ren Xingchuan's slowly rising fury was ultimately pressed down. And in this short while, Yi Yuan already left the exquisite jade pavilion. Wu Xian followed out closely behind too. He darted a look at Dan Chunzi and said vigilantly, "You this old punk, what devious ideas are you planning again? Your alchemist association stands aloof above worldly considerations. Even if the fierce Gale world really attacked over here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you either. Don't say that you're doing this for the sake of the endless world too." Dan Chunzi let go of Ren Xingchuan and said with a faint smile, "For it is good, not for it is fine as well. Could it be that you aren't interested in this young man? In my opinion, his knowledge in alchemy likely far surpasses yours and mine." Ren Xingchuan gave a cold snort and said, "If now isn't extraordinary times, this old man would definitely interrogate this stinking brat with torture well. Even if his alchemy knowledge is any greater, his merely a sea transformation realm. Could he still overturn the heaven?" Dan Chunzi said with a smile, "You this old fellow, always being hot-tempered. You don't just look at this boy being unbelievably obstinate. If it wasn't this special period at present, he might not be so high-profile either. This boy is soft and gentle even with his rough ways that he showed us. At the same time, he isn't easy to get along with." Ren Xingchuan snorted coldly, but then he turned to Cao Zheng and said, "What a splendid thing your cow family did. I don't care about you guys' smars. Hi plussing your signboards. But if it threatens Wufang City, don't blame this old man for turning hostile on you." Cao Zheng's expression was slightly kind of ugly as he nodded and said, "City Lord rest assured. This incident, the Cao family will definitely deal with it well." Although the Cao family's bedrock was incomparably solid, under Ren Xingchuan's rule, Cao Zheng had to tuck his tail between his legs to behave properly too. Infuriating Ren Xingchuan, no body would gain anything good out of it. In this Wu Fang city, it had already been very, very long since anyone dared to challenge Ren Xingquan's authority. Looking from this angle, Yi Yuan could already be considered Wu Fang city's #1 person. Yi Yuan. Please wait. Please wait. Wu Xian chased after Yi Yuan out as he yelled at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan halted his footsteps when he heard that and gave Wu Xian and bow and said, "Today, many thanks to Master Wu Xian for helping me out of my predicament. This kid bears it in my heart. Next time, if there's the opportunity, this kid will definitely repay generously. Today, if not for Wu Xian being present, how the outcome would be was really hard to say." Wu Xian laughed and said, You're too serious with your words. If not for coming to the exquisite Jade Pavilion today, I'll most likely regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing you refined pills yesterday, I even gave rise to the thought of taking a disciple. Only seeing your means today did I know that I was rash. In front of you, how can I bear the word master? Only when he saw Yi Yuan's performance today, did Wu Xian know why Yi Yuan was completely uninterested in him yesterday. What he knew, Yi Yuan knew all. What he did not know, Yi Yuan knew too. What would he use to teach Yi Yuan? Recalling it now, yesterday was really making a really big joke. Master Wu Xian is an alchemy sovereign expert. Master, this word is naturally deserving, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Actually, in front of Yi Yuan, who could be deserving of this word? It was just that Wu Xian helped Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan would naturally show appreciation. Wu Xian hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Haha, if you don't mind, just call me elder brother." Master, this word is absolutely undeserving. Yi Yuan was not pretentious either and nodded with a smile as he said, "Since that's the case, Yi Yuan will accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Elder brother Wu Xian, Grand Elder and I will return to the Tranquil Cloud sect right away. If you have time, you can come and visit often." Wu Xian hurriedly said, "Younger brother Yi, City Lord just has this temper. You don't try to gain face back with him. Speaking of which, he made Xu Zihui fuss around you these few days. It's also considered to be very considerate already. Moreover, if it wasn't for Xu Zihui coming to find me today, I couldn't have arrived in time either, don't you agree?" Yi Yuan nodded his head. He was actually just putting on a show to take that old man down a notch. He obviously would not really leave. Fine then. This is on account of elder brother's face here. Yi Yuan hesitated for a bit and said. Chapter 5:15 Haha. That's how it should be. Come to my place to have a chat. Elder brother, there has the highest grade immortal remembrance jade brew. Today, us brothers shall not return without getting drunk. Haha. That's how it should be. Come to my place to have a chat. Elder brother, there has the highest grade immortal remembrance jade brew. Today, us brothers shall not return without getting drunk. Wu Xian put his arm around Yi Yuan and pulled him hard, like really becoming good friends despite a great difference in age. Yi Yuan had no choice and could only say goodbye to Sky Maple and leave with Wu Xian. As an alchemy sovereign expert, Wu Xian's residence was naturally very luxurious. Wu Xian brought Yi Yuan to a small courtyard, took out 2 jade small wine bottles, and showed them off. He said, "This immortal remembrance jade brew is of the highest grade among wine. In this city, only Fu Yunjing, that old man, knows how to brew it. I pestered him endlessly before getting 6 bottles from him. Today, if not to entertain this younger brother, elder brother, I wouldn't bear to drink." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother entertaining like this, wouldn't it put Yi Yuan to shame? Hey, what's there to be ashamed around? To be able to make friends with younger brother, I'm more than happy. Come, quickly taste it." As he said, Wu Xian was just about to pour the wine for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said, drinking it like this?" This time, it was Wu Xian's turn to be in a daze. He asked, "Not drinking like this? How else can it be drunk?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Old brother secured this immortal remembrance jade brew, but you don't know its drinking method. Isn't it a waste?" Wu Xian said in surprise, "Eh?" Hearing the meaning of younger brother's words, "You've drunk this immortal remembrance jade brew before?" "According to what I know, in this endless world, It seems like only Fu Yunjing, that old man, knows how to brew this wine. Hang on, you talk about how this wine should be drunk first. Yi Yuan said with a smile. The Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew has a total of 5 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, as well as the highest level heaven grade. According to the difference in level, the wineware will not be entirely the same too. Yi Yuan brought the tiny wine bottle to his nose and sniffed before continuing. This bottle of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew should be a low grade. It should be matched with wine cups made from southern sandalwood to be able to bring out the taste. Oh, why is this so? Wu Xian had a curious look, as if he had discovered a new continent. As far as he knew, Fu Yunjing, that old punk, indeed still had even better Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, but had never been willing to take it out to show others, let alone say asking for it. After Wu Xian drank a low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew once at Fu Yunjing's place, he could not forget that taste anymore. Hence, he ran over daily to beg Fu Yunjing for a few bottles. At first, Fu Yunjing still did not agree. Later, through Wu Xian's hard and soft tactics and his incessant pestering, he finally could not take it and Wu Xian 6 bottles. Yet, he had never heard before that drinking this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew actually had so many details to pay attention to. The fragrance that southern sandalwood gives off when mingled together with this wine will make the flavor even stronger when it enters your mouth. Furthermore, low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew still has some impurities. Cups constructed out of southern sandalwood can slightly cleanse these impurities, making the taste of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew even more fragrant, Yi Yuan explained. There's actually such attention to detail. Cups made from southern sandalwood, I actually have them here. It's just that I thought all along that jade material wine cups are more suited for the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, and that wood material cups will spoil the taste of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Hence, I've never used it to drink. Today, hearing younger brother say this, I really have to give it a try. Wu Xian ran into the room. Soon enough, he really brought out 2 wooden cups. Pouring the wine in, Wu Xian moved the cup in front of his face and sniffed. His eyes involuntarily lit up. It's really more fragrant compared to before. Following that, he sipped a mouthful of wine. A look as if he was walking on clouds immediately appeared on his face, like he was really comfortable to the maximum. Wu Xian did not speak. He just took a sip one after another in this manner and drank this cup of wine entirely in just a short while. Yi Yuan smiled. Likewise, he picked up his cup but downed it all at once. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade liquid, Yi Yuan simply could not be bothered to savor the wine. In his previous life, what Yi Yuan drank were all heaven-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade liquid. The taste was on a completely different level from this low-grade one. He placed the cup on the table and gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up as he praised. Using southern sandalwood cups to hold the wine, the taste and flavor improved at least 10% from before. Younger brother, you're truly impressive. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Elder brother, don't make fun of me. Little brother, I merely just happened to know it, that's all. But Wu Xian said with a laugh, as far as I know it, in this endless forest, only Fu Yunjing alone knows how to brew this wine. He also accidentally obtained this secret recipe in a cave somewhere when he was wandering the endless forest in his early years. That secret formula also stated that the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is divided into 5 grades. It's just that the secret recipe only had the brewing method for the low grade on it. The middle grade's brewing method was incomplete. I see that younger brother seems to be very familiar with this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Could it be that you've drunk this wine before in the past? Yi Yuan knew that Wu Xian was trying to understand his background by beating around the bush, so he said with a smile, not only have I drank it before, I even know how to brew it. If elder brother is interested, I can pass this low-grade brewing method to elder brother. Wu Xian nearly jumped up when he heard that and said excitedly, is younger brother for real? Yi Yuan said with a smile, look at what you're saying. Would I scam elder brother? That's great. Haha. Fu Yunjing, that old fellow, is always showing off his Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew in front of me. Wait until I brew this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. See if he still dares to show off in front of me. Wu Xian was like a kid in a fit of pique right now, hi plussing to run in front of Fu Yunjing to posture around right away. Seems like Wu Xian had most likely been nursing grievances in front of that Fu Yunjing for a very long time. Thinking about it, that was right. This low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew was naturally not considered much in Yi Yuan's eyes. But in the endless world, it was a top-grade fine wine. Fu Yunjing possessing such a secret recipe and showing it off a bit in front of his companions was also human nature. Furthermore, it seemed like that Fu Yunjing and Wu Xian were both people who loved alcohol greatly. Otherwise, Wu Xian could not possibly have southern sandalwood wine cups here. This low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew's brewing method seems to have some flaws. The taste doesn't seem to be very orthodox. Elder brother, when you use my method to brew this wine, I presume that the taste should be able to be improved tremendously, Yi Yuan said with a smile. While Yi Yuan and Wu Xian, the two of them were drinking wine and having a good talk, Cao Fang currently had his nose pointed at by Cao Zheng, and the former was being scolded severely. You fool. You knew perfectly well that that boy is the honored guest that the three sects and Ren Xingchuan invited, and you actually dared to use this kind of method to provoke him. Are you going to squander away all the reputation that my Cao family has garnered for thousands of years? If the 1,000 query wall collapses, my Cao family will no longer have the opportunity to rise up again. Do you understand? How many times have I told you, don't hang out with those riffraff friends. Place your sights on Ren Dong. If you're unable to surpass him, my Cao family will continue to be suppressed by the Ren family. Cao Zheng had a face like he had expected better from him. Clearly, he was greatly exasperated by Cao Fang. The swelling on Cao Fang's face had long subsided. But that 5-fingerprint mark still remained on his face. Being reproached badly by Cao Zheng at this time, how could he dare to talk back? Cao Zheng scolded for a long time before saying fiercely, "Tomorrow, you bring along gifts and personally go to Feng Ya Pavilion to apologize to Yi Yuan. You must get his forgiveness. Otherwise, if he throws a tantrum and doesn't take part in the endless meet the day after tomorrow, you'll be smacked to death by Qin Hongtao, the three of them." Chapter 516 At the City Lord Manor. At the City Lord Manor. A bout of wild laughter came from inside Ren Dong's pill refining room. Ha ha ha. I finally succeeded. Ren Dong looked at a transcendent grade Tier 1 medicinal pill in his hand in a frenzied state. Turns out that lesser phaseless art can really refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Looks like I, this high-rank quasi-alchemy king, am utterly unworthy of the TI. Even the lesser phaseless art can refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. It can be seen that along the way, I've missed out too many things. Yi Yuan, you this master, I'm acknowledging you for sure. Ren Dong sucked in a deep breath and muttered under his breath. Bang! Ren Dong opened the pill refining room's door and ran out like a gust of wind. Little Dong, where are you doing? A kind-sounding voice was heard, stopping Ren Dong. Aunt, I'm going out to do something important. I'll come and pay respects to Aunt after I return. I'm going first. Ren Dong's footsteps did not even stop and directly dashed out far away. This child. The woman gave a melancholic sigh. If Yi Yuan were here, he would surely be happy. This woman was exactly the mother that he yearned for day and night, Ren Hongling. Sigh. I also don't know how Yuan is like as of late. He's no longer who he was now. He should be living very well, right? Ren Hongling murmured to herself. Ren Hongling was grounded by Ren Xingchuan and was only permitted to move about within the tall walls. There were only two people on her mind. One was the Yi Hang who was imprisoned by Ren Xingchuan. The other was naturally her son, Yi Yuan. In her home, the person Ren Hongling liked the most was Ren Dong, this nephew. Because every time she saw Ren Dong, it was as if seeing Yi Yuan. She came to find Ren Dong today because she wanted to make him go and beg her father, Ren Xingchuan, again, to let him spare Yi Hang, who knew that Ren Dong was in a rush and directly ran off. Ren Hongling was helpless and could only go back. Cao Fang followed the servants into Feng Ya Pavilion one step at a time. When he had just entered the backyard, he heard a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. With this recipe, the expression on Fu Yunjing, that old punk's face, will definitely be very interesting to look at. He keeps the immortal remembrance jade brew recipe like a treasure, showing off in front of me every day. This time, I'll see how he still show off. Wu Xian said with a big laugh. Hearing Yi Yuan say that he had the recipe, Wu Xian directly drank and finished the 6 bottles of low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew with Yi Yuan yesterday. He came to find Yi Yuan today to get the recipe. Elder brother, this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew isn't considered much. It only needs half a month to finish fermenting. But it won't do for brewing the middle-grade one. For the middle-grade quality, it needs half a year. Anyhow, you gather the ingredients according to the recipes that I gave you. After half a year, forget about that Fu Yunjing, even Lord Chairman will probably come to request from you as well, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, Wu Xian's saliva almost drooled down. According to what Yi Yuan said, the taste of the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew surpassed the low-grade one by 10 times. The low-grade was already so delicious. What will the taste of that middle-grade be like? Thinking about it made people long for it endlessly. Young Master Yi Yuan, the Cao family's 3rd young master, is here. Let him come in then. Call Grand Elder Sky Maple over too, Yi Yuan casually instructed. Cao Fang came before Yi Yuan with a nasty look. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan would actually address Master Wu Xian with such great familiarity. Wu Fang City was an alchemy sovereign expert. His status in Wu Fang City carried weight. He himself always observed a pupil's manners in front of Wu Xian, but Yi Yuan could already address him like brothers. Yi Yuan, yesterday's matters, it was my wrong, please forgive me. Cao Fang contorted his face and stammered as he said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said indifferently, you didn't do anything to me. Whether I forgive or not doesn't matter. As long as Grand Elder Sky Maple can forgive you, I have nothing to say. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Yi Yuan was not a petty person. He only wanted to get justice on Sky Maple's behalf. If Sky Maple really suffered some serious injuries, Yi Yuan naturally would not let Cao Fang off easily. But Sky Maple only suffered some hards. HI+PS yesterday and did not receive any substantial wounds. Since Cao Fang paid a visit to apologize, this matter was also considered to have PARS said. Of course, it was also Yi Yuan reaching there in a timely manner. Or else, if he were too late, what would have happened was really hard to say. While talking, Sky Maple just happened to be called out too. The main guy is here. Whether he forgives you or not will depend on your sincerity, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Sky Maple immediately understood what was going on. He could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. A colossal giant like the Cao family would actually apologize to a little alchemy king like him. This had to be said to be immense face for Sky Maple. Cao Fang gritted his teeth and lowered his head as he bowed towards Sky Maple. He said, Cao Fang was impulsive yesterday and offended Elder Sky Maple. Elder, please don't blame. As he said, Cao Fang held a storage ring in his palm and said, inside this storage ring are 100,000 high-grade essence crystals and also some healing medicinal pills. Cao Fang hopes to compensate for the mistake made yesterday. Sky Maple looked at Yi Yuan. He saw Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Sky Maple then said, forget it, this matter is over. Cao Fang was overjoyed when he heard that and could not help turning his head to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took over the storage ring from Cao Fang's hands and said, Third young Master Cao, don't blame me for shooting my mouth. People like Maro Yuanji, you'd best hang out with them less. Otherwise, there will come a day where you'll suffer a huge loss. Cao Fang nodded repeatedly and was just about to withdraw, but he saw Rendong dash inside like a gust of wind. Master, I did it, Master. Rendong's person had yet to arrive, and his voice reached already. While talking, Rendong already came before Yi Yuan and said with an excited look, Master, I did it. Now, you can take me in as a disciple, right? Cao Fang could not help jumping in fright when he heard Rendong's words. What? You want to acknowledge him as your master? When Rendong heard that, he was stunned too. Cao Fang, why are you here too? Cao Fang had yet to speak when Ren Dong's expression changed as he said, "You aren't trying to acknowledge Yi Yuan as your master too, right? You're not allowed to vie for master with me. Humph, I'm telling you, even if master agrees to take you in, I'm also your senior." Cao Fang was thrown in confusion by Ren Dong. Even his brain was somewhat short-circuited. Ren Dong's strength was even greater than his, and he even had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather. He actually wanted to acknowledge Yi Yuan as master. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile when he heard that. "What nonsense is this? Cao Fang came to find me for other matters. You said that you can do it, but seeing is believing. However, this Feng Ya pavilion doesn't seem to have pill refining rooms. Elder brother Wu Xian, is it fine to borrow your pill refining room to use?" Wu Xian was also secretly alarmed by the side. A few days ago, Ren Dong was still at loggerheads with Yi Yuan. Now, he actually wanted to acknowledge him as his master. Wu Xian's thinking was around the same as Cao Fang's. Although Yi Yuan's talent seemed to be very monstrous, Ren Dong had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather behind him. Could it be that he still needed to acknowledge other people as his master? Hearing Yi Yuan's request, Wu Xian nodded and said, "No problem." Wu Xian was also very curious how Yi Yuan was going to test Ren Dong. Chapter 517. Inside Wu Xian's pill refining room, it was already packed with people currently. Inside Wu Xian's pill refining room, it was already packed with people currently. When Xiao Ruyan heard that Yi Yuan was going to test Ren Dong, she was full of reluctance but insisted on following over no matter what. Meanwhile, Cao Fang was also very curious, following over at the behest of supernatural power, causing him unable to resist. Yi Yuan naturally noticed it but did not say anything either. When Wu Xian saw the materials Ren Dong picked, he could not help being stupefied. He said, "Younger brother Yi, why did he choose all Tier 1 medicinal herbs? Isn't the threshold of your acceptance test too low?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother, you watch first. You'll know in a while. This Ren Dong still has some comprehension abilities. To think that he could achieve it so quickly. Looking at how both of his eyes are bloodshot, presumably, he didn't even shut his eyes these few days. How could the acceptance test that Yi Yuan set up be achieved so easily? Even for the lowest level lesser phaseless art, wanting to reach the standards of refining transcendent grade Tier 1 medicinal pills, those with slightly better talent also needed around half a month's time of bitter training. Those with poorer natural endowments might not even find the knack to refining at all. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, Ren Dong did not rest for a single second these few days. From morning to night, he was immersed in the pill refining room, for the sake of completing the acceptance test as soon as possible. Furthermore, for this lesser phaseless art to reach the level of refining transcendent-grade medicinal pills, it was not achievable with just bitter training as well. If there were not Yi Yuan's demonstration, Ren Dong could not possibly find the trick to it so quickly either. He had been recalling the scenario of Yi Yuan refining pills barehandedly these few days, contrasting it continuously. That was why he could understand the secret so quickly. It was just because the lesser phaseless art was too simple and practically did not have much skill content, that was why Ren Dong could reach such standard in a few days. But for Ren Dong to be able to reach this level, it also showed that his talent surpassed, said others. In Yi Yuan's perspective, Ren Dong's alchemy talent should be even higher than Xiao Ruyan's. Everyone all looked at Ren Dong very curiously, wanting to see just what of thing this acceptance test was. Although Ren Dong was very tired, he was currently in a state of extreme stimulation. Yi Yuan opened a window for him, letting him see a great path linking to the heaven. To alchemists, there was nothing more exciting than this. All the preparations were in place. Ren Dong said to Yi Yuan with an excited face, "Master, watch closely." When Ren Dong made his move, everybody could not help staring wide-eyed. Lesser phaseless art. Younger brother, what kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd here? Wu Xian was completely baffled. Using the lesser phaseless art as the acceptance test. How low was this threshold? Even alchemy grandmasters when taking disciples could not possibly use this as the evaluation too. Who, elder brother, carry on watching. This boy is quite interesting, Yi Yuan said as he behaved like a senior. It was naturally quite interesting. Ren Dong only used 3 days and actually touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm. Looks like his conditions were really decent. The legendary realm was only normal to Yi Yuan. But to others, it was not something that simple. Furthermore, it was simply not possible for there to be people who would devote time and energy into the lesser phaseless art to reach the legendary realm. Any refining technique would have very impressive effects after reaching the legendary realm. The lesser phaseless art was no exception either. Of course, that effect was only aimed at Tier 1 medicinal pills. Cao Fang looked at Ren Dong with a face full of contempt. This fellow's brain isn't spoiled, right? That Yi Yuan is clearly fooling him. He actually took it seriously. A quasi-alchemy king acknowledging another quasi-alchemy king as his master. Hehe, really comedic enough. Cao Fang was criticizing Ren Dong incessantly in his heart. Cao Fang did not doubt Yi Yuan's alchemy standards. Because his performance in front of the 1,000 query wall already indicated everything. At least, Yi Yuan's theoretical standards were pretty high. Making disciple acceptance test Tier 1 medicinal pills and Tier 1 alchemy techniques, what was this if not being a joke? Refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills did not take too much time. Ren Dong finished refining very quickly. Condense. Ren Dong gave a light cry. The medicinal pill was done. Hehe, master, you come and evaluate it. Ren Dong came in front of Yi Yuan and said fawningly. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, not too bad. But the lesser phaseless art is just an entry-level alchemy skill. There are still many areas that you need to learn. Next, your task is to use the greater phaseless art to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill. Greater phaseless art? Ren Dong still did not come around for a moment. But Xiao Ruyan could not carry on watching by the side silently. She reproached Ren Dong daintily, you dunce head. Still not hurrying over to acknowledge master? Ren Dong came to a realization. His face revealed wild elation as he kneeled on the ground with a thud. He exclaimed, master is high above. Please accept a bow from disciple. Get up. In the future, Ruyan is your senior apprentice sister. I don't have many rules under me. But there are several points that you have to remember, Yi Yuan said coolly. Master, please say. Yi Yuan nodded and said, mustn't defy orders and be unfilial. Mustn't commit crimes in violation of the law. Other things, free reign. If I discover that you all did something that goes against the heaven and reason, I'll personally cripple you guys. Ruyan, same for you too. Yes, master. Disciple will definitely bear it in mind. Ren Dong hurriedly said. Disciple understands. Xiao Ruyan also did not dare to have a cheeky smile when she saw how solemn Yi Yuan said it. Being around Yi Yuan for a long time, Xiao Ruyan more or less also grasped Yi Yuan's disposition a little clearer. Majority of the time, it was fine no matter how she joked around. But once Yi Yuan became serious, then it was not that fun anymore. However, Xiao Ruyan did not have much evil thoughts in her heart. Such rules were actually dispensable to her. She did not take it to heart too much either. Younger brother Yi, you were saying earlier, using the lesser phaseless art to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills? It was only after seeing that they finished acknowledging master-disciple relations. Hi+P did Wu Xian ask Yi Yuan in amazement. That's right. This was the entry test that I gave Ren Dong, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Hiss. Let me take a look. Wu Xian opened the medicinal cauldron and took out that medicinal pill. It was indeed transcendent grade without a sham. Using lesser phaseless art can actually refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Except, what use does this have? Wu Xian asked puzzledly. Transcendent grade Tier 1 medicinal pills could be refined using high-tier alchemy skills too. There wasn't anything impressive. Although using lesser phaseless art to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills exceeded Wu Xian's expectations, in his view here, it was pointless. With so much time to research a Tier 1 alchemy skill, why not spend the time on higher-tier alchemy skills? Cao Fang was also very disdainful inwardly. It was just that he did not dare to make a sound. Hearing Wu Xian question at this time, he perked his ears up too, wanting to hear how Yi Yuan was going to explain. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "One will never achieve their goals without doing things one step at a time. This lineage of mine, what it attaches the highest importance to isn't garish alchemy skills, but it is laying a solid foundation. Don't look down on Tier 1, Tier 2 alchemy skills. Even high-tier alchemy skills were born from these low-tier alchemy skills too. Researching low-tier alchemy skills thoroughly, then cultivating high-tier alchemy skills, will have the effect of half the effort and twice the results." Wu Xian shook his head and said, "It just that this way, it will expend huge effort. The loss outweighs the gain." Yi Yuan did not answer Wu Xian's words, but he asked Ren Dong, "Do you feel that the loss outweighs the gain?" Ren Dong shook his head very affirmatively and said, "Absolutely not." Chapter 518. Ren Dong was not sucking up. Ren Dong was not sucking up. When he trained the lesser phaseless art close to the legendary realm, he actually discovered that he had many new comprehensions. Back then, when he had just come into contact with alchemy, he had many things that he did not notice. All the way until today, where it suddenly dawned upon him. He discovered just how unstable his own foundation was. Yi Yuan being able to freely refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills was indeed not coincidental. Recalling the words that Yi Yuan said when he was acknowledging him as his master, Ren Dong only came to realize the truth now. Ren Dong believed that as long as he continued walking down the path which Yi Yuan designated, he would definitely discover a new continent. Of course, to most people, doing this was a pointless effort. Because they did not have a master like Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan's personal demonstration, Ren Dong could not possibly have touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm too. The lesser phaseless art was just the most basic entry-level refining technique. The higher the tier of the refining technique, the more challenging it naturally was to want to reach this step as well. Without the guidance of a great teacher who had a profound understanding, they might never find where the legendary realm was throughout their lives. Cao Fang curled his mouth. He was clearly very condescending towards Ren Dong's excuse. Wu Xian knew that it was not that there weren't people who wanted to train the basic alchemy skills to an extremely high realm. But without any exception, they all took too many detours. Those alchemists who were originally around the same realm as them had flung those people who researched alchemy skills that way several streets behind. Wu Xian initially wanted to persuade Yi Yuan a little. But upon recalling Yi Yuan's performance, he swallowed the words at this throat back down. Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, naturally had more authority to speak regarding laying down a foundation or speedwalking this sort of issue. He knew that Wu Xian and the rest all did not believe. But the moment when Ren Dong soared to the skies in a single leap, they would surely have a completely new appraisal of this matter. With Ren Dong's talent, this day might not need too long. The following 2 days, Ren Dong practically immersed in studying beside Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan did not hide anything either. He demonstrated the greater phaseless art's legendary realm once for Ren Dong to see. Ren Dong's talent was indeed remarkable. He actually comprehended some knack to it very quickly. But, very clearly, the speed of him comprehending the greater phaseless art was no longer as quick as the lesser phaseless art. And right at this time, all the Titans in the northern domain finally gathered at Wufang City. The endless meet officially convened in the City Lord Manor. In the main hall, all seats were occupied, and those people who were seated, the weakest had middle-stage divine traversing realm strength. 4 seats were arranged on the left-hand-most side. Sitting there were respectively Ren Xingchuan and the 3 sects' old ancestors. They were evidently the northern domain's pinnacle existences, and sitting to their right were not those late-stage divine traversing realm experts but an unknown sea transformation realm youth. This youth was naturally Yi Yuan. The big shots present, quite a few people brought the juniors that they were most proud of over. It was just that those juniors all stood behind them with their hands by the sides. Very clearly, in such an apex meeting they did not have a chance to speak. Even Qin Yang, Guo Taochuan, and Yin Yanghua were all by the side too. Only Yi Yuan, this young person, sat very conspicuous. Many people had not met nor heard of Yi Yuan before either. Him sitting naturally incurred many interested gazes. Regarding this kind of focused looks, Yi Yuan was very calm. The previous life's Ji Qingyun had experienced countless great spectacles. Such a small occasion was simply too substandard to show in public. Everyone got in their seats. Ning Yishen was the first to speak. Everyone, time is tight. This Ning won't blabber any more nonsense either. Today, we convened everybody to discuss the major issue of how to respond to the fierce Gale World's invasion. Several thousand years ago, the Endless World had the Grand Yang True sect, this extraordinarily powerful sect, to seal the realm Pares Sageway. But now, not that this Ning is belittling our capabilities, but we might not be the Grand Yang True sect's match even by combining our three sects' power. Hence, our situation has already reached an extremely grim state. And the most terrifying thing is that we know absolutely nothing about the fierce Gale World. Their strength, their plans, their habits, we don't understand anything at all. Now, everybody state their views. What else can be done? When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. I don't believe that their fierce Gale World martial artists can still have 3 heads and 6 arms, exclaimed someone immediately the moment Ning Yishen's voice faded. And those with such views were not in the minority. Once these words came out, there were people concurring straight away. I've seen before some fierce Gale World records in some ancient records. It's said that that small world has gale winds blowing all year round. It's completely a place where not even grass would grow. This kind of barbaric land, how many experts could there even be? That's right. Our endless world is abundant in resources. The martial artist's strength and realm are also extremely formidable. To really compete in martial strength, it's impossible for us to lose to them. Haha. Just a bunch of motley crew. In my view, our northern domain's various sects should join hands and send a group of elite forces and directly take down the southern domain. Don't they have a boundless realm expert? As long as we take down the southern domain and send array masters to secure the realm Pares Sageway and not let them reinforce the array formation, the endless world will be safe and sound. Speaking to the back, the fierce Gale World martial artists directly became a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. It was seemingly like Slash plussing a blade over and everyone's heads would hit the ground. When Yi Yuan heard these words, he seriously could not hold back and let out a SN. 1 GGER. With this SN. 1 GGER, there were immediately people who were unhappy. Where are you from, boy? To actually dare jeer at us? Said a middle-stage divine traversing realm sect master with an unkind look. He also knew that such an occasion absolutely would not arrange the seats wrongly. This sea transformation realm boy surely had an extraordinary background. But being derided by a junior like this, he was still rather displeased. It was just that he was more reserved when speaking and did not dare to overly offend those 4 on top. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh, earlier, old ancestor Ning already said, we're absolutely ignorant about the fierce Gale World. Also don't know where your confidence came from, to dare belittle them like so? If there weren't an endless forest obstructing there, we'd probably have lost half of the world already. You guys are actually still in the mood to brag here. Truly don't know what you're talking about. That sect master being mocked by Yi Yuan could not quite preserve his face. If it weren't because of the faces of the 4 people on top, he would most likely fly off the handle long ago. But at this time, he said solemnly, this war has yet to be fought, and you're boosting other people's morale and lowering your own. According to what you say, could those fierce Gale World people really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Not to the extent of 3 heads and 6 arms. However, to talk about combat strength, they mustn't be underestimated. If it's as you all said earlier, the endless world won't be far from annihilation either, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Talking as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Doesn't that fierce Gale World have just 1 boundless realm expert? As long as we don't let him come over, how strong can they get? Yi Yuan said with a smile, you nailed it. Not only have I seen before fierce Gale World martial artists, but I've also even been to the fierce Gale World. Not even preparing a draft when you brag. With just your meager strength, you can still return unscathed after really going to the fierce Gale World, said that sect master with a cold smile. Those 4 on top did not seem to hear anything and let Yi Yuan and the rest bicker at their own discretion. Chapter 519. Everybody seemed to have discovered the 4 titans unpartic.I.P.ativ.atti.tudes. They all could not refrain from criticizing Yi Yuan one after another. Everybody seemed to have discovered the 4 titans unpartic. 1p ativ.atti.tudes. They all could not refrain from criticizing Yi Yuan one after another. Don't know what you're talking about. The two worlds only Par-S Sageway is guarded by the fierce Gale world. With just the likes of your strength, you can escape from the fierce Gale world. Young man, don't come out to posture just because you have some strength. Some bragging shouldn't be done. It's easy to unravel the truth. Turns out that you've been to the fierce Gale world. I wonder if you brought back some local specialties from the fierce Gale world. Ha ha ha. The group of people chortled loudly, mocking Yi Yuan bragging too substandardly in succession. When they saw Yi Yuan sitting in that position, they originally felt displeased already. At this time, they happened to catch one of Yi Yuan's slip-ups and was naturally unwilling to let it go. Right then, the profound Sun sect master, Wu Rong, opposite Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This little brother, one mustn't joke around in this occasion today. You said that you've been to the fierce Gale world. You got to prove it a little, right? Mere lip service. I can also say that I've been to the fierce Gale world. Would you believe me?" The profound Sun sect was a great sect second only to the 3 sects. Wu Rong's strength was extremely daunting as well. If Yi Yuan were not here today, it should be Wu Rong sitting in his position. The one who previously found fault with Yi Yuan was actually the profound Sun sect's subsidiary faction. The Northern Domain's sects stood in great numbers. There tend to be subsidiaries between factions. To want to cast off the fate of being a subsidiary, there had to at least be a late-stage divine traversing realm expert holding down the fort in the sect. And this Wu Rong was a 9th-level divine traversing realm experts. Compared to the Great Circle divine traversing realm old ancestors from the 3 sects, he was also just marginally weaker. But this difference of a margin was as far apart as heaven and earth. In a small world like the Endless World, after cultivating to the divine traversing realm, every step trod out was tremendously arduous. From the 9th-level divine traversing realm to the Great Circle of divine traversing realm did not seem to have a big gap, but this step was immensely hard to stride out. This was the restrictions of heaven and earth regulations. Mortals had no way of transcending. And from the Great Circle of divine traversing realm to shattering the void and achieving boundless, this step was even as hard as ascending to the heavens. Hence, while the Endless World's divine traversing realm experts were many, those who could genuinely ascend to the divine traversing realm was scanty few. Even for the level of experts like the 3 sects' old ancestors, wanting to stride out this step was extremely difficult too. Wu Rong not daring to say much to the 3 sects' old ancestors and Ren Xingchuan did not mean that he did not dare to make things difficult for Yi Yuan. Just a junior. Could it be that the 3 sects really dared to make a move on him? Let alone, this junior simply had no idea what he was saying. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You guys laugh at me for saying nonsense, but I laugh at you for being innocent and clueless. If they didn't have confidence, how could the fierce Gale world dare to take such actions? You people want proof, right? I'll show you." Lan Feng's figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan. Everyone's faces changed when they saw the situation. Spatial spirit artifact. Even Wu Rong, when seeing this action of Yi Yuan's, his gaze revealed a burning heat. However, his fervent heat subsided very quickly. Since Yi Yuan dared to take this out in a flagrant manner, he was obviously not afraid of the mess and hing it away. There was even the possibility that this spatial spirit artifact was given by one of those 4 beside him. This person is the slave I took in when I was in the fierce Gale world. Everyone is a divine traversing realm expert. You just have to slightly inspect his divine soul, and you'll know, Yi Yuan said coolly. These people investigated Lan Feng's divine soul and discovered that it was indeed slightly different from Endless World martial artists. They could not help becoming astonished. Although these people knew that the fierce Gale world already occupied the southern domain, they had yet to see fierce Gale world martial artists before. Seeing Lan Feng at this time, they all could not help sizing him up curiously. Is this a fierce Gale world martial artist? Looks very normal, what? Yeah. What can a puny little 4th level C transformation show? Who, look at his manner of dressing up. Simply be you Empkin to the maximum. If fierce scale world martial artists are all like this, then wouldn't our endless world win for sure? Another wave of loud laughter. But Yi Yuan did not smile. He just said nonchalantly, everybody is a leader of a sect and naturally look down upon a puny little fierce scale world C transformation. However, I released Lan Feng out to let you all witness the strength of a fierce scale world martial artist. Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance over these divine traversing realm experts and asked, I wonder which senior's progeny just happens to be at the 4th level C transformation realm? You can come up to exchange moves with Lan Feng. Yi Yuan's momentum was pressuring. The intent of provocation was very clear. 4th level C transformation versus 4th level C transformation. Nobody could find fault. Wu Rong saw the situation and gave a look to a middle-stage divine traversing realm subordinate influence. That person understood and opened his mouth to say, Feiya, you go up to accompany him to play then. Remember, go easy. A young man behind him fell out of the ranks and said with a haughty look, Yes, martial ancestor. Finest. Hi+ing talking, the young man came before Lan Feng with a bound. This youth's name was called Song Fei, similarly a 4th level C transformation. His strength was also at the top of the list within his sect. To be able to be brought by old ancestor by his side this time, his position could be imagined. Lan Feng still had that attire from the fierce gale world, vastly different from the endless world. Furthermore, just as those people said, simply a bu Empkin to the maximum. One look and it was like from an unorthodox background. How could he be comparable to a sect's elite disciple like Song Fei? Hehe, I want to take a look if the fierce gale world's martial artists are really as formidable as he says. Song Fei said with a cold laugh. Lan Feng had a blank look and completely did not take Song Fei's provocation to heart. He said indifferently, just try, and you'll know. Finished talking, Lan Feng's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Song Fei's expression changed. He did not think that Lan Feng's speed was actually so swift. He wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. He could only hastily put up a passive defense. Boom. Song Fei was smashed flying out several hundred feet by Lan Feng's one punch. No long-winded words nor any complacency either. Lan Feng was unforgiving when he gained the momentum, his fists pummeling towards Song Fei like a torrential storm. The match between C Transformation Realm was totally not worth mentioning in the eyes of these big shots. But at this very moment, their brows involuntarily knitted together tightly. Although Lan Feng had the suspicion of surprise attacking, those skills were not fake. His speed was abnormal, and his fist art was exceedingly swift and fierce and bizarre. Absolutely proficient in combat, the two people exchanged over 100 moves in a twinkle. The more these big shots watched, the more alarmed they became, including those 4 people above. This was also Ning Yixian's and the others' first time seeing Lan Feng. They didn't think that a slave which Yi Yuan brought under control actually had such combat power. These people's horizons were usually high. Through these two persons' face-off, they could tell that Lan Feng's concept comprehension was a little worse off compared to Song Fei. But his combat experience was exceptionally abundant. Moreover, regarding the utilization of concepts, the concepts were integrated into his bones. After 100 moves, Lan Feng relied on that initial most advantage and steadily took the upper hand. Lan Feng's combat experience was exceedingly plentiful and totally did not give Song Fei any chance at all. Compared to Lan Feng, Song Fei was like a fledgling who was still lacking some level of attainment towards combat. Boom. Another 100 over moves said. Lan Feng finally caught one of Song Fei's dead spots and blasted Song Fei flying with one punch. Chapter 520. All those present were dead silent. All those present were dead silent. Lan Feng's performance utterly shocked these divine traversing realm experts. That match earlier, apart from that surprise attack in the beginning, there was not the slightest bit of resorting to trickery. And Song Fei himself not being focused was a great taboo in combat by itself. Nobody would pity failures. Song Fei was an elite from a very formidable sect in the northern domain. He actually lost to this Bu Empkin to the max Fear Scale World martial artist. Could it be that the strength of the Fear Scale World's martial artists were all so formidable? These big shots all had tightly locked eyebrows. The expression on their faces had unspeakable graveness. Who can't even beat my slave, just who is boasting? Are you people sure that you can beat back those divine traversing realms from the Fear Scale World with just the likes of you people? Yi Yuan derided. This time, that group of people who taunted the most enthusiastically at first all sensibly shut their mouths. They were still clamoring previously, saying that the Fear Scale World martial artists would crumble in one blow. And now, this slap was flung really resoundingly. But Wu Rong was unresigned and said in a solemn voice, "Was this slave of yours tampered with, or perhaps his an extremely powerful existence among the Fear Scale World martial artists?" Wu Rong's question was also the question that everybody was concerned with. A martial artist being powerful was not scary. What was frightening was everyone being this powerful. If the Fear Scale World martial artists were all this formidable, then the endless world was really in danger. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Although this slave of mine has some strength, within the same realm, he's absolutely not considered powerful. At the very most, he's also just average standard. If you don't believe, you can feel free to carry on with those plans earlier and directly charge over to exterminate the Southern Domain's Fear Scale World martial artists." Yi Yuan's words were like a series of thunders, extinguish. Hi plussing everybody's hopes. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating just to scare people. Lan Feng's strength did not count as too impressive in the Fear Scale World. The Lan family brothers not being able to withstand a single hit in front of Yi Yuan did not mean that they could also be finished off in one blow in front of the other Endless World martial artists. Back then, in the Mystic Realm, Mai Zhen and the Heavenly Sky Sect's Wu Jiao were both not the Lan brothers' match. And Mai Zhen's and Wu Jiao's strength were absolutely not the slightest bit inferior compared to this Song Fei. Hence, Song Fei losing was also something within reason. Yi Yuan, your meaning is that the Fear Scale World martial artist strength as a whole is a level higher compared to our endless world? Ning Yixian asked gravely. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "What everyone said earlier wasn't wrong. The Fear Scale World is scarce in resources. Regions with powerful gale winds, even the Wind Emperor won't dare to enter. But it's also precisely because of this kind of environment that resulted to the Fear Scale World martial artists' might." Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, picking out some of the Fear Scale World information to say, leaving their brows locked even tighter. In accordance with what Yi Yuan said, the Fear Scale World martial artists' comprehension towards the concept of wind was innate. Practically every martial artist would have very deep comprehension in the concept of wind. Hence, the Fear Scale World martial artists' movement speed was much greater than the Endless World's. Furthermore, with the tempering of the gale winds, the martial artists' essence energy were purer. Adding in the barbarousness, the Fear Scale World martial artists' collective strength was much stronger compared to the Endless World. Under such circumstances, if the Endless World chose to clash head-on, it was simply without any chances of success. Ning Yixian, the four of them exchanged glances, and all saw the seriousness in the other party's eyes. They had a simple exchange with Yi Yuan yesterday and knew that the Fear Scale World power was great. But it was also just a rough idea, far from as great as the impact from Lan Feng and Song Fei's match earlier. It was precisely because they knew that the Fear Scale World was formidable that the four of them deliberately let Yi Yuan stir up these sects' leaders a little to make them not underestimate the enemy, who knew that even they themselves were astonished too. For Song Fei to be able to become a sect's elite, his strength was not considered weak. But he still lost to Lan Feng. Lan Feng grasped the battle situation precisely, making everyone feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This martial artist was simply born for fighting. If the Fear Scale World's folks were all like this, the matters at the back, they somewhat did not dare to carry on thinking. The Fear Scale World martial artist's strength, I believe that everybody already has a very direct understanding. Yi Yuan did not deceive everyone. He really entered deep into the Fear Scale World before in order to rescue his fellow sect members. Now, to talk about who understands the Fear Scale World best in the entire Endless World, it's none other than him. Moreover, I know that many of you view the southern domain as a barbaric land and are completely indifferent to the state of affairs there. But, I want to tell you that Yi Yuan once led the southern domain's Tranquil Cloud sect and defeated the Purple Mansion sect thrice, killing 3 of the Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea realms. This effectively slowed down their invasion. Only because of this that we managed to have our northern domains meet. Or else. Some of those present would probably have their sects eradicated already. Ning Yixian's voice enlightened the benighted, striking everyone's hearts. Only now, did these sect leaders knew that there were still so many twists and turns in between all this, and also knew what kind of person Yi Yuan was. The southern domain's matters, they might be unconcerned, but the Tranquil Cloud sect's great name, many among them already came to hear of it. The Tranquil Cloud sect eradicating the heavenly evil sect domineeringly and a sea transformation realm boy killing the Soul Sea realm Maro Yuanji. This news already spread like wildfire. Those present were all the northern domain's respected figures who were very well informed. They naturally knew this information. It was just that they never thought that that Tranquil Cloud sect's youth was actually this one before their eyes. It never occurred to them that Yi Yuan already did many things for the endless world without them knowing. Defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice. How did this boy accomplish it? Truly an enigmatic existence. But Wu Rong frowned and said, "Isn't this talk a little too alarming to cause a sensation? Even if the fierce-scale world martial artist's strength is formidable, we have our advantages too. These sects aren't soft persimmons that they can knead as they want either." In truth, Wu Rong's words were lacking some confidence. But a sea transformation realm boy riding on top of his head still made him brood over it. But this time, Jing Xian said coldly, "Alarming to cause a sensation? Old man Wu, do you believe these words that you said? As far as I know, the fierce-scale world already sent out 5 peak divine traversing realm experts into the southern domain. Whether it's exaggerating things to raise the alarm or not, everybody weighs it yourself." What? 5 peak divine traversing realms? How is that possible? Jing Xian's words immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Wu Rong looked at Jing Xian with a face full of disbelief. 5 peak divine traversing realms. Such strength was too scary. One had to know that the northern domain only had the 3 sects' old ancestors who were peak divine traversing realms. Was the current situation 3 versus 5? Ning Yixian gave Wu Rong a scornful look and said coolly, "Not possible. Do you think that these few days, the 3 of us were sitting at home doing nothing? Furthermore, the southern domain did not blockade information. Wanting to investigate this news isn't hard. It's just a pity that Old Hai has already been missing for a long time and there's no news up until now. While Old Man Duan is a recluse with no fixed abode and also secretive about his whereabouts. If the 2 of them are present, our chances of success will be much higher." Chapter 521. Hearing Ning Yixian's emotional sigh, everyone's mind quivered. Hearing Ning Yixian's emotional sigh, everyone's mind quivered. The Old Hai and Old Man Duan from his words were peak divine traversing realm experts. With them around, the endless world's confidence would be much greater. Although bottom-level martial artists could unleash tremendous effects in a great war between 2 worlds, the high-level combat strength was the deciding factor which determined the direction of the war. If the fierce-scale world did not have Zhao Tianyin, the endless world would not be so fearful of the fierce-scale world either. Zhao Tianyin alone could sweep across the entire endless world. Such combat power simply made people despair. This was Yi Yuan's first time hearing that the endless world still had 2 of such experts who existed. He could not help becoming very curious. If the endless world really had 5 peak divine traversing realm experts, it more or less could be considered to have some self-preserving strength. Talking about this, Yi Yuan suddenly recalled a matter. In a small world, every world had a realm lord who existed. Zhao Tianyin was naturally the fierce-scale world's realm lord. Yi Yuan had stayed in the endless world for such a long time but did not know who this endless world's realm lord was. Was it possible that he was one of these 2? These years, most of Old Hai's time was spent in the endless forest. Also, I don't know what is he busy with. Now that such a major incident happened, he can't possibly watch indifferently without lending a hand, right? Jing Xian said. Yeah, Old Hai has always stayed away from scenes of contention. But the incident this time concerns the entire endless world's safety. If he deserts us on the eve of battle, that will chill the heart too bitterly, Ning Yishen said. Right at this time, an aged voice sounded out faintly, reverberating throughout the main hall. You punks. Talking behind people's backs all day long, no wonder this old man, I am always sneezing. Achoo. As he said this, that old man really gave a sneeze. Upon hearing this voice, everyone guessed who came. Who could it be but this old Hai? It was truly speaking of the devil. An old man wearing tattered hemp clothing walked into the main hall like this slowly, looking very much like an ordinary old man. When the 4 people on the seats of honor saw this old man, they exchanged glances, and all became extremely excited. This old man's appearance gave everybody's mind a shock. Haha. Old Hai, it's really you, said Qin Hongtao once he saw old Hai. He laughed loudly. Old Hai, you finally came back in the nick of time. Otherwise, the few of us really can't quite support the situation, Ning Yishen said. Jing Xian and Ren Xingchuan did not speak. But these 4 people's behavior actually faintly treated old Hai as superior, and these people did not notice that at this moment, Yi Yuan was still in a state of immense shock and did not recover for a very long time. When old Hai entered, his gaze darted at Yi Yuan imperceptibly and even gave him a faint smile. At that time, Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. Because he had seen this old man before. This old man was none other than precisely the stall vendor old man, Qi Hai, that Yi Yuan encountered in Breaking Dawn City. At this point, Yi Yuan could virtually confirm that Qi Hai was definitely the Endless World's realm lord. Yi Yuan's sense was very sharp. He could faintly sense that the power emitting from this Qi Hai's body was even stronger than the power from Ning Yishen trio. Only the ruler of a world could reach such an extent by gathering the destiny of a world. Very likely, this old man Qi Hai already had half a foot into the boundless realm and was only a final goal shot away. Ning Yishen trio actually faintly regarded themselves as juniors. Looks like this Qi Hai's seniority wasn't an ordinary kind of big. Come, men, add a seat for old Hai in the center of the left-hand side, Ren Xingchuan instructed. Qi Hai waved his hand and said, no need to be so troublesome. I, this old man, am not that particular after many things. I'll just seat here. Young chap, we meet again. You're fine if we squeeze a little, right? When these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Old Hai actually knew Yi Yuan. These divine traversing realm experts present, each one of them wanted to cozy up to old Hai. But his elderly self's whereabouts were elusive. So they completely could not cozy up to him. Just how many days had Yi Yuan been in the northern domain? He actually knew old Hai. Furthermore, old Hai actually lowered himself to squeeze together with Yi Yuan. It could be seen that his impression of Yi Yuan was pretty decent. Just what was going on here? Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, old Hai's instructions, how can Yi Yuan dare to refuse? It's just that old Hai really concealed too deeply. Back then, when old Hai saw us in peril, you actually did not even extend a hand to rescue. Qi Hai sat down beside Yi Yuan carelessly and said smilingly, back then, when I sold the Dodder Green Gra SS to you, I already saw your extraordinariness. In this endless world, I've yet to encounter anybody who recognized the Dodder Green Gra SS. Later, when I saw you exterminate the Jin family father and son ruthlessly, I regarded you even more highly. That Soul Sea realm, I was originally planning on finesse. I plussing him off conveniently when leaving. But I didn't expect that you actually forced him out. I was watching the fight all along back then. If any accidents were to really happen, I'd naturally lend a help. Except, I never expected you could actually already execute condensing gathered essence into form at such a young age. It was truly an eye-opener for me. When Yi Yuan heard these words, he exclaimed in surprise instead, so you knew that was Dodder Green Gra SS long ago? Qi Hai burst into laughter and said, haha, of course I knew. Otherwise, do you really take me for a black-hearted merchant? One stalk of quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb selling for 100 middle-grade essence crystals? The Dodder Green Gra SS is extremely rare. You could actually bear to sell it to me? Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. Who, quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs, no matter how rare, doesn't have much use to me either. Rather, you clearly needed it more. I'm very curious though, what were you planning on using the Dodder green gra? SS4? Chi Hai asked with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled too and replied, buying medicinal herb is naturally in order to refine pills. Can't be like that Jin Peng, swallowing it down, right? Finished talking, the two people exchanged a look, and both chortled with laughter. On the left-hand side, Ning Yishen cursed inwardly, these two people, one old fox, one young fox. Both people who are not to be trifled with. Old Hai wanted to feel Yi Yuan out, but Yi Yuan lightly skated over it. This boy is really astute. However, these two people revealed a great amount of information. Turns out that when the Tranquil Cloud sect was moving north, such a major thing actually happened before. And Old Hai personally witnessed Yi Yuan battling a Soul Sea realm. Towards such a monstrous youth, he naturally kept him in mind. Didn't think that Old Hai had long taken action already, touring one round to the southern domain and back. Ning Yishen said with an emotional sigh. Chi Hai scolded with a smile, you little punks, wagging your tongues all day behind people's backs. Such a major thing happened to the endless world, how can I, this old man, only care about myself without care for others? This trip to the southern domain, not only did I inquire some information, I even dragged old man Duan here as well. That old punk, at first, he was still unwilling to leave retirement. After being pummeled by me, he finally yielded. Chi Hai said it carelessly, but everyone was secretly alarmed when they heard it. Old man Duan was a peak divine traversing realm expert. Old Hai actually beat him up as he liked to. Chapter 522 Old man Duan, you're not coming out yet? Could it be that you still want me to invite you out? Chi Hai called out in a clear voice. Old man Duan, you're not coming out yet? Could it be that you still want me to invite you out? Chi Hai called out in a clear voice. A very lean old man appeared before everyone. He was naturally the old man Duan that everyone was talking about. Chi Hai smiled and said to Yi Yuan, don't look at how old man Duan is very summing. His strength is pretty decent and should be even above the three of them. It's just that his natural disposition is lazy and was unwilling to stick a hand in secular affairs. Hence, he found a secluded place in the southern domain and lived there quietly. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. For an itinerant cultivator to cultivate to such a realm, it was truly not easy. This old man Duan seemed to be not too willing either. He just sat down beside Chi Hai and did not speak from start to end. Chi Hai did not seem to mind and said to everyone, all right. Everybody continue to discuss as you all should. Don't bother about us old people. With him saying this, everyone did not know how to discuss though. But Wu Rong was unresigned and asked Chi Hai, Old Hai, you made a trip to the southern domain. Did they really send out 5 peak divine traversing realm experts? Chi Hai nodded and said, that's right. Before returning this time, I took a tour around the heavenly sky sect before and almost came to blows with one of the 5. And then what? With this, nobody suspected the authenticity of this information anymore. Later on, each of us was wary of the other, so this fight did not take place. Chi Hai said it very apathetically, but the others had a different feeling when they heard it. Hearing Chi Hai said so, Ning Yishen could not sit still either and asked, the other side's peak divine traversing realms actually had somebody who could threaten Old Hai? Chi Hai's strength, everyone present was very clear. Hence, the way these people saw it, Chi Hai was their greatest reliance. But now, a random peak divine traversing realm that the other side sent out was actually on par with Old Hai. Could it be that the fierce scale world's martial artists were really all formidable to such an extent? Not so far as threatening me. But that person's strength shouldn't be much weaker than mine. Once the fight began, if we alarmed the others, it would probably not be that easy for me to want to get away, Chi Hai said. The sect leaders present all exchanged glances. Immediately, they felt like the pressure was akin to Mount Tai Cruise. Plussing down. Looks like the fierce scale worlds might greatly exceeded everyone's imaginations. Chi Hai looked at everyone and said coolly, you bunch of brats aren't still holding on to thoughts of leaving it to chance right now, Are you? If the fierce scale world wasn't powerful to such an extent, how could such a powerful sect like the Grand Yang True sect back then pay such a terrible price to seal the realm Pares Sageway? Just that battle. How were the sacrifices just the Grand Yang True sect alone? After that battle, our endless world's vitality was greatly sapped, resulting in this current declining trend situation. Hearing Chi Hai's words, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards Yi Yuan. Looks like what this youth said previously was not the slightest bit false. Ning Yishen trio did not think that the situation was already severe to such an extent already either and said, "Old Hai, you enjoy high prestige and command universal respect. This situation still needs you to manage." Very clearly, there was no body more suitable than Chi Hai to lead the group of heroes among the people present. Who knew that Chi Hai smiled and shook his head as he said, "This old man, am used to being lazy. How can I be the leader? Ning Yishen, you're experienced and prudent and can take on this responsibility. However, this old man, will say the nasty things first. I normally don't bother too much, but if anyone dares to trip people up at this sort of time, this old man, will be the first to exterminate him." Chi Hai's words did not seethe with killing intent, looking like having a heart-to-heart talk. But everyone felt a chill arise when they heard it. Then Ning Yishen said with difficulty, "Old Hai, Qin Hongtao interrupted him and said, "Don't decline at this sort of time. This burden, you have to shoulder it. No body is more suited than you. This old man, still have other things to do. Qin Hongtao and Jing Xian, the both of you have to support Ning Yishen with all your strength. At this time, don't have any ideas about sects. If the endless world is gone, your Tao teachings will naturally be gone too." The three people's faces turned intent and acknowledged it in a solemn voice. Chi Hai nodded, but then he looked towards Yi Yuan and said, "Little brother Yi, I wonder what thoughts you have regarding the present situation." Hearing these words, everyone looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. Ning Yishen was the person that Chi Hai personally recommended to take charge of the overall situation. He did not ask Ning Yishen's opinion, but he actually sought a junior's opinion. Furthermore, those who were attentive noticed that Chi Hai actually addressed Yi Yuan as little brother Yi. About this, there had to be some stories that they did not know. Could it be that Chi Hai already treated Yi Yuan as an equal to interact with? Yi Yuan was stunned too and said, "Old Hai, this isn't appropriate, right? Yi Yuan actually came today just to plan on letting these people know the fierce Gale world's might and not to underestimate the enemy. As for how to come up with stratagems and give advice, he did not plan on talking out of place. So many divine traversing realm experts present, how could it be his turn to interject? It was just that he did not expect Chi Hai would actually be the first to ask for his opinion. Nothing inappropriate. They are completely clueless about the fierce Gale world. Letting them talk is shooting blindly too. You go ahead and talk. I'll see who dares to say a word." Chi Hai said coolly. In truth, there really were quite a number of people who were rather displeased secretly and planned on finding fault when Yi Yuan was speaking in a while. Now that Chi Hai said that, these people immediately swallowed those words back into their stomach. Yi Yuan nodded his head. He was not a coy and shy person either. Since Chi Hai thought highly of him, he would not decline either. "All right then. Since old Hai thinks highly of Yi Yuan, then I'll say a few more words. Whether you listen or not is all up to everybody," Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan stood up and said without caring about others, "In my opinion, the fierce Gale world has several advantages which we have no way of competing with. Firstly, they all have a common faith, and that is the Wind Emperor. The Purple Mansion sect is still loyal and devoted to the Wind Emperor after many generations. A lot can be deduced from this. Because of this point, they can achieve a unified rule. In comparison, we're a pile of loose sand. Secondly, the fierce Gale world martial artists' collective combat strength is greater than ours. If engaging in close quarters, we'll surely suffer a huge deal. Thirdly, although the southern domain's resources can't compare to the northern domain, it's much better than the fierce Gale world's. With these resources, the fierce Gale world martial artist strength as a whole might even advance a level. Fourthly, the fierce Gale world's high-tier combat strength is way stronger than ours. As far as I know, The Fierce Gale World's peak divine traversing realm experts are not just 5 people. What? You mean that these 5 are just the vanguard? Ning Yixin exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the Fierce Gale World's peak divine traversing realm martial artists, according to what I know, have as many as 7 people. Counting in some itinerant and some secluded old monsters, I reckon that it might not be below 10 people. As for how many among these 10 has Old High's level of strength, I can't confirm. Following these people's understanding of the Fierce Gale World becoming increasingly deeper, they noticed more and more that for the Endless World to want to defeat the Fierce Gale World, the hope was simply too bleak. Chapter 523. Yi Yuan was not simply shooting his words out. If Lan Feng was not very clear about the Fierce Gale World's upper echelons, Xiao Ruyan was a true blue capital N nobility. Yi Yuan was not simply shooting his words out. If Lan Feng was not very clear about the Fierce Gale World's upper echelons, Xiao Ruyan was a true blue capital N nobility. The 3 commanders under Zhao Tianin's command were peak divine traversing realm experts. Apart from this, a super faction like the Shangguan family, their leader was peak divine traversing realm too. Just within the central capital, there were as many as 7 peak divine traversing realms. To say that these 5 people were the vanguard was not over the top at all. Aren't such words a bit much? How can so many experts be born in a place lacking in resources like the Fierce Gale World? Wu Rong said disdainfully. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent look and said, the Fierce Gale World is indeed poor in resources, but it doesn't mean that there aren't resources. Comparatively speaking, to the Endless World's resources decentralization, the Fierce Gale World's resources are basically all gathered in the central capital. Plus, the Fierce Gale World resides in gale winds constantly. The martial artists can be said to be cultivating at all times. Their cultivation speed is naturally faster than our Endless World's martial artists. What's strange about giving birth to so many experts? Also, whether I say it or not is up to me. Whether to listen or not is up to you. If you don't want to listen, you can close off your ears. The truth and false of what I said, Old High and Senior Ning, they all will naturally screen through. When is it your turn to cut in? This Wu Rong repeatedly caused trouble. Yi Yuan was disinclined to haggle over it with him. This fellow even went from bad to worse. These words were said without any consideration for face, directly turning Wu Rong's face red. Ning Yixin frowned as well and said, Old man Wu, you're an overlord of a region too. Why are you always making things difficult for Yi Yuan? Ignoring that Yi Yuan is the only one among us who understands the Fierce Gale World situation, just based on the contributions that he made for the Endless World, what's the harm in us listening to his opinion? Ning Yixin's words were not severe. But talking this way to Wu Rong in front of so many big shots, it was actually already considered giving him a slap. Wu Rong was crimson red with rage. But due to Qi Hai being present, he could not blow up and just snorted coldly and said, can't even give opinions? Fine. I'll just shut my mouth. Qi Hai had his head lowered, looking straight down the entire time as if he paid no heed to both parties' dispute. At this time, seeing that Wu Rong finished speaking, Qi Hai asked again, Yi Yuan, you carry on speaking. A simple 6 words already completely stood on Yi Yuan's side. The other sect's big shots all kept their mouths shut sensibly. At this sort of time, regardless of what was to be said, it was clearly all not a wise move. Yi Yuan nodded and said, just as I said earlier, the things that we can bring out are seriously too little. Hence, if we want to turn the situation around, we must make drastic reforms, otherwise, the Endless World being swallowed is just a matter of time. What kind of reforms? Ning Yixin asked. Yi Yuan spoke confidently and with composure, actually, the things that we can do now are not much. But there are 3 things that we can still make it in time. Ning Yixin's eyes lit up, and she asked rather interestedly, oh? Quickly say, what 3 things? Yi Yuan extended a finger and said, the first thing is that the concept of being a sect must be stop, unifying all under one management, and concentrating all of the elite forces. Each fighting their own battles will only be broken easily. One must know that the Fierce Gale World martial artists are akin to the Mortal World's army with extremely daunting combat strength. Yi Yuan extended a second finger and said, "The second thing is to raise our martial artist's strength. Our endless world's greatest advantage is abundant resources. Furthermore, the standards of alchemy skills are more than a level higher than the fierce-scale worlds. And these resources are grasped in the hands of the various great sects. Now, these resources have reached the time where it needs to be put to good use. Using them to raise the martial artist's strength is a pressing issue. In addition, the various great sects still have to select elite disciples to gather together and develop them heavily. These people clearly have greater room for improvement. All in all, this point is to make use of all the resources that can be utilized rationally, to make our endless world martial artist's strength improve to the greatest extent." Yi Yuan reached out a third finger and continued, "Thirdly, to concentrate all of the Northern Domain's array masters. Although the present Endless World's formation's path standards are inferior to back at the Grand Yang True Sect's time, our formation's path standards are still much higher compared to the fierce-scale world. In the war, with the support of array formations, it can unleash the martial artist's strength to the greatest limit. This point, we have to utilize well." Yi Yuan's words poured out with ease and fluency. Qi Hai nodded slightly by the side. Clearly, he was very pleased with Yi Yuan's three views. When Ning Yishen listened, his face also revealed an expression of suddenly seeing the light. However, the faces of these sects' big shots were not that nice. Yi Yuan's way of doing things was the same as they all forsaking all of their sect's Tao teachings. This northern domain would only have one colossal sect in the future. These guys were all people who act in an arbitrary manner in their own sects. But in the future, they had to become other people's subsidiaries. Such a change was unacceptable to them. "Old Hai, we absolutely cannot agree to this way of doing things. Our Sky Illumination sect's legacy already has several thousand years of history. Is it going to be wiped out like this?" shouted the Sky Illumination sect's old ancestor, immediately jumping out to object. "Yeah. Although our sect isn't big, our legacy to this date is already close to 10,000 years of history. Surely it can't be gone like this." "Disagree. I disagree too." For a moment, the objecting voices rose one after another. Wu Rong did not speak this time but kept on smiling coldly by the side. As the saying went, it was hard for the law to punish the collective. No matter how formidable Old Hai was, it was not possible to kill all of these divine traversing realm experts, right? If they were really killed, who would deal with those experts from the fierce-scale world? Among these divine traversing realm experts present, the vast majority were major sects that had several thousand years of legacy, and also a number of new sects which rose up in recent years. Regardless of what kind of sect, they all did not hope for their Tao teachings to be lost in oblivion. Wu Rong was very delighted in his heart. He gave a few meaningful looks to several people just now. Those few immediately understood and came forward to object to Yi Yuan's plans. Moreover, this kind of approach had indeed touched these people's baseline. As long as there was somebody coming forward, it would immediately spread like a plague. Everybody stepped forward to object. "Heh, I want to see how this plan of yours will be implemented," Wu Rong thought in his heart delightedly. Old Hai, who had both eyes slightly closed the entire time, suddenly spoke. He said it to Yi Yuan. "Little brother Yi, looks like everybody objects to your plan. What do you think should be done?" Qi Hai asked nonchalantly. These words in Wu Rong's perspective was Qi Hai choosing to compromise, hoping that Yi Yuan could take back the words said earlier. Wu Rong was very pleased with himself inwardly. Look at you, this boy, being unbridled. Fighting with this old man, you're still a little too inexperienced. Except that these words had another layer of meaning the way Yi Yuan heard it. Only to see Yi Yuan grin widely and said, "Severe punishments should be dealt in troubled times. Since there are people not willing to submit, just kill and be done with it." Ha ha ha. Qi Hai suddenly guffawed with laughter and said, "What a fine severe punishments should be dealt in troubled times." Chapter 524. A moment ago, it was still cloudless for thousands of miles. The next instant, it was a torrential squall. A moment ago, it was still cloudless for thousands of miles. The next instant, it was a torrential squall. After Qi Hai laughed loudly, the situation suddenly changed inside the main hall. A horrifying pressure enveloped everybody, and the center of this pressure was precisely Wu Rong. When Yi Yuan sensed this pressure, he unwittingly nodded his head secretly. Qi Hai was indeed well deserving of being the Endless World's realm lord. This strength most likely already had half a foot into the threshold of boundless realm. He just had to wait for heavenly tribulation to arrive, and then Qi Hai would be able to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm. Except, this ascension heavenly tribulation was not so easy to cross. A moment of carelessness would be Piri's Hi plus-ing, and one's Tao dissipating. When Wu Rong felt this pressure, his expression could not help changing drastically. Old Hai, what are you trying to do here? Qi Hai did not explain a thing, gently lifting a hand and smacking it towards Wu Rong directly. Wu Rong gritted his teeth and said with a savage look, "Old man Qi Hai, I'll fight it out with you." As he said this, Wu Rong attempted to retaliate too. Yet, it was all futile. In front of a half-step boundless realm expert, the 9th level divine traversing Wu Rong could not take a single hit as well. Bang! Wu Rong's body collided heavily onto the wall and dropped down feebly. He was already dead. Everyone's expressions became fearful, looking at Qi Hai in disbelief. They all knew that Qi Hai was very strong, but never knew that he was actually indomitable to such an extent. Qi Hai had not exhibited his strength in front of everyone for many years already. Regarding conjectures about his strength, it was also just hearsay. Today, only after seeing Qi Hai striking Wu Rong dead in one palm did they know just how terrifying Qi Hai's strength was. A 9th level divine traversing realm was already an extremely formidable existence in the endless world. But he was actually unable to survive a single move from Qi Hai. At this point, you all are actually still harboring hopes of getting lucky, each with your own ulterior motives. Truly don't know life from death. Little brother Yi illuminated a path for you guys, but you all insist on disregarding the consequences and persist in carrying on. At this point, Wu Rong still wants to mislead the Ma. S says for his personal gains. Deserves to die. The main hall was dead silent. Nobody dared to come out to refute Qi Hai. Qi Hai continued, "We'll establish the Endless Alliance here today. Ning Yishen will assume the post of Alliance head. Qin Hongtao and Jing Xian will hold the posts of Vice Alliance heads. Me killing Wu Rong doesn't mean to force you all to join the Alliance. If you feel that you can only care about yourselves and disregard other people, feel free to not join. But your sect must withdraw to the extreme northern land." Qi Hai's tone suddenly eased up, and he said, "Establish. Hi plusing the Endless Alliance doesn't mean that you all have to forsake your sect's legacies. If the Endless World can tide over this calamity, you can still establish your own factions later on to inherit your Tao teachings. If the Endless World is annexed, everything is naturally for naught. But I'll say the nasty things first. If anyone dares to be half-hearted, Wu Rong is the best example. Alright, this old man will talk only until here. Good luck to everybody." Hearing Qi Hai's words, everyone finally set their minds at ease. As long as they could preserve their sect's legacies, everything could naturally be discussed. But these people also knew that after the war, how many sects among them that could still preserve their legacies was something up in the air. However, just as Qi Hai said, the fierce gale world bore down menacingly. If the Endless World completely fell into the enemy's hands, their sects would no longer exist as well. Furthermore, if they were to shrink back at this time, they would become the common target for scorn. Even if their sect was not destroyed, migrating to the extreme northern lands was a tremendous blow to the sect as well. The essence energy in the extreme northern lands was sparse and completely could not support martial artists' cultivation. Going there, what kind of future would the sect still have? Old Hai, my sacred fire sect is willing to join the alliance. At this time, a 9th level divine traversing realm was the first to come forward to express his stance. With someone taking the lead, the others all acceded to it one after another. This matter of establish Hi plusing the alliance was finally settled. The specific arrangements, Ning Yishen, the three of you are in charge of handling. Set the condition: those who made contributions will be rewarded, and those at fault will be punished. Every order must be executed without fail. Qi Hai instructed. Ning Yixuan trio clasped their hands and answered, yes. These three people had also not seen Qi Hai take action for a long time. They were shocked to the core seeing it today too. Before the three of them became renowned, Qi Hai was already at the peak divine traversing realm. His strength at present had indeed already reached an unfathomable degree. Qi Hai nodded his head and carried on. In addition, it's considered a coincidence too. The vast heaven Paji. Oda is going to open very soon. This time, your three sects shouldn't treasure your own belongings too highly. As long as they are martial artists under the skeletal age of 60, including those itinerant cultivators, they can all enter it. Maybe seizing this opportunity, we can unearth some promising talents. Ning Yixuan trio exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat hesitant, they also knew that now was not the time to be miserly, and they could only nod and agree. Seeing Ning Yixuan trio nod their heads, those sect leaders were all extremely excited, putting Yi Yuan at a loss. Looks like this vast heaven Paji. Oda was some remarkable place that was monopolized by the three sects all along. Opening to the public this time, the other sects should be able to obtain considerable benefits. Yi Yuan could not help admiring Qi Hai inwardly in his heart too. Although this old man was rather unruly, he was experienced and shrewd with age after all. This tactic of a large stick in one hand and a carrot in the other was executed rather magnificently. These sect leaders obtaining sufficient benefits would naturally put aside some prejudices and risk their lives to fight the enemy. Except, after such a sharing of resources, if the endless world could tide over this catastrophe, the northern domain setup would probably undergo a titanic change. In a side hall, Qi Hai and Yi Yuan sat facing each other. Little brother Yi, your talent says the endless world too much. Your background probably isn't simple, right? Qi Hai looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes and asked. The specific matters, Qi Hai handed them to 9 Yixuan they all to do. But he pulled Yi Yuan inside a side hall and asked about Yi Yuan's origins right away. Yi Yuan knew that the things a realm lord of a world understood was far from comparable to others. Many things in front of other people would be over just by fooling them a little. But in front of Qi Hai, wanting to casually brush him off probably would not work. Senior Qi Hai. If little brother Yi doesn't mind, just call me elder brother will do. If the endless world can make it through this disaster, maybe elder brother, I still have areas where I still need to rely on little brother Yi for. Qi Hai cut off Yi Yuan's words and said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I accept deferentially then to stand on ceremony. Elder brother Qi Hai should be the endless world's realm lord, right? Qi Hai was not surprised. Instead, he chortled and said, haha, little brother Yi's horizons are really high. To actually even know about realm lords. That's right. This old man is indeed this endless world's realm lord. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, younger brother's master is indeed not somebody from the endless world. It's just that due to master's orders, it's not convenient for younger brother to express some things. Elder brother, please forgive me. Qi Hai did not reveal a surprised look. Yi Yuan's such heaven-defying talent, it was absolutely impossible for the endless world to give birth to. Yi Yuan naturally would not tell him that he possessed a body that had gone a rebirth either. Although people of the divine realm rarely descended to the lower realms, it was not unheard either. Taking in a disciple in the lower realms was actually not something of a big deal. Chapter 525 Heh looks like little brother's fortunes run deep, to actually obtain a divine realm major power's good graces. Truly the envy of elder brother, me. Looks like little brother's fortunes run deep, to actually obtain a divine realm major power's good graces. Truly the envy of elder brother, me. Even though Qi Hai was the endless world's realm lord, in the eyes of the divine realm's major powers, he was still just an impoverished person. Yi Yuan's talent was so monstrous. In Qi Hai's view, his master was bound to be a character in the divine realm too. Of course, as for how powerful, Qi Hai did not have a clue either. Although he knew some matters related to the divine realm, his knowledge was very limited. Elder brother already has half a foot stepped into the boundless realm. The day of ascending to the divine realm is not far off too. Why is there a need to be envious of me? Yi Yuan said with a smile. This distance of half a step is as hard as ascending to the heaven. If I had the confidence, I'd have long gone to cross the heavenly tribulation. Why would I remain in the endless world, idling my time away bitterly? I lingered in the endless forest these few years just for the sake of finding that feeble thread of hope too. Chi-Hai sighed emotionally. To the lower realms martial artists, the ascension through heavenly tribulation was a life and death juncture. What Chi-Hai had to face was not just the heavenly tribulation of boundless realm, there was also the boundary pressure when shattering the void of the small world. Superimposing the two, ordinary martial artists simply could not survive it. Unless it was people who were heaven-defyingly talented or those who had immense good luck, the success rate was truly very low. Hence, breaking through to the boundless realm in a small world like this endless world was actually even harder than the divine realm, and a small world's essence, energy and resources were simply a heavenly chasm-like difference compared to the divine realm. This increased the difficulty of martial artists ascending even more. Elder brother doesn't need to lose heart. Heavenly Tao will always leave a ray of hope. As long as senior doesn't give up, you'll eventually be able to find this ray of hope someday, Yi Yuan consoled him. Actually, with Yi Yuan's capabilities, wanting to aid Chi-Hai to pull through the heavenly tribulation was not something hard. It was just that the days he spent with Chi-Hai was few, and he did not have much understanding of this person at all. He naturally would not say such sincere words to a mere acquaintance. Furthermore, if he helped Chi-Hai ascend now, the endless world would basically not have hope anymore. Without the need for Zhao Tianyin to come, just the Shangguan family and those few first-rate families could destroy the endless world. In the future, if he confirmed that Chi-Hai was worth trusting, giving him a hand then was not late either. Then I'll thank little brother for your blessings. If elder brother, I, can ascend to the divine realm by chance in the future, I hope that little brother can look after me well, Chi-Hai said with a smile. The reason why he was so courteous to Yi Yuan was actually because of this. Chi-Hai had drifted with the tides in the endless world for so many years. Although he did not have great confidence regarding crossing the heavenly tribulation, he more or less had some too. If he said the heavenly tribulation by chance in the future, without anyone looking after him when he reached the divine realm, it was very hard to keep going. This point, Zhao Tianyin knew, Chi-Hai naturally knew as well. Yi Yuan was curious and asked, why does elder brother Chi-Hai say that? Our endless world should belong to a certain faction too, right? When elder brother, you, ascend to the divine realm in the future, there will naturally be that faction coming to receive you, no? There were countless lower realms small worlds, but they were not ownerless objects. These small worlds more or less had countless intricate ties with the divine realm. For Chi-Hai to be able to become the realm lord, it was not because he was the endless world's strongest person, but he was a person designated by some faction in the divine realm. In his previous life, the Medicine King Hall, this super major faction that Ji Qingyun was at, had jurisdiction over countless planes in the lower realms too. It was just that these affairs, Yi Yuan never concerned himself with. It was all Ji Kanglan's responsibility. However, even though Yi Yuan had come to the endless world for some time, he did not know which divine realm faction this endless world belonged to. But the divine realm's various major factions all would not bother about the lower realm's affairs. Because descending from the divine realm was exceedingly difficult. Even in the divine realm, there were very few who could accomplish this as well. Yu Mengli being able to come down was definitely by using Bright Moon City's strength. It was also precisely because of this reason that Chi-Hai ascertained that the person behind Yi Yuan was definitely very powerful. These factions would mostly have special channels of communication with the lower planes. This point was much easier. And the inheritance of a realm lord was also the small world's internal affairs under most circumstances. As long as the previous realm lord chose a successor and report it to the divine realm to be approved, it would do. But Chi-Hai said with a bitter smile, actually, I don't know which faction in the divine realm the endless world belongs to either. In reality, since the start from the previous realm lord, we lost contact with the divine realm completely. Roughly around 1,000 years already? Yi Yuan was stupefied. He did not think that there was actually such a thing. Seems like the Divine Realm faction which the Endless World belonged to might have suffered some major unforeseen event. Alright then. Elder Brothers matters, I've noted it down. It's just that I don't dare to promise you at this time. After all, after that master of mine imparted to me knowledge, he brushed his hands off and no longer bothered about me again. But Yi Yuan's promise that was not a promise sounded like a heavenly melody to Qi Hai. He said elatedly, that's of course. Oh, right, within half a month, the vast heaven Paji. Oda will be opened. At that time, you must go and take part. Perhaps you might have some unexpected gains too? Oh, the vast heaven Paji. Oda? What's that? Yi Yuan was still really curious about this vast heaven Paji. Oda. Something that could visibly move so many divine traversing realm experts was bound to not be an ordinary thing. The vast heaven Paji. Oda is an inheritance mystic realm. It is communally owned by the three sects and Wu Fang City. This vast heaven Paji. Oda has a total of 9 levels. Every level Par S said, one would obtain unimaginable benefits. It's a superb place that the three sects and Wu Fang City foster their young disciples at. Ever since discovering the vast heaven Paji. Oda, countless powerhouses walked out from there in the endless world. Back then, the Grand Yang True sect's forefather, Grand Yang True Lord, walked out from there too. You don't know how terrifying Grand Yang True Lord's strength was back then. Even though he wasn't the Realm Lord, in front of him, the Realm Lord at that time wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. Hence, these 4 major factions have been monopolizing the vast heaven Paji. Oda all along, not allowing the other factions to dip their fingers in. The vast heaven Paji. Oda opens up once every 10 years. Half a month later just happens to be the 10-year date, which so happened as well. Qi Hai's words poured out smoothly. Qi Hai did not know that not only did Yi Yuan know the Grand Yang True Lord, Lu Linfeng, he even had close ties with him. But with Qi Hai saying this, Yi Yuan became even more interested in this vast heaven Paji. Oda. To be able to give birth to such a supremely powerful character, this vast heaven Paji. Oda's prowess was clear at a glance. Oh, there's still such a thing. I wonder how many levels did that Grand Yang True Lord Pares us through back then? Yi Yuan asked curiously. In Yi Yuan's view, a heaven-defying character like the Grand Yang Divine King should have made it to the 9th level back then. Except, Qi Hai's answer was very far from Yi Yuan's view. Only to hear Qi Hai say, the 7th level. Since remote antiquity, there were only a mere 3 individuals who made it to the 7th level, and the Grand Yang True Lord was one of them. This time, Yi Yuan was truly taken aback from shock. How heaven-defying Lu Linfeng this fellow was, Yi Yuan was well aware. With his strength, he actually just made it to the 7th level too? Then how perverse did the 8th level and 9th level had to be? Doesn't that mean that this 8th level and 9th level, there was nobody who made it there at all? Yi Yuan said in astonishment. Chapter 526. In Yi Yuan's understanding, Lu Linfeng was already among the Divine Realm's apex level of a powerhouse. In Yi Yuan's understanding, Lu Linfeng was already among the Divine Realm's apex level of a powerhouse. If even he merely reached the 7th level too, then the 2 levels at the back, were there still anyone who could make it through? Yi Yuan was not being unduly humble. He knew that his comprehension abilities were actually very high. But as for how high, he did not have a definite answer either. Because he did not walk to the pinnacle of the martial path. But Yi Yuan himself felt that even if he was stronger than Lu Linfeng, he was probably not much stronger than the latter as well. After all, the comprehension abilities of characters who could stand at the peak of the divine realm would not be too poor no matter how bad it was. Of course, reaching Lu Linfeng's level of realm, comprehension ability was not absolute. Destiny, comprehension ability, natural endowments, hard work, not one of them could be lacking. But Qi Hai's answer somewhat exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Only to see Qi Hai shake his head and said, "That's not it. This 8th level, there was somebody who made it there before." Yi Yuan was greatly shocked when he heard that and asked, "Who?" "He's called Li Fantian. As for who he was, I don't know," Qi Hai said. "Oh." Even you don't know too? Then how did you know that he made it to the 8th level? Yi Yuan inquired curiously. The vast heaven Paji. Oda area has a wall. Anyone who makes it to the 5th level will be recorded up there. But during this recent 100 years, no one could make it to the 5th level, Qi Hai said rather regretfully. Yi Yuan nodded his head. He more or less had some understanding of the vast heaven Paji. Oda already. Looks like wanting to clear this vast heaven Paji. Oda was not an easy matter. Guo Taochuan, Yin Yang Hua, and Qin Yang, Yi Yuan was still aware of their talent. Even they could not make it into the 5th level. Looks like this vast heaven Paji. Oda's difficulty level was indeed rather high. Only a heaven-defying genius like Lu Linfeng could make it to the 7th level. All right. Half a month later, I'll head to the vast heaven Paji. Oda, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said. Since there was such a mystical place, Yi Yuan obviously could not miss it. At the City Lord Manor's backyard. Ren Honglin was currently by the window with her head on her hands, unsure what she was thinking about either. Hongling, are you thinking of your son again? A voice suddenly sounded out at the entrance. Ren Hongling did not turn around. She knew that it was her older brother, Ren Yujie. So what if yes? Are you going to release me to go find him? Ren Hongling said rather resentfully. Ren Yujie heaved a sigh and said, Sister, you lost all of your abilities now. Even if I let you out, where can you go? Furthermore, if you leave, what about brother-in-law? You're aware of father's temper. Ren Hongling turned around slightly, her gaze looking at Ren Yujie rather vacantly. She said coldly, Father? He's not worthy of being my father at all. And you are not fit to be my brother either. If not for my husband stubbornly insisting on returning, wanting to seek for his forgiveness, it's impossible for me to return to this place which makes me feel disgusted for the rest of my life. In all of your hearts, there is no kins. HI plus P, only benefits. Ren Hongling's eyes gradually welled up. She did not think that so many years had already passed, her father was actually still so unreasonable. When the two of them appeared in front of Ren Xingchuan detained Yi Hang without a word and grounded her. And he, this big brother, was very timid and incapable. He completely did not dare to say anything in front of Ren Xingchuan. Ren Hongling begged Ren Yujie multiple times to let him release her to go see Yi Hang. But Ren Yujie refused to no matter what. Gradually, Ren Hongling perished the thought too. In this backyard, only Ren Dong this junior could stir up a hint of ripple in Ren Hongling's heart. Ren Yujie heaved a sigh again and said, Hongling, not that big brother isn't willing to help you, but I seriously can't help you. You're aware of father's temper. If he knew that you met brother-in-law's life would probably be long gone. I'm doing this for your own good too. But Ren Hongling did not appreciate the kindness and said with a cold smile, I just want to see my husband once and not bringing him away either. If you don't tell him, how would he know? Ren Yujie shook his head and said, You're belittling father too much. He could reach today's position, so how could it be that simple? Forget about this City Lord Manor, even a hint of the rustling of leaves in the wind in the entire Wu Fang city can't possibly escape his eyes either. Hearing these words, Ren Hongling's face calmed down slightly. She also knew that her big brother's personality was weak and hard to take on great responsibility. Counting on him was hopeless. If he could have a little backbone back then, she would not have gone so far as to slip away to distant lands with Yi Hang either. She would not have lost her essence energy and be unable to refine pills anymore. Of course, Ren Yujie's personality could not be separated from Ren Xingchuan's dominance. Then you coming to find me today is for my own good too. Ren Hongling said sarcastically. But Ren Yujie's expression dimmed as he heaved a sigh again and said, Sister, actually, I came today wanting to tell you that father is going to take action against brother-in-law already. You. Sigh. Ren Hongling's entire person was like struck by lightning, immediately freezing there. This news was truly a bolt out of the blue to her. Originally, she and Yi Hang returning was to acknowledge their roots and ancestors. Who would have thought that it would actually end up in such a plight? You. What did you say? Ren Hongling's entire person felt worn out. These few days, you had been grounded at home all along. There are many things in the outside world that you don't know. An earth-shaking major incident happened to the endless world recently. These 2 days, many divine traversing realm experts assembled in Wufang City to discuss on dealing with the great matter of another world invading us. And Father already gave the instructions 2 days ago that after the meeting this time Pares says, brother-in-law will be put to death. Hearing this news, Ren Hongling could not withstand the blow anymore. Her 2 eyes went dark, and she fainted away. Ren Yujie hurriedly supported her and inserted a trace of essence energy into Ren Hongling's body. Ren Hongling slowly regained consciousness. Grabbing hold of Ren Yujie's arm, she said tearfully, "Big brother, I'm begging you, save him. Now, the only one who can save Yi Hang is you." Ren Yujie had a conflicted face. Big brother, back then, I made you plead with Father. You didn't dare to say a word. Now that over a decade has Pares said, Yi Hang and my feelings are all the more deeper. Could it be that you're still going to treat us the same as back then? If my husband dies, I absolutely won't live alone. If Yuan comes to know of this matter, he definitely comes to find Father to seek revenge. Do you want this kind of human relations tragedy to happen in the Ren family? Ren Hongling already became tear-stricken with tears. Yi Hang and Ren Hongling watched Yi Yuan's growth and were very clear about his temperament. Once Yi Yuan found out about the news of Yi Hang and her Peries, Hi+ing, he would definitely come to find Ren Xingchuan to take revenge at all costs. At that time, grandson versus grandfather, regardless of what the result was, it would be a human world's tragedy. Yuana? That's your and brother-in-law's child? You guys refused to say any news about that child. Turns out that is actually called Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan. Why is this name so familiar? Ren Xingchuan suddenly felt like he seemed to have heard this name before somewhere. Except that how could Ren Hongling still be in the mood to listen to this right now? She implored, "Big brother, you make Ren Hongling go and beg Father. He'll definitely agree." "I beg you," Ren Yujie said with difficulty, "but Father already made people bring brother-in-law out of the city to execute him in secret." Chapter 527. This time, Ren Hongling forcefully resisted and did not faint. This time, Ren Hongling forcefully resisted and did not faint. Because she knew that Yi Hang's life was suspended on a thread right now. She must go and save Yi Hang. No idea where her strength came from, Ren Hongling pushed aside Ren Yujie and forced her way out of the door. Isn't Yi Yuan that tranquil cloud sect youth who took part in the endless meet? Could it be that sister's son is really him? But how is that possible? Ren Yujie suddenly had a flash of inspiration and finally recalled who Yi Yuan was. After yesterday's meet, the Endless Alliance was established, and Yi Yuan was a very popular figure among the Northern Domain's upper echelons. Could such a monstrous prodigy actually be his own nephew? His figure moved and caught up to Ren Hongling very quickly, grabbing hold of her. "You let go of me. I'm going to save my husband." Ren Hongling struggled desperately. "Hang on. You said that your son is called Yi Yuan. Is he from a small sect called Tranquil Cloud Sect?" Ren Yujie asked. "How did you know?" Ren Hongline froze and stopped struggling too. Her heart started pounding even faster. How did Ren Yujie know? Could they have? Seeing Ren Hongling's expression, Ren Yujie knew that she misunderstood and hurriedly said, "Set your mind at ease. Not only is nephew fine, but his reputation is also awe-inspiring now. Even the 3 sects have areas they rely on him for right now. If nephew is really that youth called Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud Sect, brother-in-law might still be safe. It's just, I wonder if we can still make it." Ren Yujie knew that time was of the essence and could only cut his words short. Ren Hongling was startled and hurriedly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly bring me to go find Yuana." Ren Yujie had a look of dilemma again. Ren Xingchuan's accumulated pressure in his heart was too overpowering. He completely did not dare to have any disobedience. Coming to inform Ren Hongling today was already a tremendous breakthrough. "If you're not going, I'll die right now for you to see." Ren Hongling fished out a small dagger from God knows where and was about to stab it toward her heart. Except, How could she possibly have the chance to commit suicide in front of a Soul Sea realm martial artist such as Ren Yujie? Ren Yujie snatc hid away the dagger in Ren Hongling's hands. His expression flickered, and he said, "Fine. I'll bring you." Ren Hongling stared at Ren Yujie somewhat disbelievingly as her face revealed wild elation. Actually, what moved Ren Yujie ultimately was still that human relations tragedy which Ren Hongling said before. Previously Ren Yujie did not pay attention. But after knowing that Yi Yuan was his own nephew, he knew that this was not some laughable joke. That tranquil cloud sex Yi Yuan absolutely had the strength to overturn Wu Fang City in the future and even butcher his own maternal grandfather. And did Ren Xingchuan have the capabilities to kill Yi Yuan? The answer was uncertain. Behind Yi Yuan stood Qi Hai now. Even if Ren Xingchuan were any more rampant, he would not dare to behave atrociously in front of Qi Hai either, which was also to say that in the future, after Yi Yuan matures, Wu Fang City would truly suffer the human relations tragedy which Ren Hongling predicted. Master Wu Xian, you too have some tea. This is a top-grade spirit tea that I brought from the City Lord Manor. Not only is it sweet and mellow, but it also has the effect of increasing essence energy, Ren Dong explained to Yi Yuan with a respectful look. Wu Xian was Feng Ya Pavilion's frequent guest now. He would run here when he had nothing to do. These few days, he had been having a nice heart-to-heart talk with Yi Yuan, rambling away, but receiving substantial benefits. They hardly said 3 sentences without talking about their line of work. What Wu Xian and Yi Yuan chatted about the most was naturally still alchemy. In fact, some of Yi Yuan's views and experiences had tremendous inspiration to Wu Xian. Like this, Wu Xian liked to immerse himself at Feng Ya Pavilion every day even more. Wu Xian said with a smile, "You, this boy, always had your eyes on top of your head. To think that you'd actually submit fully to others one day. City Lord with his temper, if he knew that you stole his spirit tea, I reckon that he'd fly into a thunderous rage." Yi Yuan drank a mouth of the spirit tea and said smilingly, "Heh, City Lord's temperament is really arrogant and explosive." When he recalled the conflict with Ren Xingchuan in Exquisite Jade Pavilion, he was speechless too. Ren Xingchuan clearly came to be a mediator. In the end, he quarreled with him. This temper was also unparalleled. Who, if City Lord didn't have such breadth of spirit, how could he overpower the Cao family and manage this Wu Fang City like an iron bucket? Wu Xian said with a smile. The 3 people were just conversing when a servant came in to inform, "Young Master Yi, City Lord Manor's Lord Ren Yujie brought a woman to request an audience." Ren Dong was stunned when he heard that. "Ian? What did father come here for? Could it be to find me for something?" Yi Yuan came to a realization and nodded his head and said, "Invite them in then." Before long, Ren Yujie led Ren Hongling in. Yi Yuan and Wu Xian were currently engrossed in conversation and did not seem to have noticed the 2 people. Yi Yuan also thought that Ren Yujie came to find his son and had nothing to do with him. He naturally would not pay attention to. And when Ren Hongling saw that familiar face, her entire body trembled agitated and her tears gushed out from her eyes uncontrollably. Ren Yuejie was stunned when he saw Ren Dong as well. "Donger, why are you here too?" Ren Dong was likewise stupefied. "Hey! Father, aunt, didn't you guys come to find me?" Ren Yujie shook his head and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "We came to find him." "Ah! What are you all finding Master for?" Ren Dong asked in bewilderment. "Master?" Ren Yujie was likewise confused. When Yi Yuan heard the conversation over here, his head involuntarily turned over. With this turn, his entire person was immediately frozen in place, and he revealed a look of wild elation soon after. "Mother, why are you here?" "Haha. Truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. I even made brother Zihue go and find you and father. To think that you actually came here yourself." Yi Yuan came in front of Ren Hongling with a flash and held her hand as he said warmly. But Ren Hongling's expression changed drastically as she grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's hand and said, Quickly go and save your father. Any later and it'll be too late." In a forest outside the city, Yi Hang was escorted by several martial artists to an open space. The martial artist leading was shockingly a 9th-level Soul Sea realm expert. If Yi Yuan were here, he would immediately recognize that the person presiding over Yi Hang's execution was actually Xu Zihui. Xu Zihui received Ren Xingquan's orders this morning to make him bring several people and escort a criminal outside the city to carry out the death penalty. Xu Zihui paid little attention to it too and brought several people over. As for what kind of offense this criminal committed, Xu Zihui did not know at all. Of course, he was not interested to find out either. Just a late-stage crystal formation martial artist, this person completely could not enter Xu Zihui's eyes. He was even rather resentful in his heart that City Lord was really using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Carrying out an execution against a late-stage crystal formation realm, he actually even made him, this 9th-level Soul Sea, to come and hold the line. Really took him to have nothing to do after eating his fill. How could he have known that this was Ren Xingquan not wis hi plussing for a family scandal to get out? That was why Ren Xingquan did not even bring up charges against this person. Even Ren Hongling and Yi Hang eloping back then, Ren Xingquan blockaded all of the news too. Xu Zihui only knew that Ren Hongling fell ill and died. Alright, just do it here. Be a bit neater, Xu Zihui said rather annoyedly. Chapter 528 Yi Hang revealed despair. He did not think that Ren Xingquan was actually impervious to reason to such an extent and actually really hardened his heart to want to kill his own son-in-law. Yi Hang revealed despair. He did not think that Ren Xingquan was actually impervious to reason to such an extent and actually really hardened his heart to want to kill his own son-in-law. The incident back then, he was forced by circumstances too. He and Ren Hongling loved each other, but Ren Xingquan refused to consent no matter what. The reason was just that his background was too lowly. Yi Hang's talent was not poor. It was just that he did not have sufficient resources and powerful cultivation methods. Hence, compared to Ren Hongling, Yi Hang was completely not worth mentioning. But Yi Hang's tenacity and sincerity moved Ren Hongling's maiden heart. From there, she fell hopelessly in love with this penniless little alchemist. Yi Hang lifted his head and gave a long sigh as he said, I, Yi Hang, did things all my life with a clear conscience. To think that I still ended up like this. Forget it, forget it. This life, give it back to that unreasonable Ren Xingquan. Also, count it as settling a grudge. As he said, Yi Hang shut his eyes and said, do it. Xu Zihui was originally still quite impatient, feeling that this punk was still babbling on and on before dying. Suddenly, he felt that Yi Hang this name was rather familiar to the ear. When he thought again, he was suddenly shocked awake. Wasn't Yi Hang the person that young Master Yi entrusted him to find? Wouldn't be so coincidental, right? Halt! Xu Zihui roared. A finger's essence energy flicked out, sending that long sword in that executioner martial artist's hands flying. And at this time, that long sword was already less than half a centimeter away from Yi Hang's chest. Yi Hang looked at Xu Zihui rather uncertainly and did not know what this person was trying to do. Xu Zihui stared at Yi Hang and asked solemnly, You're called Yi Hang? You don't know who I am? Yi Hang was stupefied. Then he immediately understood and said with a self-ridiculing laugh, That's true. My existence is a disgrace to the Ren family. How could he let servants know of my existence? That's right, I'm called Yi Hang. Getting an affirmative answer, Xu Zihui's heart pounded. He stared fixedly at Yi Hang and asked, Then, who's Yi Yuan to you? Although Yi Yuan did not say who Yi Hang and Ren Hongling was to him, as long as one had some brain cells, they could guess their relations. Hi plus P. When Yi Hang heard Yi Yuan's name, his entire body involuntarily quivered. You know Yuan? Xu Zihui thought to himself, Damn. There is really no story without coincidences. He actually nearly killed Yi Yuan's father. Earlier, if that sword were to really go down, he would not have the face to see Yi Yuan again thereafter. Xu Zihui's son already successfully broke through realms after consuming the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan conferred. To a martial artist, one minor realm was a small matter. But the time saved from this was hard to be exchanged using money. He received Yi Yuan's grace but killed Yi Yuan's father. That would truly be a Cla's sickle reciprocating kindness with Ingrat. 1 Tude. But, Yi Hang was a person that City Lord mentioned by name to kill. How? How should this be done? Xu Zihui had a conflicted look and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Kill? Or not to kill? Yi Hang looked at Xu Zihui full of doubts and suspicions. The strength of this person before his eyes was too formidable. He did not have the leeway to resist at all. But, hearing his tone, he actually knew Yi Yuan. Could it be that Yi Yuan was also in Wufang City right now? Thinking up till here, Yi Hang could not help being agitated. But he became downcast again very soon. He was almost dead. Even if Yi Yuan were really in Wufang City, how could he go and meet him? Yi Hang was all too familiar with Ren Xingchuan, this person. It was impossible for this expert before his eyes to defy his wishes. You, leave. Yi Hang was just letting his imagination run wild when Xu Zihui suddenly spoke. Ah! Yi Hang was dazed and could not quite react. I said, leave. Xu Zihui said in a solemn voice. With him saying this, the few subordinates immediately became anxious. My lord, he's a person that City Lord named to kill. If you release him, City Lord won't let you off. Yeah. City Lord's temper. Are you still unaware? You mustn't let him go. Xu Zihui felt irritated and roared. I said let him go. Are you all deaf? This matter, if City Lord lays down the blame, I'll bear it alone. Those few subordinates still wanted to urge again. Xu Zihui glared fiercely and said in anger, say any more, and I'll exterminate the few of you. Seeing that Xu Zihui's expression did not seem to be joking, these few subordinates finally did not speak again. But Yi Hang had a blank look as he said, Senior, you took on such a heavy responsibility in order to let me go. May I ask why? Xu Zihui waved his hand and said, I received kindness from young Master Yi and seriously can't bring myself to take action. You should go. Yi Hang roused himself and said in great joy, Yuana is really in Wufang City? Xu Zihui nodded his head and said, young Master Yi is indeed in the city. He previously entrusted me to find a husband and wife pair, but I didn't have any leads all along. To think that you were actually imprisoned in City Lord Manor by City Lord. Yuana, is he well? Yi Hang was somewhat anxious, yet fearful that he would lose it for a time. Who? Young Master Yi is a great character at the peak of his height right now in the entire Wufang City. Of course he's well. Xu Zihui briefly recounted the matter of him inviting Yi Yuan to Wufang City. These 2 days, the Endless World's upper echelons were all discussing the matter of establishing the Endless Alliance. Many news had not spread out yet. With Xu Zihui's status, he still did not know what happened during the meet. If he knew that Yi Yuan's current status could be comparable to those sect leaders, he would probably not be so worried either. Yi Hang also felt rather unreal when he heard it. He had already not had Yi Yuan's news for over a year. This 1 year plus, Yi Yuan actually grew to such an extent. But thinking about Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance in the state of Qin, perhaps he could really achieve it. Musing for a moment, Yi Hang clasped his hands and said to Xu Zihui, Junior has a presumptuous request. Can Senior please bring me to meet Yuano? Xu Zihui looked at Yi Hang and asked, City Lord's control over Wufang City is extremely tight. You'll probably fall into his sights once you go there. Do you really want to go back? Yi Hang nodded and said, my wife and son are both in the city. How can I leave alone? Outside Wufang City, Yi Yuan pushed his movement technique to the limits. Behind him, Ren Yujie was secretly alarmed. He actually felt rather taxing following Yi Yuan. Ren Yujie's talent was inadequate. Up till now, he was just early rank alchemy king strength 2. But even so, he was also a true blue second level soul C. With his realm, he actually could not keep up with a second level C transformation. No wonder this nephew of his could stir up the wind and rain in the Endless World's upper echelons meeting. His strength was actually so formidable. Younger sister Ren Hongling lost the ability to become an alchemist. To think that she actually gave birth to such a heaven-defying son. Truly, misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan stopped. What is it? Ren Yujie halted his footsteps too and asked curiously. Yi Yuan heaved a long sigh and said, Heaven has eyes. It was actually Shu Zihue in charge of carrying out the sentence. Looks like I'm going to owe brother Zihue a ma's civ favor. As he was talking, a group of people walked out from the jungle. Chapter 529 at Feng Ya Pavilion. At Feng Ya Pavilion. Yi Hang and Ren Hongling hugged tearfully. Yi Yuan watched this scene, feeling his heart ache very much too. Along the way, Yi Hang already told everything to Yi Yuan, infuriating Yi Yuan greatly. He never would have thought that Ren Xingchuan was actually his blood-related maternal grandfather. Furthermore, this old man was actually so unreasonable and impervious to reason. Making a connection to Ren Xingchuan's conduct in the exquisite Jade Pavilion back then, Yi Yuan felt that this old man was simply incapable of being reasoned with. Yi Yuan had occupied this body for a long time and had long taken Yi Hang and Ren Hongling to be his closest loved ones. Ren Xingchuan, that old stick in the mud, actually sentenced his own son-in-law to death because of this kind of laughable reason. It was simply preposterous to the max. If Yi Yuan did not request Shu Zihue previously, if the one carrying out the sentence this time was not Shu Zihue, Yi Yuan would really have to part forever with his father. With Ren Hongling and Yi Hang's love, she absolutely would not live on alone. He already lost an alchemy emperor father. He did not wish to lose a lower realm's father again. With the scare after the incident, Yi Yuan's hatred of Ren Xingchuan already reached the verge of erupting. Father, mother, Yuan is incapable and made you two suffer. Yi Yuan reproached himself. Yi Yuan also sighed deeply in his heart. His current strength was still too weak. If he had sufficient strength, Yi Hang and Ren Xingchuan absolutely wouldn't have left by themselves, and also would not have feared that Ren Xingchuan would harm him and not dare to even reveal his name. Ren Hongling already recollected her emotions at this time and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Silly child. We can have today, your father and I are already with joy. Returning to Wu Fang City is your father and my decision. How can it be blamed on you?" Yi Hang pulled a long face and said, "You rascally boy, don't take everything upon yourself." As he said, Yi Hang gave a sigh and said, "To really talk about incapable, father is the most useless. Back then, I couldn't protect your mother and you well, and almost caused you mother and son pair to lose your lives. Father-in-law, he couldn't accept his daughter becoming a cripple. I can understand that too." These years, Yi Hang blamed himself very much secretly too. Although he and Ren Hongling loved each other very much, he had indeed eloped with Ren Xingchuan's daughter. And Ren Hongling back then was even Wu Fang City's future and hope. When they escaped to the southern domain back then, they did not expect to run into a group of martial artists with malicious intentions. Ren Hongling was pregnant at the time and accidentally affected the fetal circulation flow. At that time, Yi Yuan, who was still in her womb, was already in danger of dying. In order to preserve Yi Yuan at that time, she poured all of her essence energy into her womb. But because her dantian was damaged, she herself became incapable of Sing essence energy again. This increased the guilt in Yi Hang's heart even more. It was precisely because so that he would think of returning to the northern domain and get Ren Xingchuan's forgiveness. But they never expected that Ren Xingchuan was actually extreme to such a degree. Seeing Yi Hang's expression, Yi Yuan's heart winced in pain, and he said solemnly, "Who said that father is useless? Isn't it just a peak alchemy sovereign? Father, your future accomplishments will surely be above his." Yi Hang laughed in spite of himself and said, "Silly boy, your grandfather is already standing at the pinnacle of the endless world. Serpa. Sing him. Wouldn't I ascend to the divine realm?" Yi Yuan laughed too and said, "What does ascending to the divine realm even count as? I've already realized now that the legacy I obtained absolutely far exceeds the endless world standards. Ascending to the divine realm is but a matter of time too." Right at this time, an immensely powerful pressure enveloped the entire Feng Ya Pavilion. Everyone's faces changed. Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and he said to Yi Hang and Ren Hongling, "Father, mother, just stay here. I'll face off with this old fellow." To be able to release such a powerful pressure, who else could it be but Ren Xingchuan? Towards Ren Xingchuan, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of a favorable impression. Yi Yuan casually laid down a set of restrictions to stop the two of them from coming out, but he himself then turned around and went out. He wanted to have a look at just how much of a scoundrel this old fellow was. Yi Yuan came out from inside the house. A slightly aged-looking silhouette appeared in the courtyard. Who could it be but Ren Xingchuan? Bang! At first sight, Ren Xingchuan directly slapped a palm at Xu Zihui. Xu Zihui, Ren Yujie, and Ren Dong were all in the courtyard waiting for Yi Yuan. Ren Xingchuan actually did not say a word and directly made a move. Disregarding that Xu Zihui did not dare to resist, even if he really resisted, it was impossible to be Ren Xingchuan's match too. This palm directly beat Xu Zihui to heavy injuries. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan was already enraged to the extreme and reproached indignantly, "Old fogey, you dare to make a move and hurt people." Ren Xingchuan's temper was clearly not good either, and he likewise rebuked furiously, "Humph! Living off me but secretly helping others. Leaving him his wretched life is already showing mercy. Boy, isn't your hand extending a bit too long? Don't think that with old Hai backing you up, I won't dare to do anything to you. You actually dared to interfere with my family affairs. Even if I killed you, I believe that old Hai would have nothing to say either." "Father, he is." Ren Yujie anxiously tried to explain. "You shut your mouth for this old man. Your gall is getting bigger and bigger now, to actually dare defy my orders. After I take care of this brat, I'll deal with you after. Old fogey, if you have the capabilities, kill me together with them today too." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Humph! Do you really take this old man to be made out of clay? Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." Plus, as he said, Ren Xingchuan actually really lifted his palm and struck towards Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Ren Dong stepped forward bravely and blocked in front of Yi Yuan. "Grandfather, if you want to kill master, then kill me off too," Ren Dong said with cold eyes. Ren Xingchuan's expression choked up, and he said furiously, "You, each and every one of you is rebelling. You move to one side for me." At this time, a beautiful profile slowly appeared in front of Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. Originally, I didn't want to disturb you. But this place is too noisy." Once Yu Mengli appeared, the power emitting faintly from her body immediately scattered Ren Xingchuan's pressure in all directions. Ren Xingchuan's expression became apprehensive. Everything in this courtyard was under his control. But he actually did not discover just how this woman showed up. Furthermore, the aura emanating off from this woman's body unexpectedly made him feel daunted. There was actually such a powerful martial artist around Yi Yuan still. What background did this boy have? He was seriously too mysterious. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "This old man only knows how to be fierce all day long. I want to see if his bones are really that tough. Leah, help me take good care of this old fogey." Yu Mengli said apathetically, "All right." As she said, Yu Mengli gently lifted her finger. The situation in the entire courtyard changed drastically. Ren Xingchuan's expression changed dramatically when he saw the situation. His mouth was unable to close no matter what. Boundless Realm. This is absolutely the power belonging to Boundless Realm. How is this possible? Chapter 530. With Ren Xingchuan's shout, everyone was taken aback from shock. With Ren Xingchuan's shout, everyone was taken aback from shock. What kind of boundary Boundless Realm was, everyone present was all too clear. This was power not belonging to the endless world. How could it possibly appear on such a young girl? But with Ren Xingchuan's realm, how could he possibly identify wrongly? With this, the gazes that everyone looked at Yi Yuan with underwent a change again. A Boundless Realm expert actually willingly followed by Yi Yuan's side. What kind of concept was this? Ren Dong was the first to react and begged Yi Yuan, "Master, although grandfather is rather overbearing, his offense doesn't deserve death. You let him go, all right?" Ren Xingchuan's mouth moved, wanting to say something, but he ultimately did not speak. Facing a Boundless Realm experts, he seriously did not have any confidence to continue being arrogant. Seeing Ren Xingchuan's deflated look, Yi Yuan could not help feeling secretly pleased inwardly. Yu Mengli could not really make a move. But using her move to deter a little was still very effective. This kind of stirring up heaven and earth essence energy was just the effort of lifting a finger to Yu Mengli. But in the eyes of divine traversing realms, it was a god-like realm. A boundless realm in the lower realms represented invincibility. Even with Ren Xingquan's domineering character, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Yu Mengli either. Forget it, forget it. Leah, put it away. Who asked me to take in such an obedient disciple? If I killed his blood-related grandfather, this master and disciple relation wouldn't carry on well in the future, Yi Yuan deliberately said with an emotional sigh. Yu Mengli nodded and kept her aura, becoming a harmless little girl again. She then stood behind Yi Yuan. Ren Dong was sold by Yi Yuan without even him knowing it. Seeing Yu Mengli cease, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Ren Xingquan also recovered at this point. Hearing Ren Dong calling master over and over again, he could not refrain from saying angrily, "Donger, what are you calling him? What right does he, a sea transformation realm brat, have to be your master?" Ren Dong shook his head and said, "He's not my martial pathmaster but my alchemy pathmaster." Ren Xingquan was stunned. The flames which were just suppressed shot up all at once with a roar again. With Grandpa teaching you alchemy skills, you actually still acknowledged others as your master. Ignoring that you acknowledged a master, Yi Yuan is at the very most just a quasi-alchemy king too. What right does he have to be your master? Have you lost your mind? Grandfather, I'm very clear about what I'm doing. Although master he can only refine quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, the profoundness of his alchemy path knowledge far exceeds yours. As the saying goes, those who reached first can teach. He can naturally be my master, Ren Dong said. Only now did Ren Xingquan recall Yi Yuan's performance at the Thousand Query Wall. Back then, he stopped Yi Yuan from continuing to challenge. If he really carried on, how many questions Yi Yuan could answer was really hard to say. Looking from this, Yi Yuan's alchemy path standards actually far surpass said his present realm. As long as his boundary reached, the standards of the medicinal pills refined would greatly surpass those of the same rank. Like this, Yi Yuan being Ren Dong's master did not seem to be unjustifiable. Ren Xingquan discovered that he could not do anything to this youth before his eyes at all. He had a boundless realm fighter, and his own alchemy knowledge was also very heaven-defying. Martial path and alchemy path, he actually could not match up to a brat who was still wet behind the ears. This made the arrogance in heart and haughty in manner Ren Xingquan feel very aggrieved. Stinking brat. Quickly hand over Yi Hang and my daughter. This is my family matter. It isn't your turn to interfere. Ren Xingquan talking right now was not as confident as earlier. He did not even dare to say threatening words. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "They are right inside this house behind me. If you have the capabilities, you go and bring them out yourself." You. Ren Xingquan took a look at the Yu Mengli behind Yu Mengli and nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. If I could beat her, I would have long brought them out. Why would I waste my breath with you? Ren Xingquan sucked in a deep breath and reined in his impatience as he asked Yi Yuan, "Fine. Then I ask you, what is your relations? Hi+P with them? Why do you want to save them?" But Yi Yuan did not answer. He just looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. When these words came out, Ren Xingquan himself was stunned for a bit too. He was originally in the midst of anger and did not think deeply about this matter. Now that he asked, he thought of a possibility. Yi Yuan was surnamed Yi. Yi Hang was surnamed Yi too. Moreover, calculating according to the time, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling had also left the northern domain for 18 to 19 years already, just nice coinciding with Yi Yuan's age. Shouldn't be. Ren Xingquan seemed to have thought of something and abruptly turned his head to ask Ren Yujie, "You all knew long ago?" Ren Yujie forced a smile and said, "I only knew today as well. It was sister's one sentence which shocked me awake thoroughly. That's why I took the risk of father laying down punishment to bring her to find Yi Yuan." Ren Xingquan was stupefied and asked, "What did Hongling she say?" She said, "If brother-in-law died, she absolutely wouldn't live on alone. And if Yi Yuan knew that they died in your hands, he'll surely come to find you to take revenge in the future. She didn't hope to see this kind of human relations tragedy to happen to our Ren family. When I knew that sister's son was Yi Yuan, I knew that he completely had this capability to come and find you to take revenge in the future. Hearing these words, Ren Xingchuan was secretly alarmed. Was there a need to wait for the future? Yi Yuan had a seemingly boundless realm expert beside him right now. He wanting to kill him was simply something effortless. Even if he did not rely on this boundless realm, with Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness, maybe in less than 5 years, he would not be his match anymore. He had such a heaven-defying maternal grandson, but he also almost killed his son-in-law. Why did this sort of thing seem so absurd? Except that Ren Xingchuan never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan, this gradually rising genius martial artist, was actually his own maternal grandson. This grandson should originally have been the entire Wu Fang city's pride. But now, this was the first time in his life that Ren Xingchuan felt somewhat regretful. For so many years, he stood by his words. He wanted the entire Wu Fang city to all listen to him. His daughter fell for a bottom-level alchemist. He wanted to use forceful means to separate them. Now, that alchemist brought sincerity and brought his wife to come and apologize to him. Instead, he wanted to kill that alchemist. You're regretting. Yi Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Ren Xingchuan was startled. This boy actually saw through his thoughts. You're regretting that a junior which even old Hai regards highly was actually your own grandson, but you didn't know. You're regretting that this grandson can give your Wu Fang city, can give your Ren family limitless reverence and benefits, but you wanted to kill his father. You're regretting that such an outstanding grandson, but you offended him thoroughly. But have you thought about that if I was just an ordinary person, would you still regret the things that you did last time? If I were just an ordinary person, my corpse would probably be lying in this courtyard right now already, right? Therefore, you're just an utter and complete self-centered person. In your eyes, only your paramount status is the most important. Chapter 531. Each sentence that Yi Yuan had uttered struck Ren Xingchuan's heart like a heavy punch. Each sentence that Yi Yuan had uttered struck Ren Xingchuan's heart like a heavy punch. Such an outstanding junior was absolutely what every family clan were extremely eager for. Even using one's heel to think about it, one would also know that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. But now, Ren Xingchuan had offended this descendant thoroughly. Of course, offended means offended. If it were an ordinary person, Ren Xingchuan could capture him back to discipline him strictly. But the problem was that he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Humph. What do you know at your young age? Everything that I do is for the sake of the Ren family. If there wasn't me, how could the Ren family quash the Cao family and firmly occupy this Wu Fang city's highest position? Ren Xingchuan was very conceited. Even if he felt regret over Yi Yuan in his heart, it was also not possible to lower his head to Yi Yuan this junior. Furthermore, he did not feel that what he did was in any way wrong. This was the most crucial. Ha ha ha. You, this old man, are really amusing. Is this game of deceiving yourself and others very fun? Hearing Ren Xingchuan's words, Yi Yuan burst into laughter. The mockery in the laugh was revealed completely. Ren Xingchuan said with a black face, deceiving myself and others. Wu Fang City is already managed by me tight like an iron bucket. Who dares to say a word of no to my orders? Like an iron bucket, is it? Maybe. It's just that, this is only temporary. If your words are really the law in this Wu Fang City, on that day when I challenged the 1,000 wall, you shouldn't have been standing on the Cao family's side. You should have been kicking them while they are down to pull the Cao family up by the root. You didn't dare to do this because the Cao family's bedrock is too deep. And this Wu Fang City's prestige still needs the Cao family to maintain it, and not you, this city lord. Yi Yuan continued with a cold smile and said, the Cao family is just on the decline temporarily. Their foundation is right there. Sooner or later, there will come a day when they will rise up once more. And you are just an upstart. Without a bedrock, without any future. After you pass your peak period, Wu Fang City will change hands once more. Actually, you yourself realized this point too, right? Humph. Donger talent greatly surpa. Says that Cao Fang. You saw it yourself too. As long as Donger matures, the Cao family still will be trampled underfoot by our Ren family. Ren Xingchuan continued to be stubborn. Yi Yuan said with a smile, I don't deny this point. But do you really feel that Ren Dong can take on the heavy responsibility all by himself? What can you leave for him? A powerful family? Cao family is indeed inferior to Ren Dong, but they are just quasi-alchemy kings after all. At alchemy king this level? Alchemy sovereign this level? The Cao family can invite so many alchemy sovereign experts every 5 years. Those people didn't come on account of your face. They came for the Cao family. In terms of foundation, in terms of connections, in terms of talents, the Ren family doesn't have a single one that can beat the Cao family. Yi Yuan's words shattered Ren Xingquan's sense of superiority to dust. Ren Xingquan opened his mouth but did not know how to refute. His entire person seemed to have been sapped dry. It was as if his whole person aged greatly instantaneously. Yi Yuan's words. Hit the nail on the head. He had no way of refuting at all. The Ren family's few years of flash. Hi+ness were just on the exterior. Ren Xingquan had long realized the Ren family's crisis. Hence, he groomed Ren Hongling and the Ren Dong later on without sparing any effort. But just as Yi Yuan said, the Ren family's foundation was too shallow and simply could not be compared with the Cao family. Within the Cao family's third generation, indeed, there was nobody who could surpass Ren Dong. But the Cao family's second generation was much stronger than the Ren family's. In the Cao family's second generation, just the alchemy sovereign experts numbered quite a few. Who dared to guarantee that among these people, there wouldn't be a peak alchemy sovereign being born in the future? As long as a peak alchemy sovereign appears in the Cao family, his position as the city lord would be in imminent danger, and the Ren family only had Ren Yujie, this early-rank alchemy king. Ren Yujie was quite talented in the area of managing the city. But, on the alchemy path, it was rather forceful for him. Ren Xingquan spared no effort to quash the Cao family on the one hand. On the other hand, he had no choice but to borrow the Cao family's prestige to strengthen Wu Fang City's rule. The hards. Hi+PS in between this, only he himself knew. Who could have thought that such a young youth actually saw through the Ren family's peril at one glance? It was precisely because of so that after Ren Xingquan knew Yi Yuan's ident. One tie, he became even more dejected. Ren Xingquan very much wished that Yi Yuan could become a member of the Ren family. But his personality was like this. He would not lower his pride to say some submissive words. His attitude was still very unyielding. Yi Yuan ignored Ren Xingquan's awkwardness. He went to Xu Zihui's side and poured essence energy from his palm into Xu Zihui's body. Yi Yuan could only refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now. It could not have much of an effect on Xu Zihui at all. But Yi Yuan had many ways of treating people. Although his realm was not high, using essence energy to help Xu Zihui ease his wounds was still doable. Before long, Xu Zihui's complexion became a little rosier. Although his wounds were not healed yet, he could still labor to say some words. The conversation between this grandfather and grandson, although Xu Zihui was unable to stick a word in, he still took it all in. Honestly speaking, he felt that City Lord was very impressive all along. But he did not think that the City Lord manners crisis actually already reached such a state. It was precisely because of so that he admired Yi Yuan even more. This boy was so young. Not only was his strength and means extremely formidable, but his visual prowess also greatly surpassed said ordinary people. His future accomplishments were boundless. Thank you very much, young Master Yi. Xu Zihui forcefully propped himself to stand up and wanted to give a bow to Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan stopped him and said unhappily, disregarding that you got injured because of me, just based on our friends. Hi+P, is there a need to say a word of thanks? Xu Zihui went blank and could not help being overjoyed in his heart. Hearing Yi Yuan's tone, he took him as a sworn friend for life or death. Although his realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's, to be able to be recognized by Yi Yuan at this time, he could not contain the joy in his heart. To be able to become friends with a peerless prodigy like Yi Yuan, others could not accomplish this even if they were envious. Xu Zihui nodded hard at Yi Yuan to express that he understood. Seeing this scene, Ren Xingquan's face became even blacker. This brat was so polite to his own subordinate. But to himself, Yi Yuan had the manner of keeping him 1,000 miles away. Definitely did it intentionally for him to see. Xu Zihui saw Ren Xingquan's face too and could not help smiling bitterly as he said, "Young Master Yi. Brother Zihui, don't need to be courteous with me. Directly call my name, or call me younger brother." Yi Yuan interrupted him. Xu Zihui was blank. He nodded and said, "Then I won't be melodramatic. Yi Yuan, I know that I'm an outsider, but can you allow me to say a few words?" Yi Yuan nodded slowly. The meaning was clearly permitting it. Xu Zihui was secretly relieved, and he opened his mouth to say, "I never would have dreamed that you're actually City Lord's grandson. I've followed City Lord for many years. His grace to me is as heavy as a mountain. Even if he really killed me, I wouldn't have any complaints either. But seeing you grandfather and grandson wrangling until like this, I really feel very upset." Chapter 532. Talking up to here, Xu Zihui sneaked a glance at Yi Yuan, only seeing that he did not have a displeased look. Talking up to here, Xu Zihui sneaked a glance at Yi Yuan, only seeing that he did not have a displeased look. Xu Zihui plucked his courage and said, "You are blood-related kin in the end. Even if City Lord has all kinds of faults, the fact that he's your grandfather can't be changed. Since you're all one family, why is there a need to cause a scene to such an extent? Regardless of what he has done, his original intention was for the Ren family, no?" But Ren Xingquan was enraged when he heard that. "Xu Zihui, do I need you to poke your nose into other people's business? How can this City Lord's merits and faults be appraised by you?" Ren Xingquan thought very highly of Xu Zihui all along. Otherwise, that blow just now, Xu Zihui would have already gone to the Western Paradise. But no matter how highly he regarded him, Xu Zihui was also just a subordinate of his. A subordinate saying his master had all kinds of faults in front of his face. With Ren Xingquan's temperament, how could he preserve face? Yi Yuan said with Xu Zihui with a smile, "You see, he doesn't care about your kindness." But Xu Zihui did not have any embarrass. Said look and shook his head as he said, "City Lord's temper, I'm aware. This life of mine was given by City Lord. Whether he accepts my grace or not is his problem. But whether I do it or not is mine. Since Yi Yuan you have a good opinion of me and call my brother Zihui, then even if I die, I'm also not willing to see you grandfather and grandson fall out and become enemies." Yi Yuan glanced at Xu Zihui and shook his head as he said with a sigh, "Brother Zihui is very loyal. To be able to make friends with Brother Zihui is truly Yi Yuan's fortune." Yi Yuan's words were naturally not said for fun. If there weren't Xu Zihui, Yi Hang would probably be long dead at this time already. And the current situation would also definitely not be how it was right now. If Yi Hang really died, Yi Yuan would surely go into a frenzied state. Even if Ren Xingquan were Yi Yuan's grandfather, he would definitely kill him personally too. Yi Yuan recognized Yi Hang this father, but it did not mean that he recognized Ren Xingquan this grandfather. If he really killed Ren Xingquan, Yi Yuan would not have any psychological burden at all. If not for Xu Zihui this person being so upright, even if he knew Yi Yuan and Yi Hang's relations, Hi+P, he might not be able to withstand Ren Xingquan's pressure and take a principled action. Ren Xingquan's prestige all these years in Wufang City was still exceedingly terrifying. This situation currently, although Yi Yuan was extremely displeased, it was still not at the extent of falling out entirely. Especially under the circumstances where he held the initiative. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of Ren Xingquan and extended his hand to say, "Give it." Ren Xingquan was stunned. "Give what?" "Healing medicinal pills," Yi Yuan said coolly. Ren Xingquan looked at Yi Yuan and glanced at Xu Zihui again, his expression flickering continuously. He knew that this was the last chance Yi Yuan was giving him. If he refused to give the medicinal pills, his relations Hi+P with Yi Yuan would most likely be unable to be mitigated forever. Ren Xingquan could sense that Yi Yuan's stubbornness was absolutely not beneath his. But handing over the medicinal pills was equivalent to him lowering his head to Yi Yuan. He injured his subordinate but used his own medicinal pills to heal. This by itself was a form of submission. Yet, Ren Xingquan was an extremely tyrannical person. There had only ever been others lowering their heads to him. Where was there the part of him submitting to others? Everyone held their breaths, awaiting Ren Xingquan's choice. With this falling out, Yi Yuan and the Ren family would probably have no way of getting together again. Xu Zihui did not say anything by the side. He had interacted with Yi Yuan for a period of time too and more or less understood a bit of Yi Yuan's personality. He was extremely domineering, facing a leviathan like the Myriad Sword Sect and directly detained Qin Hongtao's grandson. Now, facing a Ren Xingquan, Yi Yuan being able to do it to such a step was already giving him tremendous face. As for how he chose, it would be up to Ren Xingquan himself. Ren Xingquan felt his heart beat very fiercely. He froze there without moving for a long time. He never thought that he would actually be checkmated by his own grandson. Facing Yi Yuan's overbearingness, Ren Xingquan actually had dread in his heart. Ren Xingquan was perfectly clear about Yi Yuan's ability. Once the Ren family had Yi Yuan, it was far from as simple as having a descendant with an exceptionally promising future. Yi Yuan's prowess by itself was already ample to astonish everyone. The Cao family's dread towards Yi Yuan right now simply could not be described using words. Originally, Ren Xingquan was also extremely wary of Yi Yuan. But if Yi Yuan joined the Ren family, the Cao family was completely nothing to be scared of. With Yi Yuan, the Ren family would have an additional living 1,000-query wall. Faster. My patience has a limit, Yi Yuan said with a frown. Ren Xingquan drew a deep breath and took out a Tier 4 healing medicinal pill from his storage ring. He slammed it sullenly on Yi Yuan's palm. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a long sigh in relief. Yi Yuan lightly swept a glance over the medicinal pill in his palm and said disdainfully, "A dignified peak alchemy sovereign can only refine this sort of rubbish medicinal pill. Forget it, who asked me to be unable to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills? Brother Zihui, you make do with these and take them." As he said this, Yi Yuan casually threw the medicinal pill to Xu Zihui. Ren Xingquan's face went black, and he said furiously, "Stinking brat, this azure flower jade dew pill is the highest grade healing medicinal pill in Wufang City. You actually say that it's rubbish?" Yi Yuan said crossly, "An exalted peak alchemy sovereign refining a Tier 4 medicinal pill can only come out with just high grade. You have the face to take them out." Ren Xingquan said with a cold smile, "Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the capabilities, refine one yourself for me to see." Yi Yuan chuckled but did not speak. But the contempt in his expression stimulated Ren Xingquan greatly. He had yet to flare up when Ren Dong interjected, "Grandfather, if Master He broke through to the Alchemy King realm, refining transcendent-grade azure flower jade dew pills should be not an issue." "You rascal. Why are you helping outsiders? Also, he's your cousin. What are you calling him master for?" Hearing Ren Dong cut in, Ren Xingquan immediately blew up and directly shouted. But Ren Dong grinned cheekily and said, "You already said that he's my cousin. How is it helping outsiders? Furthermore, we're each involved differently. It doesn't affect anything. Since I acknowledged cousin as my master, he'll be my master in this lifetime." Ren Xingquan's face went black, and his figure moved, carrying Ren Dong in his arm. "Stinking brat. Still being stubborn. Watch if I don't take care of you properly when we return. Also, you, Yujia. Go back and face the wall to reflect." As he said, Ren Xingquan's figure moved, Vonnies. HI plussing from inside Feng Ya Pavilion. Seeing Ren Xingquan's distant back view, Xu Zihui said gratefully, "Young master saved face for City Lord." Zihui is endlessly grateful. Xu Zihui perceived that after Yi Yuan took the medicinal pill earlier, he deliberately displayed a disdainful look as an impromptu jest. This way, everyone would not appear to be overly awkward. Although Yi Yuan forced Ren Xingquan to lower his head, he was after all one of the top alchemists in this small world. This face still had to be given. Yi Yuan had a black face as he said unhappily, "What, young master? Why are you at it again? Just call me Yi Yuan in future. Over here at my place, you're not a subordinate but a friend." Chapter 533, The Cao Family's Distress. Chapter 533, The Cao Family's Distress. What did you say? Yi Yuan is Ren Xingquan's grandson? These 2 days, The news that Yi Yuan was Ren Xingquan's grandson slowly spread out within Wufang City. The Cao family was naturally among the first batch of family clans who were informed of this news. When Cao Zheng heard this news, alarm and panic were all over his face. This news was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to him. How monstrous Yi Yuan was, Cao Zheng already had a taste of it. His performance at the Thousand Query Wall made Cao Zheng unbelievably panic-stricken. Originally, Ren Xingquan falling out with Yi Yuan at Exquisite Jade Pavilion even delighted Cao Zheng endlessly. Who knew that the situation would change drastically? News suddenly came from the Ren family that Yi Yuan actually was Ren Xingquan's grandson. Yi Yuan's realm was not high but was an exceptionally troublesome character. Not only was his alchemy knowledge extremely terrifying, he even had the support of the three sects and Qi Hai behind him. He was simply unshakable by anyone. Such an existence became a member of the Ren family. This simply could be said to be a catastrophic disaster for the Cao family. The Cao family's greatest confidence and reliance right now were the Thousand Query Wall. Yet, this confidence in front of Yi Yuan could not withstand a single blow. If Yi Yuan was not a Ren family member, for the sake of Wufang City's collective interest, Ren Xingquan had no choice but to stand on the Cao family's side. But, if Yi Yuan became a Ren family member, the situation would be entirely different. With Yi Yuan's alchemy knowledge, he could completely come and challenge the Thousand Query Wall's 7th level directly. Even if the challenge was not successful, as long as Yi Yuan's performance was sufficiently heaven-defying, he could also push the Ren family's prestige to another height. At that time, the Ren family completely did not need to rely on the Cao family's prestige anymore. Because Yi Yuan was another Thousand Query Wall, Ren Xingquan had long viewed the Cao family as a thorn in the side. If he had a living Thousand Query Wall like Yi Yuan, it was impossible for him to let go of the chance to suppress the Cao family. Yes. The information is already confirmed. Back then, Ren Xingquan's youngest daughter eloped to the southern domain with an alchemy master without any background, and she gave birth to a boy in a mortal kingdom. That boy is Yi Yuan. The one talking was Cao Zheng's eldest son, Cao Kuan. At present, he was already an early-rank alchemy sovereign expert. Entirely different from Cao Fang being utterly suppressed by Ren Dong, Cao Kuan was an elite among the Cao family's second generation, standing out above the entire city. Apart from Cao Kuan, the Cao family still had a number of sons who were all alchemy king experts. Compared to Ren Yujie, it was seriously way stronger. These few sons of Cao Zheng were the people Ren Xingquan was wariest of. Especially Cao Kuan. It was very likely for him to impact through the realm of peak alchemy sovereign in the future. As long as the Cao family gave birth to another peak alchemy sovereign expert, the Cao family's declining trend would gradually turn around. These few years, Cao Zheng had always been enduring silently. It was for the sake of waiting for Cao Kuan to rise up. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely ruined his plans. Cao Zheng sucked in a deep breath. He sat back down onto his seat with tightly knitted brows. This news was too shocking. He was caught somewhat off guard. Any other news? Cao Kuan's expression was not too good either as he said, some news even came out of City Lord Manor. It's just that I don't know if it's true or false. Speak. It's said that Ren Xingquan will send out a public notice 2 days later to announce an important issue. Although it's uncertain what it is, it may be summed that it can't be not related to that Yi Yuan. Cao Zheng felt an incredible headache. Originally, in this Wufang city, the momentum of all of the luck was gradually leaning towards the Cao family. Yet, Yi Yuan's appearance completely turned the situation around. After a long time, Cao Zheng looked his son and asked, "How much strength do you feel that Yi Yuan really has?" "I'm talking about Thousand Query Wall." That day when Yi Yuan challenged the Thousand Query Wall, although Cao Kuan wasn't present, he researched Yi Yuan's answers carefully after the incident too, and it actually gave him a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. As a Cao family descendant, the most important thing was to study the Thousand Query Wall. Cao Kuan, as an alchemy sovereign expert, was very clear about the Thousand Query Wall's 7th levels questions. Yi Yuan's answers made him have a feeling of sighing at his own inferiority. This youth was too strong. Cao Kuan mused for a moment and smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, I really have no way of estimating. Although Yi Yuan only answered 20 questions, these 20 questions, he answered all of them directly, virtually without even thinking time. More importantly, all of his answers leave no room for criticism and completely can't pick out any fault. This shows that these 20 questions were very easy for him. As for where his limit lies, most likely, nobody knows, unless. Cao Kuan did not finish saying. But Cao Zheng understood his meaning. Unless Yi Yuan continued challenging the questions in front, otherwise, nobody knew where his limit lies. The Thousand Query Wall's 7th level could be said to be a deity-like existence. Even though these 20 questions were only ranked at the back of the 7th level, the difficulty involved already represented the Endless World's pinnacle standard. But it was this pinnacle standard that was like child's play in front of Yi Yuan, utterly without any difficulty in the slightest. So where Yi Yuan's limits lay, nobody knew either. But the problem was, did the Cao family dare to let Yi Yuan continue challenging their Thousand Query Wall? When the mysterious veil of a holy land was uncovered layer by layer, then it could no longer be hailed as a holy land. After a long while, Cao Zheng gave a sigh and said, the Cao family has lasted several thousand years and been through several times of prosperity and decline, but we pulled through all of it. These several decades, the Cao family was suppressed by the Ren family all along. Father has never given up before either. But now, sigh. You take your leave first. Let father think about it properly. Seeing Cao Zheng's look, Cao Kuan was downcast too. His painstaking efforts these few years was for the sake of Quas. Hi+ing the Ren family. But now, because of the appearance of a sea transformation realm youth, it vanished like soap bubbles. This made him have intense unwillingness in his heart. It was just that, so what even if he was any more unwilling? What Cao Zheng wanted to think about, Cao Kuan naturally knew. He wanted to think about how to let the Cao family carry on surviving. Was a colossal family clan with a lineage of several thousand years actually facing annihilation? City Lord Manor, Ren Yujie was currently a guest at Ren Hongling's residence. Ren Yujie said with a smile, Hongling, you and brother-in-law lived a vagrant life outside these few years. You must have really suffered considerable hards. Hi+PS. Now, father finally thought it through. Our family can finally sit down properly and have a chat. But Ren Hongling was displeased as she said, what thought things through? If it wasn't for Yuan, how could he have possibly thought it through? Furthermore, my husband and I have already treated the state of Qin as our home these few years. Where is there suffering hards? Hi+PS? Ren Yujie was a goody two-shoes. Hearing that Ren Yujie was still full of grievances, he was feeling rather awkward. Yi Hang could only come forward to smooth things over. He said, Hongling, although our family went through quite a lot of twists and turns during this period, it also considered a happy ending right now. Past matters, just let it go. In truth, how could Yi Hang not have resentment in his heart? But Yi Hang's disposition was magnanimous, and his tolerance was outstanding. He had long come to accept everything. In Yi Hang's heart, Yi Yuan's current accomplishments were extraordinary. Ren Hongling could return to the Ren family too. He no longer had any worries in his heart. The various things in the past, he did not have anything he could not get over too. Chapter 534. Announcing to the entire city. Chapter 534. Announcing to the entire city. Hearing Yi Hang said so, Ren Hongling had nothing much to say as well. Although Ren Hongling was resentful towards Ren Xingchuan in her heart, she was Ren Xingchuan's daughter after all. With this matter being able to be resolved perfectly, Ren Hongling was naturally very happy in her heart too. Actually, Yi Yuan's words that day shook father up greatly. These 2 days, his attitude when speaking to me was much better than before. Intentionally in his words and in a roundabout manner, he had remorse towards the two of you. It's just that due to pride, he couldn't come over to find you guys, Ren Yujie said. Yi Hang waved his hand and said, past matters are already over. City Lord is a senior after all. How can we let him come and apologize? Ren Yujie nodded his head and said, I wonder what plans brother-in-law have from here on? Yi Hang said, I've already discussed with Hongling. After some time, will return with Grand Elder Skymaple back to the Tranquil Cloud sect. That is Yuana's home. It's naturally our home too. Ren Yujie smiled bitterly and said, "Are you guys still harboring resentment towards father in your hearts?" Yi Hang shook his head and said, "What's elder brother talking about? Now that my wish is fulfilled, there isn't any resentment. It's just that we understand Yuana. He definitely won't be some young patriarch in this Wu Fang city. He will return to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Honglings, and my greatest worry is Yuana. We're naturally unwilling to leave him." Ren Yujie came to a realization. He said, "Actually, me coming to find you guys today was father's intentions. He has an idea and wants to seek your opinions." Yi Hang and Ren Hongling exchanged glances and were slightly a bit surprised. Ren Yujie would actually seek the two of their opinions when doing things. It made them very surprised. "Elder brother, please say," Yi Hang said. "Actually, father felt that he owes you guys too much these few years and wants to hold a make-up wedding for you. At the appointed time, he will announce to the entire Wu Fang city and apologize to you guys for the incident back then. It's just that he was embarrassed said to ask you. So he sent me to consult your opinions," Ren Yujie said. Yi Hang could not help being stunned when he heard that. He did not quite dare to believe that Ren Xingchuan would actually do something like this. Back then, he had experienced Ren Xingchuan's high-handed personality many times. Coming to Wu Fang City this time, Ren Xingchuan's behavior went from bad to worse. To think that after experiencing the incident 2 days back, Ren Xingchuan would actually undergo such a huge transformation. Yi Hang knew that this was all changes which Yi Yuan brought to him. One had to admit that this suggestion of Ren Xingchuan still made his heart palpitate with excitement. He brought Ren Hongling and traveled far away to the southern domain back then. But Ren Hongling conceived Yi Yuan along the way. Then, later on, they settled down in the state of Qin. He and Ren Hongling actually never held a presentable ceremony between them before. Although Ren Hongling followed him out of her own free will, he still felt like he owed her in his heart throughout. With a time interval of many years, if he could hold a grand and spectacular ceremony, it could also be considered a compensation to Ren Hongling, right? Especially this time. It was going to be held with Ren Xingchuan's blessings. The significance was naturally extraordinary. Except, making Ren Xingchuan inform the entire city, this sort of thing was a bit too damaging to one's face. This point made Yi Hang hesitate. Yi Hang looked dearly at Ren Hongling. Ren Hongling smiled gently and said, "All up to husband to make the decision." The two of them had helped each other in humble cirque stances and had long known what the other was thinking. Just one look and Ren Hongling knew what Yi Hang was worried about. Yi Hang felt grateful inwardly and said, "Hongling, after we return to the Tranquil Cloud sect, I'll invite Grand Elder Skymaple to take charge and hold a make-up ceremony." But Ren Yujie's expression changed and he said, "You'd rather go back to the Tranquil Cloud sect than be willing to accept father's apology? Isn't doing this too overboard?" Yi Hang shook his head and said, "Elder brother, you're mistaken. City Lord is the ruler of a city. His status is comparable to the 3 sects' old ancestors. How can we let him do such a thing? Uncle, you go and tell that old man. About this matter, I'll agree on father's behalf." Right then, Yi Yuan's voice came over from outside the door. Yi Yuan slowly walked into the room and came before Yi Hang and said, "This is what that old man owes you, and it is also what you deserve." Heh, looks like that old man isn't stupid. He knows to use you guys to tie me down, but I have to admit that him doing this thing is quite in line with what I want. Yi Hang was stupefied by what Yi Yuan said. This boy was too impolite to his elders when talking. But Yi Yuan was no longer the former Yi Yuan. He was already a great figure who could command a region. Although that face was still somewhat childish and tender, he had already grown into a towering tree. Towards Yi Yuan, Yi Hang had long not used the mentality of treating little children to treat him. Although he felt that Yi Yuan's attitude was rather inappropriate, he did not say anything either. "Yuana, this isn't very good, right? After all, he's your grandfather," Yi Hang used a consulting tone and said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Heh, I didn't acknowledge that he's my grandfather." The Ren family doesn't have anything to do with me at all. To me, you and Mother are the most important people. That old man harmed you guys and even almost killed you. Although I didn't haggle over it, it doesn't mean that he doesn't need to pay a bit of a price. Furthermore, do you think that informing the entire city is very detrimental to him? Yi Hang was dazed as he said, "Isn't that so?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "The martial artist world has always been talking using strength. Although alchemists are slightly different from martial artists, they similarly use strength to talk. That old man's strength is formidable enough. Even if there are nastier scandals, what loss is there to him? But for him announcing to the entire city and acknowledging you as his son-in-law is equivalent to acknowledging me as his maternal grandson. This will only make his position, the city lord, be even more secure." This was not Yi Yuan blowing his own trumpet, but it was a fact. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was a sea-stabilizing divine needle to the future Ren family. So what if the second generation had a declining trend? So what if the Cao family's foundation was deep? These things were all too weak to take a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Hang was not a foolish person. Hearing Yi Yuan say this, he immediately understood what was happening. But he did not have any resentment towards Ren Xingchuan. For Ren Xingchuan to do so, the price paid was also big enough. A character who stood at the pinnacle of a world's alchemy path like Ren Xingchuan, making him come forward to openly admit his fault seriously needed immense courage. Let alone a person with Ren Xingchuan's character. Wanting to do such a thing required even greater courage. For Ren Xingchuan to be able to do it to such an extent, it could be said that he was sincerely repentant. It could also be said that he was genuinely considering for the Ren family's future. Once Yi Hang figured it out, he was no longer conflicted. He nodded and said, "All right then. You make the call for this matter." "Oh, right. Weren't you in closed seclusion? Why did you exit seclusion so quickly?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You're going to host a grand wedding ceremony here. How can I, as your son, not present a lavish gift?" As he said, Yi Yuan took out 2 small medicinal bottles and placed them in Yi Hang's hand. Chapter 535, Resplendent Jade Pill. Chapter 535, Resplendent Jade Pill. Yi Yuan pointed at one of the small bottles and said, "Father is already at the peak crystal formation realm. This sea-expanding pill can help you to open up an essence energy sea and advance to the sea transformation realm." Yi Hang was overjoyed when he heard that. He knew that Yi Yuan had a mysterious master who taught him and had countless pill formulas in his brain. He had never heard of this sea-expanding pill before. But since Yi Yuan took it out to give to him, it was likely not an ordinary medicinal pill. Ever since cultivating in the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art and 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, Yi Hang's cultivation advanced with giant strides. In this short year, he already cultivated to the peak of crystal formation realm. Shattering the core and forming the sea was a crucial step to martial artists. This sea-expanding pill was naturally the most suitable for Yi Hang. "Then the other bottle?" Yi Hang asked curiously. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The medicinal pill inside the other bottle is called Resplendent Jade Pill. This medicinal pill can directly act on the martial artist's dantian, repairing the dantian's damage. This medicinal pill is quite troublesome to refine, so it was delayed for some time." Ren Hongling was slightly dazed and looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Hang's hands in disbelief. Yi Hang sucked in a deep breath too and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, "You mean that this medicinal pill can repair your mother's dantian and let her ama SS essence energy anew?" Yi Yuan nodded his head with a smile and said, "That's right. In the past, I overlooked it and never thought that mother was actually a martial artist too. Since I'm already aware of it now, I naturally have to think of ways to remedy it." After rebirth, Yi Yuan practically spent all of his time being busy and completely did not notice Ren Hongling's dantian damage. Seeing that her body did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulations, he even thought that she was just a normal person. Hence, when he heard that Ren Hongling lost her essence energy completely as a result of saving him, apart from being moved, Yi Yuan wanted to think of ways to help her recover even more. Although who Ren Hongling saved was just his predecessor, the previous Yi Yuan, to the present Yi Yuan, it was not any different. By the side, Ren Yujie had shock written all over his face too. The dantian was where the foundation of martial artists lied but was also the most sensitive and fragile place. Once the dantian was damaged, it could be said to be a catastrophic blow to martial artists. Unless there were some heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, otherwise, it would basically be ruined in this lifetime. Pill formulas which restored the dantian were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the refining difficulty were all extremely great. In the endless world, there were simply no dantian restoring pill formulas. Or else, with Ren Xingquan's cultivation, he would definitely have long refined it for Ren Hongling. At Yi Yuan's level, refining this resplendent jade pill took such a long time too. It could be seen just how hard it was to refine this sort of medicinal pills. Ordinary alchemists, even if they had the pill formula, might not be able to refine it either. Hence, the astonishment in Ren Yujie's heart could be imagined. Ren Hongling's entire body trembled all over with agitation. She looked at Yi Hang with tears in her eyes and said, "Husband, to think that I can actually become an alchemist again one day." Yi Hang burst into laughter and said, "Hongling, you gave birth to a fine son. Ha ha ha." Although Ren Hongling assisted her husband and brought up her son with a mortal's adent. One tie for over a decade, this did not mean that she had no attachments towards alchemy skills. One could only say that Yi Hang's and Yi Yuan's importance to Ren Hongling far surpassed her attachment toward alchemy skills. It was because of this that she could suppress her dreams so composedly for so many years. But it was merely suppressed. Back then, Ren Hongling only got together with Yi Hang because of alchemy skills. Her feelings towards alchemy skills were naturally needless to say. Now, she could actually become an alchemist once again. The agitation in Ren Hongling's heart could be imagined. Although it was delayed for over a decade's time, Ren Hongling's age to martial artists was not considered too old. She still had hoped to climb to the summit of the alchemy path. Ren Yujie heaved a sigh and said, "It's you guys who gave birth to a fine son together." 4 hours later, in Ren Xingquan's study room. "What? You said that Yi Yuan refined a dantian restoring medicinal pill? Not only did Hongling recover essence energy now, she even broke through to alchemy grandmaster?" Ren Xingquan nearly jumped up when he heard this news. Ren Yujie nodded and said, "Yes. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Hongling consumed the resplendent jade pill that Yi Yuan refined and started closed seclusion. When she came out again, she was already alchemy grandmaster realm. Who? Ren Xingquan sucked in a deep breath. He was digesting this news. Oh right, after Hongling exited seclusion, brother-in-law had entered closed seclusion too. Yi Yuan refined a type of medicinal pill for him called Sea Expanding Pill. It's said to be able to help him break through to sea transformation and become a quasi-alchemy king, Ren Yujie said again. Ren Xingquan looked at Ren Yujie and seriously did not know what he should say. The formidability of this grandson of his still greatly exceeded his expectations. No wonder old Hai viewed Yi Yuan so importantly. Looks like Yi Yuan obtained some heaven-defying lucky chance and had already far surpassed said the endless world this small world. With Ren Xingquan's strength and status, he could naturally discern what level Yi Yuan's talent was at. At the very least, this endless world standards was unable to groom such a freak. Like this, then Yi Yuan's lucky chance could only be inherited from the divine realm, associating it to that exceptionally powerful woman around Yi Yuan again. It seemed like the various clues all pointed to the divine realm hazily. To lower realm martial artists, the divine realm was an extremely mysterious world. That place represented power and limitless possibilities. Only after a long time, did Ren Xingquan give a deep sigh and said, "I really didn't think that Yi Hang and Hongling actually gave birth to such an amazing son. That. The matter of hosting a make-up wedding ceremony for them, have they agreed?" Ren Yujie recounted Yi Yuan's words exactly as it was, leaving Ren Xingquan at a loss whether to cry or laugh. This boy is really sharp. Looks like it was indeed not a coincidence that he could have today's accomplishment. Forget it, forget it. As long as it can make this brat satisfied, I'll throw out this old face. Yujie, you declare an announcement tomorrow. Say that I, Ren Xingquan, found my long-lost daughter, and I want to hold a make-up wedding for her. The entire city will celebrate together. The next 2 days, this matter became the hottest topic in the entire city. Especially among the major factions, they placed immensely close attention to this matter. At the Alchemist Association, Dan Chunzi looked at Wu Xian and said, "I really didn't expect that Yi Yuan is actually Ren Xingchuan, that old fellow's grandson. He really picked up a treasure. Looks like this Wu Fang city's power arrangement will thoroughly change. Wu Xian, your relations. Hi+P with that Yi Yuan isn't bad. You must maintain it well. This boy's origin is definitely not simple. Presumably, he has countless intricate ties with the divine realm." Wu Xian forced a smile and said, "I also didn't think that Yi Yuan actually still had such an ident. One tie. But through these few days of interaction with him, I discovered that Yi Yuan is a person who differentiates kindness and grudges clearly. As long as our Alchemist Association doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, he won't have any ill intentions towards us." Dan Chunzi nodded and said, "It's also thanks to Yi Yuan that I can finally refine the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill. With this Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, it can be summed that the day of me ascending to the divine realm won't be far off. I'll start my closed seclusion from tomorrow onwards. The matter of that wedding, it will be you making an appearance then. Remember to help me send a big gift over." Chapter 536, Congratulatory Gift. Chapter 536, Congratulatory Gift. On this day, the City Lord Manor was decorated with lanterns and decorations, bustling with a jubilant air. Under Ren Xingchuan's overbearing nature, City Lord Manor had always been filled with a lifeless atmosphere. There wasn't even a person who would dare to talk loudly. It had already been God knows how many years since this City Lord Manor was so crowded. The City Lord Manor's entrance was crowded with people. Those watching the show and delivering congratulatory gifts practically blocked up the entire street in front of the entrance. City Lord actually issued a self-admonish Hi+ing edict. This is truly unprecedented. Yeah. City Lord has a paramount position, dictating the world. He had always been very domineering. This time, he actually issued a self-admonish Hi+ing edict for the sake of his daughter and son-in-law. It really comes as a huge surprise. Heh, you aren't aware yet, right? City Lord issuing a self-admonish Hi+ing edict was not because of his daughter and son-in-law. It was because of his maternal grandson. There, it's that young man receiving guests at the entrance. How did you know? My brother-in-law's wife's younger sister's third aunt is a maidservant in City Lord Manor. This matter had long spread in the City Lord Manor. This grandson of City Lord is very formidable. I heard that he nearly overturned the Cow family's 1,000-query wall. With City Lord accepting this grandson, the City Lord Manor's strength will become even greater. There were no walls without any cracks in this world. Moreover, Ren Xingchuan did not plan on controlling these rumors this time. Hence, it slowly spread out from the City Lord Manor as well. Furthermore, broadcasting Yi Yuan's reputation would only be more beneficial to the City Lord Manor. Today, Yi Yuan took the initiative to be together with Xu Zihui and took on the task of welcoming guests. For father and mother's big wedding, him, as the son, naturally had to wait upon cautiously. Alchemist Association, Elder Wu Xian has arrived. The voice had yet to fade, and Wu Xian came forward to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. He said, "Younger brother Yi, congratulations, congratulations. Haha. Elder brother came really early. Quickly have a seat inside." Yi Yuan said with a laugh too. "No rush to sit. No rush to sit. Younger brother, today is your father's joyous day. This congratulatory gift from elder brother can't be missing, but this gift of mine is offering a present provided by somebody else. Younger brother, please don't get mad," Wu Xian said with a laugh. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "What is elder brother saying here? You being able to come is already giving me tremendous face. How can I dare to get mad? Haha. Then that's good. Young brother, clear away all the wine at the main banquet. Change to mine," Wu Xian said with a mysterious smile. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Could it be that this old man fermented the immortal remembrance jade brew so quickly? Wu Xian saw Yi Yuan's eyes and knew that the latter already guessed it. He immediately no longer held Yi Yuan in suspense. Extending a hand and waving, he said, "Come, men. Carry all of the wine inside." A group of servants carried loads and walked out from the crowd. Yi Yuan's eyes swept over. There were actually as many as 20 barrels. 20 barrels of wine was nothing. But 20 barrels of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was sufficient to cause a stir throughout the entire Wufang city. These wooden barrels were all made from southern sandalwood. Although they were all sealed off, the fragrance overflowed, immediately intoxicating a stretch of people. What alcohol is this? So fragrant. It's already so fragrant without breaking the seal. If I can have a taste, I'd be willing to even die. Heh, ignorant and ill-informed much. I smell this alcohol fragrance. It must be that legendary alchemy sovereign, Fu Yunjing's Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. I had once smelled before the alcohol fragrance several hundred feet away. It made me reminiscence for several days. It's actually Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. My God. Isn't this the fine wine that alchemy sovereign Fu Yunjing hoards? Why is there so many all at once? Furthermore, why would it be delivered by Master Wu Xian? That, I don't know. Moreover, I smell that this alcohol fragrance is actually even more aromatic than the last time. The quality of these Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is probably even above the wine brewed by alchemy sovereign Fu Yunjing. 20 barrels of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. It immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. The Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was very renowned in Wufang City. Many people had only heard of its name but never seen it. Being able to have the opportunity to smell the alcohol fragrance from far away once was already the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. But today, Wu Xian brought out 20 barrels in one go. It was seriously too astonished. Hi+ing. Many martial artists were drooling ceaselessly, envious to death of those who could take a seat at the banquet and drink this wine. Yi Yuan saw the situation and could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, "Elder brother is so ostentatious. All right, then I'll take it first." "Thank you, elder brother. Haha. What's still there to thank between us? Furthermore, I'm just presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers here. I'm only responsible for providing the ingredient. Oh, right, I still have a congratulatory gift over here. It's Chairman's. He's currently in closed seclusion right now refining pills, so he can't come here personally. But he made me bring his grat. One chewed over." Wu Xian smiled and took out a long sword. Chilly air overflowed from it. Those onlooking martial artists could feel that oppressive freezing air separated by a distance of several hundred feet away. This was still under the circum stance where Wu Xian did not use essence energy. Yi Yuan took over the long sword from Wu Xian's hands and praised, "Fine sword." Wu Xian said with a smile, "This sword's name is called Shenying Sword. It is a low-grade profound artifact." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, "Elder brother, help me thank Lord Chairman on my behalf when you return." This congratulatory gift from Dan Chunzi was given to Yi Hang and wife in name. Actually, it was prepared for Yi Yuan. Profound artifacts were different from spirit artifacts, 2 entirely different concepts. Spirit artifacts that were any more expensive could also be bought on the market using essence crystals. However, profound artifacts had the demand but no supply. Even if you had plenty of essence crystals, it's still very hard to buy them from some trading companies. Profound artifacts were basically all weapons used by divine traversing realm experts. They were extremely rare in the endless world. Dan Chunzi gave a low-grade profound artifact with his opening move. It could be said to be extravagant. But Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden. Because he helped Dan Chunzi complete the Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill. The value of this medicinal pill, others were unaware, but how could Yi Yuan not know? Accepting a profound artifact of his was already him suffering a loss. But Dan Chunzi being able to remember to give him a gift counted that he had the heart too. Furthermore, following the rise in Yi Yuan's strength, Tsunghua sword was already gradually becoming somewhat lacking. And Tsunghua sword's quality already reached the limit. If more restrictions were added, there was the risk of shattering. Although he was unable to unleash the full power of the Shenying sword right now, it was much more powerful than Tsunghua sword. This was also just Yi Yuan. Taking another Sea Transformation Realm martial artist, they could only just use some high-level spirit artifact. But Yi Yuan's martial techniques were overly heaven-defying. Ordinary spirit artifacts could not unleash the true power of his sword moves. Yi Yuan and Wu Xian had some small talk for a while, then Wu Xian went inside to take a seat. Before long, the servant called out once again, "Cao family's family head has arrived." The expression on Cao Zheng's face was rather dim. He saw Yi Yuan and forced a smile to congratulate, "Little brother Yi, congratulations. Congratulations." Arrivals were guests. Yi Yuan obviously would not reach his hand out to smack a smiling person. He replied with a smile, "Thank you very much." Yi Yuan knew that Cao Zheng did not spend these few days very well. But he did not care about it much either. Since Ren Xingchuan was still technically his grandfather, Yi Yuan naturally had to lean towards the Ren family. As for how the Cao family would be, Yi Yuan was unconcerned. However, Yi Yuan knew that Cao Zheng definitely would not come empty-handed today. He had to at least show a little something. Indeed, Cao Zhen fished out a slip of paper from inside his sleeves and Pares said it to Yi Yuan, saying, "This old man slightly prepared a modest gift. I hope that little brother Yi can kindly accept it." Yi Yuan reached his hand out to take the slip of paper and could not help being slightly stunned. Chapter 537, Opening a Forum and Giving a Sermon. Chapter 537, Opening a Forum and Giving a Sermon. The Cao family's big gift is rather weighty. Yi Yuan looked at Cao Zheng and said with a half-smile. The corners of Cao Zheng's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile as he said, "Little brother Yi is too kind. Your father's grand wedding, as a part of Wu Fang City, my Cao family naturally have to prepare something presentable." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and Pares said the slip of paper to Xu Zihui and said, "Brother Zihui, I'm overwhelmed by this big gift from the Cao family. You'd better present it to old master directly." Xu Zihui was rather baffled listening to the two people's conversation earlier. The thing that Cao Zheng handed over seemed to be a contract. Was it possible that the City Lord Manor was directly giving business to City Lord Manor? Such a gift definitely could not be said to be simple. He received the contract from Yi Yuan's hands doubtfully and gave it a brief glance. His entire person trembled involuntarily and almost threw the slip of paper away. Xu Zihui took a look at Cao Zheng and glanced at Yi Yuan again. The astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. What was in his hands was indeed a contract. Except that this contract was not some ordinary business from the Cao family, but the exquisite jade pavilion which was renowned throughout the entire northern domain. This was the Cao family's largest business. It was also the most profitable business. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that inside the exquisite jade pavilion had the 1,000-query wall. The 1,000-query wall's significance to the Cao family simply could not be converted using essence crystals. That was where the foundation of the Cao family lied. It was also the foundation which the Cao family relied on to survive. Without the 1,000-query wall, the Cao family was just an ordinary alchemy family too. They will be no different from the Ren family. Moreover, without the 1,000-query wall, it was simply impossible for the Cao family to be City Lord's match. They would be completely suppressed very soon. Was Cao Zheng's brain damaged? Or else, why would he use this sort of thing for a congratulatory gift? This. Xu Zihui wanted to say something but did not know what he should say. Cao Zheng looked intently at Yi Yuan and suddenly turned around to say to everyone in a loud and clear voice, "Everybody, today, borrowing City Lord daughter's grand wedding date, my Cao family will be giving the exquisite jade pavilion as a gift. From today onwards, 1,000-query wall will be officially owned by City Lord Manor." The flesh on Cao Zheng's face was twitching. But he still said firmly, 1,000-query wall had never been the Cao family's 1,000-query wall, but all of the Endless World's alchemists' 1,000-query wall. The Cao family had always treated the 1,000-query wall as our private property. Truly an injustice to everyone. Wu Fang City being the Endless World's alchemy holy land, the 1,000-query wall ought to be managed by City Lord Manor. Finished talking, Cao Zheng's entire person seemed to have aged greatly. The Cao family's painstaking work for several thousand years, he gave it away with both hands just like this. This was a tremendous test to him. Even Yi Yuan did not expect that Cao Zheng would actually have such great breadth of spirit either, directly giving exquisite jade pavilion to City Lord Manor. The 1,000-query wall indeed did not pose much of a challenge to Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan was challenging the 1,000-query wall, he also deeply experienced the 1,000-query wall's prowess. Although he only answered the last 20 questions, not one of these 20 questions did not represent extremely high standards. The crystallization of the endless world's alchemy path powerhouse's wisdom these several thousand years was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. Cao Zheng's words shocked all the martial artists present until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. What? The Cao family can actually bear to hand the 1,000-query wall to City Lord Manor? This? Just why is this? This is a major epoch event to the endless world's alchemy world. How is the Cao family still going to compete with City Lord Manor without the 1,000-query wall? This Cao Zheng isn't an impersonator, right? This kind of thing mustn't be joked around. Everyone was speculating the intentions behind this action of Cao Zheng. But no one could have guessed that Cao Zheng was actually fearful of the youth in front of him. Although some people also guessed clues from Yi Yuan challenging the 1,000-query wall, it was still very hard for them to link this kind of major thing to Yi Yuan. This was an insane move. What in the world was Cao Zheng afraid of? Cao Zheng had fought in the dark with Ren Xingchuan for so long. How could he possibly make such a move? Yi Yuan glanced at Cao Zheng and was also slightly in admiration of his breadth of spirit. This kind of swift and opportune decisiveness was not what everybody could have. Since Cao family head is so generous, my City Lord Manor naturally won't be stingy either. From tomorrow onwards, I will open a forum and give a lecture in exquisite jade pavilion for 5 consecutive days. As long as they are alchemists, they can come and listen to the lecture. Yi Yuan suddenly said in a loud voice. What? That young man wants to open a forum and give a lecture. Who is he? So arrogant. Are you kidding? That's the City Lord's grandson. He challenged 20 questions from the 7th level at the 1,000-query wall a few days back. Moreover, all of them were answered correctly. No way, right? Looking at his age, he's just 17 to 18 years old. How can he have such profound and deep alchemy knowledge? That, I don't know. But you mustn't underestimate him because of his young age. I heard a story that City Lord issuing a self-admonish. Hi+ing edict this time was because of this grandson of his. Perhaps, this action of the Cao family is due to him too. This. How is this possible? A 17-year-old youth can actually cause such earth-shattering impact. I only heard it. Up to you to believe it or not. But in my opinion, it's not far off. Yi Yuan's words stirred up a great disturbance in the crowd. The 1,000-query wall changed owners. The one opening a forum and giving a lecture was actually not the City Lord but his grandson. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance mostly circulated around the endless world's upper echelons. And these ordinary martial artists and alchemists' understanding of Yi Yuan was extremely limited. But one could also tell from the news that had spread out that this youth was absolutely out of the ordinary. It was just that opening a forum and giving a lecture was not something that normal people dared to do. Today, in front of so many people, Yi Yuan made such a promise. Did he have the ability to keep it? A minority of the people believed it. But the vast majority of the people did not believe this. A 17-year-old youth saying to open a forum and give a lecture. This was simply a joke. Many people believed that Yi Yuan would definitely be replaced by the City Lord a few days later. The City Lord would be the one giving the lecture. The 1,000-query wall changing owners and then the City Lord, His Excellency, coming forward to open a forum and give a lecture was something justifiable. Yi Yuan's experience was too shallow and was simply incapable of suppressing the scene. The reason why Yi Yuan did this was naturally that he had his own ideas. Now that the fierce-scale world was glaring at them like a ravenous tiger, to the endless world's alchemists, even if they could increase a tiny bit of strength, it was still good. Hence, he would rather waste 5 days to host a forum and give a lecture. Perhaps it might let some alchemists glean considerable gains. Furthermore, since the City Lord Manor took over the 1,000 Wall, they had to at least have some indications to let these alchemists submit wholeheartedly. Yi Yuan did not like Ren Xingchuan, that old man. But Yi Yuan still had another plan. The position of the next City Lord, he would accept it on Yi Hang's behalf. With him around, Yi Hang would surely break through to alchemy's sovereign realm within 10 years. There was nobody more suitable than him to take over Wufang City. Father had been nursing grievances for so many years. He got to at least hold his head up high. Chapter 538, Everyone Present. Chapter 538, Everyone Present. Cao Zheng looked deeply at Yi Yuan and said with clasped hands, "Then I'll have to trouble little brother Yi. Tomorrow, this cow will definitely be there to listen to little brother Yi's lecture." Cao Zheng's words were equivalent to tacitly acknowledging the reality of Yi Yuan opening a forum and giving a lecture. His attitude caused a stir in the crowd once again. With the Cao family's foundation, he was actually going to listen to Yi Yuan's lecture. Those onlooking martial artists and alchemists all looked at Yi Yuan with amazed eyes. Right at this time, a servant called out loudly again, "Heavenly Martial Sect's old ancestor Ning, Myriad Sword Sect's old ancestor Qin, and Profound Ice Sect's old ancestor Jing Xian, has arrived." No way, right? The 3 sects' old ancestors are actually all here. What kind of status do they have? To actually turn up personally for the City Lord's daughter's wedding event. Weren't the 3 old ancestors all preparing the matters concerning the establishment of the alliance? To actually find time out of their busy schedule to attend the wedding. These 3 old ancestors aren't here on account of City Lord's grandson too, right? Ning Yixian Trio's arrival caused a commotion. Their ident. 1 ties were too high. Furthermore, when they were busy with official affairs, logically speaking, sending a divine traversing realm expert from each sect over should be enough. No one could have thought that they would actually come here personally. At this time, many people were already guessing that these 3 people came for Yi Yuan too. Ha ha ha. Younger brother Yi, this old man came here to congratulate. Qin Hongtao's voice was like a great bell and actually had a very happy appearance. He grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's arm and appeared very close. Yi Yuan was bewildered by this action of Qin Hongtao. He thought to himself if it was possible that this old man ate the wrong medicine. If Ning Yixian took this kind of action, he would not be too surprised. But Qin Hongtao still had a considerable grudge with him. How could he have such an attitude? Seeing Yi Yuan's dubious eyes, Ning Yixian explained with a smile, ever since Qin Yang returned from the Tranquil Cloud sect trip, he reflected on the bitter lesson. A few days ago, he already broke through to the Sea Transformation realm, becoming a Soul Sea realm expert. After Qin Yang exited seclusion, he said that for him to be able to break through successfully this time, the person he was most grateful to was you. Who, for this matter, old man Qin even showed off in front of us for several days. Yi Yuan came to understand only when he heard that. It was just that he never expected that Qin Yang would actually break through so quickly. From the Sea Transformation realm to the Soul Sea realm, there was an incredible barrier. It was the checkpoint of transitioning from the lower 3 realms to the middle 3 realms. Even for Qin Yang, these peerless heavens chosen, wanting to cross this hurdle required the accumulation of a very long period of time too. Qin Yang, Guo Taochuan, and Yin Yanghua, these 3 people were originally running neck to neck. To think that it was actually Qin Yang who strode out this step first. Who? So that's how it is. Then I'll have to congratulate old ancestor Qin. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and congratulated. Haha. Both of us together. Younger brother Yi, don't need to be courteous with me. In the future, call me elder brother as well will do. Your father and mother returning to their family clan and getting married blissfully. I, as the elder brother, have to come and congratulate no matter what. This goose plume treasure armor was used by me in my early days. It's already infinitely close to a profound artifact, Qin Hongtao said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan's heart was moved. Defensive spirit artifacts were extremely hard to come by and tend to be much greater in value compared to offensive ones. Although this goose plume treasure armor had not yet reached the level of a profound artifact, Its value was already not beneath the Shenying sword which Dan Chunzi gifted. This Qin Hong Tao making a move was rather extravagant. This old man's opening move is the goose plume treasure armor. Doesn't that make it hard for the two of us? Fortunately, this old man, I, have preparations. Come, Yi Yuan. This is Earth Core Spirit Essence Milk. With your knowledge, you should know its value. It's absolutely not beneath that goose plume treasure armor of old man Qin, Ning Yishen said with a smile. Yi Yuan, this is our profound ice sect specialty product, Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus. This lotus will only bloom once every 100 years. Even in my profound ice sect, it's an extremely rare object too, Jing Shen said. When Yi Yuan saw this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus, he could not help becoming wildly ecstatic in his heart. He truly did not expect that the Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus actually really existed in the endless world. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a Tier 5 item. To people who cultivated in ice attribute cultivation laws, it was a greatly beneficial item. Even when swallowing it whole, it could also be comparable to 10 years of bitter cultivation. To the profound ice sect's martial artists, it was absolutely an extremely precious spirit medicine. Of course, Yi Yuan was not concerned by this. The reason why he was so elated was that this Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was a type of Tier 5 medicinal herb. It was also the mandatory material to refine the Tier 5 medicinal pill, 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill. This 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill was a miracle elixir to treat the chronic disease in Luer's body. For such a long time, Luer had been staying inside Yi Yuan's spatial spirit artifact, all this while because she was unable to cultivate. But Yi Yuan's current realm was unable to help Luer uproot the chronic disease. This had always been a worry for Yi Yuan. This Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus was very seldom seen. Yi Yuan even thought that it probably could not be found in the endless world. Who knew that it was acquired without any effort at all? This was actually the profound ice sect's specialty product. As long as Yi Yuan broke through to divine traversing realm, refining this 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill would naturally be easily accomplished. Yi Yuan contained the joy in his heart and said to the 3 people with clasped hands, "Many thanks to 3 old ancestors. Elder brother Wu Xian prepared Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew for everybody. 3 old ancestors, please head inside to have a taste." Qin Hongtao's eyes lit up, and he said in ecstasy, "I've drunk the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew once at Fu Yunjing's place. Until now, it still brings back endless aftertastes. Didn't expect that Wu Xian, that old fellow, actually knows how to brew it too. Old man Ning, Jing Xian, hurry, hurry. I want to go and have a taste." Ning Yishen had clearly heard of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's great name before. At this time, his alcohol addiction flared up too. He said goodbye to Yi Yuan and went inside with Jing Xian. "Ha ha ha. Little brother Yi, this old man came without an invitation. You mustn't blame me." Yi Yuan hurriedly went up to greet with clasped hands as he said with a smile, "What's old Hai saying here? You're working hard for the common people in the world. How can Yi Yuan dare to blame you? Furthermore, my parents are just holding a make-up wedding. How can we dare to trouble old Hai to grace us with your grand presence?" Chi Hai said with a laugh, "Even if I'm any busier, little brother Yi's parents' great event, I have to rush over too. Here, this is an ancient tiger bone which I acquired some years back in the Endless Forest. I don't have much use for it keeping it either. I'll give it to you as a gift then." Chi Hai's voice had yet to fade when a streak of white light flashed past an S&TC head away the tiger bone from Chi Hai's hands. It was precisely white light. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and said, "White light? Don't be rude." Chi Hai laughed and said, "Haha, no worries, no worries. This little white tiger of yours is really smart. Presumably, this tiger bone is very useful to him." Chi Hai had seen before white light around Yi Yuan long ago. He faintly sensed this little white tiger's extraordinariness. If not for this, how could white light possibly snatch away things from Chi Hai's hands with his present strength? Heh, big brother, I was too agitated just now. This tiger bone is very useful to me. I'll accept it on your behalf." As he said, white light's figure moved, Vonnies. Hi plussing from everyone's sights. Yi Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This fellow was so impolite to his elders. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Yuan said to Qi Hai, "Old Hai, the auspicious hour is drawing near. I, as the son, can't screw up my parents' great event. Let's go in." Chapter 539, Immense Popularity. Chapter 539, Immense Popularity. Wine cups clanged, and wine flowed freely in the main hall. The guests were already utterly conquered by the immortal remembrance jade brew long ago. Wu Xian, just based on our friends. Hi+P, you have got to give me a flask of this immortal remembrance jade brew later. Oh, no, 10 flask. By Wu Xian's side, a divine traversing realm expert slung his arm around Wu Xian. Wu Xian, our relations. Hi+P is solid enough, right? If you give him 10 flasks, I can't get lesser than 10 flasks no matter what, right? Said another person. Wu Xian's head was already long messed up by these fellows who tried to curry favor. Flinging his hand, he said, "Shoo shoo shoo. Do you all think that this immortal remembrance jade brew is some jug wine by the roadside? With your ways of giving out, no matter how many I have, it will all be given away too. Telling you all honestly, this old man, I only took these immortal remembrance jade brew out for everybody to sample because today is younger brother Yi's parents' wedding day. After today whoever wants it will have to splurge." When Wu Xian brewed the low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew, he already antic. 1P ated today's situation. He already discussed it with Yi Yuan to place this low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew onto the market to sell. It would definitely earn a hefty amount. Wu Xian bringing these immortal remembrance jade brew over today was naturally in order to boost Yi Yuan's face. But it was not without the intention of promoting this immortal remembrance jade brew either. Those who could enter the main hall today were all upper echelons in Wufang City. They were either wealthy or with connections. As soon as the immortal remembrance jade brew rolled out into the market, only these people could afford it. Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew definitely had some parts omitted in the brewing process. Hence, the production output had always not been high. This was also the reason why Fu Yunjing cherished his own belongings all along. Wu Xian cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "Today, everybody could drink this immortal remembrance jade brew all thanks to younger brother Yi Yuan." However, this immortal remembrance jade brew wasn't picked up from the streets. Just the materials expended in brewing the alcohol is a huge sum of money. After today, if everybody wishes to drink this immortal remembrance jade brew, you can go to Drunken Immortal Restaurant. With Wu Xian saying this, everyone came to understand as well. Why, this Wu Xian came today to cast a long line to cast a big fees. But those present were all respected figures. Regarding Wu Xian's way of doing things, there was no cause for much criticism. Such a delicious vintage wine like the immortal remembrance jade brew was naturally not what some lousy common streetwear could compare to. Yet, the most important thing was that this immortal remembrance jade brew could actually be Ma's produce. Wu Xian, you mean that we can all drink such a delicious vintage wine any time in the future? Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, that might not be the case. Such a vintage brew, the materials needed are extremely precious. Don't look at how I brought so much here today. Actually, it already expended close to 20% of this old man's AS set. Therefore, although Drunken Immortal Restaurant will provide this wine all year round, it's only limited to 10 flasks per day. First come, first serve. Everyone all drew a cold breath. 20 barrels of immortal remembrance jade brew actually cost Wu Xian 20% of his AS set. Wu Xian as an alchemy sovereign expert, his AS sets definitely surpass said ordinary martial artists by a great deal. 20% of his AS sets was absolutely a huge sum of wealth. One could see from this just how terrifying the expenditure to brew this immortal remembrance jade brew was. Originally, those who were still savoring it in large mouthfuls already could not bear to lift their cups now. This wine, drinking a mouthful was one lesser. Actually, Wu Xian's words had areas of exaggeration. He did indeed spend a huge sum of money on brewing this alcohol. But it was naturally impossible to be just 20 barrels. Furthermore, the most costly expenditure was not this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, but it was the middle grade. The middle grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was on an entirely different level from the low grade. The low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew that Wu Xian brought here today was just half of what he brewed this time. And adding up the costs of these 40 barrels of low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, it was not even half of the middle grade. The middle grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was still in the process of brewing. But the output was merely 1 barrel. Such an expenditure, even with Wu Xian's Ma's sieve wealth, it was also somewhat unbearable. However, with the recipe that Yi Yuan gave, Wu Xian's future wealth could be predicted. Don't look at how alchemists were all very rich. Actually, their expenditures were immense too. Following the increase in their strength, the expended essence crystals and medicinal herbs also soared exponentially. Hence, nobody would complain about having too much money. Isn't 10 flasks too little? Wu Xian, essence crystals are not an issue. This alcohol, I'll reserve a barrel first. The next time it's out, give it to our Zhong family first, alright? Wu Fang City's Zhong family head yelled out. Wu Xian shook his head and said, "Old man Zhong, not that I, Wu Xian, am miserly. The process of brewing this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is extremely troublesome. There's simply no way of providing a large supply. Otherwise, I wouldn't limit it to 10 flasks daily too. This old man indeed still has some remaining stock. But giving this inventory to you, the other families will shred me up." With Wu Xian saying this, there were immediately people from the other families who were indignant. "That's right. Old man Zhong, are you the only rich one? Our Sun family can still afford this bit of essence crystals. You want a barrel, this father of yours wants 10 barrels. The city Lord Manor hasn't even spoken yet. What capabilities does your Zhong family have to dare swallow a barrel all at once? In my opinion, it's still Wu Xian's method that is good. 10 flasks daily. First come first serve. This way, it's fair to everyone." Seeing this scene, Wu Xian was also secretly delighted in his heart. Actually, the low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew really did not have many troublesome aspects. He originally also planned on selling barrel by barrel. But after he told his plans to Yi Yuan, it was denied by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's idea was very simple. An object was valued relative to its rarity. If it were supplied unlimitedly, when everybody drank a ton of it, this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would not be valuable anymore either. But if it was just supplying 10 flasks a day, everyone could not drink to their heart's content each time. Hence, they would all break their heads every day fighting to snatch those 10 flasks of wine. In just a few days, these 10 flasks of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would be raised to a sky-high price. This wine, ordinary people and factions simply could not drink it. At that time, it would become a symbol of ident. 1 tie and status. After waiting for a suitable time, Wu Xian would then roll out the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. That way, the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew would become a supreme level of immortal brew. Regardless of how the price was set, it would be up to Wu Xian's call. In a corner of the main hall, Fu Yunjing had a depressed look. Wu Xian, this old man, pestered him daily in the past for the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. He himself put on a nonchalant appearance too. Finally, Wu Xian paid a very large price before getting 6 flasks from his place. Who knew that in a twinkle, this old man produced Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew himself. Not only was the quality much better than his, but it could also actually be Ma's produce. His opening move was 20 barrels. What a big play. Fu Yunjing himself sampled a mouthful earlier. The taste was indeed much better than his. Furthermore, he actually did not know that drinking the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew unexpectedly needed southern sandalwood to be the cup. Just where on earth did this old fellow learn it? How could Fu Yunjing not wish to Ma's produce the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew? But the success rate of his brewing was too low and simply had no way of satisfying the market demand. The source of income which landed in his hands was given away with both hands just like this. Fu Yunjing's gloominess would be imagined. He picked up the wine cup and slowly walked towards Wu Xian. Chapter 540, Unyielding. Chapter 540, Unyielding. Wu Xian, I wish to ask you. Where did this recipe of yours come from? Fu Yunjing inquired. Wu Xian saw that it was Fu Yunjing and said, this recipe it was naturally taught by an expert. Fu Yunjing, what's the meaning of you asking this? Heh, can it be that you still don't know what the meaning of my words is? Everybody knows that this immortal remembrance jade brews recipe, only I have it. Isn't you doing this too dishonest? Fu Yunjing said with an unkind expression. Actually, Wu Xian and Fu Yunjing still had some friends. Hi+P between them. But it was still not that close. However, it was still because of this friends. Hi+P that Wu Xian was able to get Fu Yunjing's wine after begging many times. But Wu Xian's actions now infringed upon Fu Yunjing's interests. Fu Yunjing could not swallow this insult despite reconsidering repeatedly. That was why he came up to question. Once the immortal remembrance jade brew could be Ma.s produced, that was cold, hard cash. Each drop would be extremely valuable. Fu Yunjing's expenses for the sake of brewing the immortal remembrance jade brew was rather dear too. Seeing his own immortal remembrance jade brew become worthless, he was seriously stifled in his heart. Fu Yunjing, today is the City Lord Manner's day of great joy. Must you cause trouble? My immortal remembrance jade brew doesn't have anything to do with you. This point, people who have drunk the wine before should all be aware, right? Wu Xian said with a cold grunt. Heh, actually, I've been researching on improving the brewing method of the immortal remembrance jade brew all along and finally managed to have some progress. Right at this juncture, your immortal remembrance jade brew actually appeared. Is there such a coincidental thing? Previously, you were at my place for roughly right around half a year's time or so. But it's just nice the time to brew these immortal remembrance jade brew. Fu Yunjing said with a cold smile. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. It was that Wu Xian stole a peep at the results of his development and brewed the immortal remembrance jade brew himself. Although Fu Yunjing was lying through his teeth, the reasoning was infallible, making many people look towards Wu Xian in suspicion. Once this sort of thing was confirmed, Wu Xian would no longer have the face to keep a foothold in Wufang City. But how could Wu Xian be so easy to hoodwink? He said with a cold smile, not that you can't slander me, but you have got to bring out the evidence, right? Your immortal remembrance jade brew clearly isn't as good as mine. This point, as long as one knows their liquor, they can probably discern it, right? All talk without substance, aren't you afraid of your teeth falling out by saying this? Fu Yunjing said with a faint smile, I don't have proof. I'm just very curious. Everybody in the city knows that my recipe was obtained from the Endless Forest, just this one copy in the entire Wufang City. Then, where did you get your recipe from? An expert. Haha, such words can only fool little children, right? One had to admit that this Fu Yunjing was born with an eloquent tongue. Hearing his words, many people became even more skeptical towards Wu Xian. This sort of thing like stealing formulas was held in extreme contempt, let alone that it was exposed on the spot by the original owner. Yeah. I really didn't think of this. Wu Xian's recipe wouldn't really have been stolen from Fu Yunjing there, right? This recipe, Fu Yunjing has always kept it as a treasure. It's impossible for people to know. Unless it's really as Fu Yunjing said, Wu Xian plagiarized it while he was not paying attention. Stolen things, just be satisfied with secretly brewing a few flasks to drink. To actually take it out to sell, isn't this disgraceful? Hearing some people's whispering, Wu Xian's face became livid. Fear of incurring gossip. He was wholeheartedly focused on bringing the immortal remembrance jade brew out to make money but forgot that Fu Yunjing would make a false countercharge. However, after today's matter, Wu Xian could also be considered to have a new understanding of Fu Yunjing. But Fu Yunjing said it as if it was true. This already aroused most people's suspicions. How should he explain? Could it be that he had to compare formulas with him? That way, wouldn't the recipe be divulged? How should he explain to Yi Yuan? Just as Wu Xian caught in a difficult dilemma, Yi Yuan and Qi Hai entered the main hall. This formula was given to him by this old man. What complaints do you have? Chi Hai said in a slightly low voice. As a matter of fact, it had already been a while since they entered the main hall. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the event through voice transmission to invite him to come forward to uphold justice. Chi Hai did not have much hesitation and directly agreed. Yi Yuan occupied a 50% share in this business too. Fu Yunjing causing trouble here was directly spoiling his business. How could Yi Yuan turn a blind eye to it? Although Yi Yuan was very wealthy right now, as an alchemist himself, he was deeply aware of the importance of essence crystals this thing. In his previous life, if there weren't the Medicine King Hall this colossal Titan supporting, no matter how high his talent was, he would have no way of reaching that level too. Alchemist was an occupation which burned money. Wanting to refine a type of medicinal pill had to refine countless medicinal herbs to waste. The higher the rank of the medicinal herb, the greater the expenditure. Even though Yi Yuan's success rate of refining medicinal pills was exceptionally high, with his current consumption speed, no matter how much essence crystals there were, it was also insufficient to use. Regardless which major faction it was impossible to treat medicinal pills like candy to eat like him too. Putting aside whether or not one could bear the expenses, how could the average martial artist dare to swallow so many medicinal pills? Furthermore, the medicinal pills which Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal effects were all extremely tyrannical. They were on a completely different level from the Endless World's medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan did not plan on coming forward himself. Firstly, he did not wish to overly expose himself. Secondly, he was young after all. The words he said might not be enough to convince everyone. Chi Hai stepping forward was naturally the most appropriate. With his status, who dared to say a word of no? Indeed, once Fu Yunjing saw Chi Hai speak, he could not help being alarmed inwardly. He never would have thought that the person behind Wu Xian was actually Chi Hai. This time, he poked the hornet's nest. Turns out that it's old Hai's recipe. I was still perplexed. Could this immortal remembrance jade brew of Wu Xian be pulled out of thin air? It's just that I wonder where old Hai obtained this recipe from. Fu Yunjing still did not give up and asked sarcastically. In front of so many people, moreover, it was City Lord Manner's great joyous day, he did not believe that Chi Hai dared to do anything to him. Chi Hai said with an icy look, "Does this old man still need to explain to you when doing things?" Fu Yunjing instantly felt a tremendous pressure coming at him head-on, cruise. I plussing him until he could not catch his breath. He gritted his teeth and said obstinately, "Old Hai naturally doesn't need to explain to me. But don't you feel that suppressing people with force is inadequate to convince the Ma? Says. Justice lies in the hearts of people. Old Hai can kill me, but it's hard to shut the mouths of everybody." Chi Hai did not expect that this Fu Yunjing still had some backbone. Facing his pressure, he actually did not back down in the slightest. He could, of course, kill Fu Yunjing with one palm. But Wu Xian would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fu Yunjing was precisely eyeing this point, that was why he dared to be so unyielding. Today was different than the time with Wu Rong. At that time, Chi Hai was standing on the standpoint of a righteous cause. Others did not dare to say much about killing people. Now, Fu Yunjing stirred up the situation. If Chi Hai really killed him, then Wu Xian would ascertain the label of plagiarism and would also have no way of keeping a foothold in Wu Fang City in the future. For a moment, Chi Hai could not help being at the dilemma to advance or retreat. Chapter 541. Instructing Secretly. Chapter 541. Instructing secretly. Yi Yuan also did not think that Fu Yunjing was so persistent, to actually dare to lock horns with Chi Hai. Fu Yunjing had also grabbed Chi Hai's soft spot, making it rather hard for Chi Hai to do things. Yi Yuan's divine sense moved and transmitted his voice to Chi Hai. Fu Yunjing saw the situation and knew that the two were transmitting voices through divine sense. His heart involuntarily pounded. But, on second thought, as long as Wu Xian did not dare to publicize the formula, his words would have no weakness to exploit. And if Wu Xian dared to make the recipe known, even though he would lose reputation, Wu Xian would have no way of monopolizing the immortal remembrance jade brew either. The losses in between this would be huge. At this point, even if it harmed others without benefits, he had to push on as well. Asking him to swallow this insult, he was unable to do it. But not knowing why, the youth beside Chi Hai kept on giving him an unfathomable feel. Hearing Yi Yuan's voice transmission, Chi Hai's eyes gradually lit up. Looking at Fu Yunjing, he said in an oppressive manner, "You said that you improved the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's formula. Then, do you know what you lack in your formula, resulting in the taste to be inferior to the one brewed by Wu Xian?" Fu Yunjing was stupefied. He immediately said with a cold smile, hearing Old Hai's meaning, "You actually know my recipe? You're confessing everything without duress here." Fu Yunjing's words immediately caused a stir. Just as Fu Yunjing said, wasn't Chi Hai confessing everything without being pressed here? Fu Yunjing's formula, only he himself knew. How did Chi Hai know what Fu Yunjing's recipe lacked? Between Chi Hai and Wu Xian, there had to be someone who plagiarized Fu Yunjing's formula. And between the two of them, everyone would naturally think that it was done by Wu Xian, and Chi Hai was just stepping forward to defend Wu Xian on account of Yi Yuan's face. Chi Hai was not startled nor in panic as he said coolly, "That's right. Last time, when I went to Wu Xian's place, he invited me to drink a flask of the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew that he got from you. I discerned that it was not right with one taste. As luck would have it, I had some research regarding this stuff. It's just that I never had the time to make it. So, I gave the formula to Wu Xian. This formula came from the divine realm." Fu Yunjing already had a stance like a dead pig, not being afraid of boiling water being scaling right now. He might as well act all the way shamelessly. Hearing Chi Hai said so, he said with a cold sneer, "I know that Old Hai has all kinds of connections with the divine realm. But I'm afraid that you're thinking too simply by wanting to use divine realm, these two words, to shut everybody's mouths, right? Hearing Old Hai's words, you just drank a mouthful and then knew my formula inside out. Isn't this too laughable? I'll report the formula. You see if it's correct." As he said, Chi Hai started to report the materials used to brew the wine one by one. Altogether there were actually 100 over types. And Fu Yunjing's expression became increasingly uglier along with Chi Hai's reporting. The recipe that Chi Hai reported was actually the exact same as the one he obtained. Even the quantity used for these ingredients were not the slightest bit off, just like he saw the recipe with his own eyes. With this, even Fu Yunjing himself could not help somewhat doubting as well if Chi Hai and Wu Xian really plagiarized his recipe. Of course, those with the same thinking as him was not in the minority. There were even some people already starting to whisper under their breaths. Could Old Hai have really plagiarized Fu Yunjing's recipe? You guys look at Fu Yunjing's expression. What Old Hai said is definitely not far off the mark. Yeah. What is Old Hai playing at here? Even if he really stole Fu Yunjing's formula, he doesn't need to go so far as to say it out so generously, right? Even though he's a senior, doing so would destroy his reputation too. Isn't Old Hai bullying people with his power here? Doing this is also too overboard. Chi Hai's strength was indeed formidable. But if he used his power to bully people like this, it was impossible for others to be convinced either. Other people did not dare to do anything to Chi Hai. But Wu Xian's reputation would be rotten in the future. After Chi Hai reported all of the ingredients, Fu Yunjing's expression was ugly to the extreme. Chi Hai saying this was equivalent to making his recipe known to the public. In the future, he would have no way of using the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew to keep a foothold in this Wu Fang city anymore either. Even though he was already replaced by Wu Xian now. Heh, really didn't expect that Old Hai's face was actually so thick. Stole my formula and actually even admitted it swaggeringly. Truly shameless to the extreme, Chi Hai said with a smile. When did I admit that I stole your formula? Fu Yunjing was stunned. Wasn't he too shameless? Already at such an extent and still not admitting it. Hearing what you said earlier, you're admitting that the formula I said was correct. No need to deny. Other people are not fools either. They could tell long ago, Chi Hai still said coolly. Fu Yunjing's expression became black, and he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Indeed, Chi Hai continued, you said that you improved the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew recipe. I wonder how did you improve it? Fu Yunjing's heart plummeted. Turns out that it was waiting here. Heh, why do I have to tell you? Fu Yunjing said, appearing tough outwardly, but timid inside. Chi Hai said, I can tell you that in your recipe, 5 kinds of ingredients are missing. As long as you can say out the names of these 5 kinds of ingredients, Wu Xian would naturally have plagiarized your formula. But if you can't say it, then scram right now for this old man. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Fu Yunjing's expression changed repeatedly. When did he really improve the formula? This immortal remembrance jade brew, even in the divine realm, it was a top-grade immortal brew that not everyone could drink. If Fu Yunjing really had this capability, he would have long ascended to the divine realm. Why was there a need to fool around in this Wu Fang city still? But if he did not say a thing, wouldn't it be admitting that he was finding fault for no reason? I'll just casually report 5 kinds of ingredients. Could it be that you really dare to make the recipe known to all? Fu Yunjing snickered coldly inwardly and casually reported 5 kinds of materials. They were all ingredients frequently used in brewing alcohol. Listening to it seemed well-grounded and reasonable. Chi Hai gave a cold laugh and said, utter nonsense. Don't know what you're talking about. Truly shameless enough. Fu Yunjing said delightedly, since old Hai say that I'm uttering nonsense, then you say out those 5 kinds of materials. Don't need 5 kinds. 1 is enough. In my recipe has 7-star gra. SS 7-star gra. SS will become lilac color when coming into contact with sulfur flame powder. Come, men, go and retrieve some sulfur flame powder over 1 try, and it will be clear. Chi Hai said coolly. Fu Yunjing was still cheerily confident earlier. But at this time, his face was deathly pale. Wu Fang City was the alchemy holy land. Many families present were all alchemy families. They were naturally not foreign to this 7-star gra. SS. He never would have thought that Chi Hai pressed hard at every step. Finally, it was actually using this sort of method to make him reveal his true colors. At this time, he could not resist turning his eyes towards Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing hatred. Fu Yunjing had never heard before that Chi Hai knew alchemy. He had never heard before that Chi Hai knew how to brew alcohol, let alone believe that Chi Hai could report out all of the ingredients just by sampling a taste of his wine. Earlier, Yi Yuan clearly said something to Chi Hai with voice transmission. Could it be that everything that Chi Hai said was this young man's scheme? Chapter 542. Insist on not accepting. Chapter 542. Insist on not accepting change. Changed. It really changed. The immortal remembrance jade brew really has 7-star gra. SS inside. Fu Yunjing is too much. To actually slander Wu Xian like this. This fellow is really shameless. Following placing a small amount of white-colored powder into a cup of immortal remembrance jade brew, the originally clear liquor became lilac color very quickly. With this, just who caused a disturbance first was perfectly clear. Many people had a feeling of being duped and became indignant right away, cursing Fu Yunjing's shamelessness. This fellow was clearly envious that Wu Xian brewed better immortal remembrance jade brew than what he could. That was why he vilified Wu Xian. What improved the formula? Utter bulls. HI plus T. What are you still standing there for? Could it be you still want this old man to invite you to leave? Get lost. Chi Hai said coldly. If today wasn't Yi Yuan's parents' joyous day, Chi Hai might have made a move and injured people. This fellow actually forced him into a very awkward situation earlier. If not for Yi Yuan instructing him secretly on how to break the deadlock, he would really be stuck today. Although Chi Hai was very easygoing, this did not mean that anyone could trample on his reputation. Although Fu Yunjing's strength was decent, it was still lacking in front of Chi Hai, and he did not have the qualifications to pick a fight with him either. Being forced into a dilemma by such a person, the fury in Chi Hai's heart could be imagined. The lie was exposed. Fu Yunjing naturally had no face to stay here anymore either. In truth, he already incurred public wrath today. In the future, he would probably have no way of even staying in this Wu Fang city. Fu Yunjing shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and said with a cold snort, "Leave then leave. This old man admits to his bad luck today." Boy, we'll wait and see. I, Fu Yunjing, will officially break away from Wufang City starting from today. Leaving behind a few fierce words, Fu Yunjing flicked his sleeves grandly and hastened out of the entrance like fleeing. Seeing this scene, Qi Hai's expression darkened slightly. He said to Ning Yixian, "Send people to keep an eye on this old punk. Today isn't suited to get into a fight. After today Pares says, take good care of him for me." Yes, old Hai. Ning Yixian was also fooled by Fu Yunjing just now and even thought that Wu Xian really stole the recipe. To talk about taking care of Fu Yunjing, he had no problems at all, nodding his head at once and consenting to this. Fu Yunjing was just an itinerant alchemy sovereign in Wufang City. Even though his strength was par s sable, he did not have too great of a background. In the past, he still had some status among Wufang City's upper echelons relying on the immortal remembrance jade brew. But his actions today truly offended many people. Everybody naturally did not have much of a favorable impression towards him anymore either. All right. The time is almost here. Don't dampen everybody's spirits because of a stinky bug like this. Fine wine and delicacies are ahead. Everyone best savors it to your heart's content, Qi Hai said coolly. With this reminder, everyone all came back to their senses as well. There was free immortal remembrance jade brew to savor today. There wouldn't be this stall anymore after Pares sing this village. While the immortal remembrance jade brew which Wu Xian brought here today was a lot, with so many people getting a share, there was actually not much left either. Hence, the more these people drank, the more they treasured it. The more they drank, the more they would reminisce the aftertaste. There were some people present who had drunk before Fu Yunjing's immortal remembrance jade brew. But this wine drank today was even more fragrant than his. Before long, Ren Yujie walked into the main hall and called out in a clear voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Please welcome, the city lord, His Excellency." Ren Xingchuan walked out in slow strides. He walked to the highest seat of honor and took his seat. "Please welcome, the groom and the bride." The groom Yi Hang, all dressed in red robes, led Ren Hongling who was wearing phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes and walked out too. Next, was bowing to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan looked at his blissful-looking parents from below. A warm current brimmed in his heart too. Actually, in his mother's heart, she still worried about this unreasonable father of hers. This point, Yi Yuan was naturally clear in his heart as somebody with 2 lifetimes. Otherwise, he would not give Ren Xingchuan a chance either. With Ren Xingchuan this backing, Yi Yuan could put his mind completely at ease when going out to make a break in the future. The remaining thing was to deal with the fierce Gale World's invasion. Yi Yuan kept feeling that the fierce Gale World's invasion had some areas which were not right. But he could never figure out what was wrong. This feeling of losing control made him very uncomfortable. But this kind of thing, unless Zhao Tianyin told him personally, otherwise, there was simply no way of knowing. Now, he could only just take it one step at a time too. The most important thing now was still to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only through his way could he have the strength to protect himself facing these fierce Gale World's experts. Even though his current strength far surpassed said martial artists at the same rank, in front of a real expert in a true battle, he still could not take a single blow. Hence, Yi Yuan was still harboring considerable hope towards the vast heaven Paji. Oda inheritance this time. After the ceremony ended, Ren Xingchuan suddenly got up and said in a clear voice, "Thank you all for coming to support. This Ren is endlessly grateful." Taking advantage of this joyous day today, this Ren still has something to announce. Ren Xingchuan paused for a bit, glanced at Yi Yuan, and said, "This old man did a wrong thing back then. This matter, everybody is already aware. This old man won't hide it from everyone either. Today, it's all thanks to this grandson of mine that I was able to see the error of my ways and repent. Therefore, today, I want to appoint Yi Yuan as Wufang City's young lord. I wonder what are everyone's opinions?" Although City Lord Manor had the final say in Wufang City, the Ren family was not the fixed City Lord. Back then, the Cao family dominated the City Lord position for a very long time but was replaced by Ren Xingchuan. Hence, for Ren Xingchuan to want to appoint a young lord, it still needed to go through everyone's approval. Yi Yuan, regardless whether was it talent or strength, there was probably not a single person who dared to say a word of objection. Yi Yuan, being this young lord, was naturally also getting what was deserved. Yi Yuan is a young hero. He can naturally take on this great responsibility. I have no objections. City Lord, you make the call. This cow represents the cow family and firmly endorses young Lord Yi Yuan. When Ren Xingquan's words were spoken, everyone all clamored to respond. Seeing this scene, Ren Xingquan nodded his head slightly too and said to Yi Yuan, from now onwards, you'll be. Hold on. Yi Yuan extended a hand and interrupted Ren Xingquan's words, saying, this status of a young lord, I'm not interested. Ren Xingquan's face went black. Wasn't this punk too uncivil? Wu Fang City's young lord was in existence on the same level as the three sects' head disciples. It was already the highest position among the Endless World's junior generation. This boy actually refused. Could it be that this boy was still harboring hatred in his heart and wanted to make him look bad in front of everyone? How could he know that? How could Yi Yuan settle on a puny little Wu Fang City young lord? Among the people present, probably only Qi Hai could slightly understand Yi Yuan's thoughts. But even he was unable to understand how great Yi Yuan's horizons were either. Not just me, Ren Dong, that boy, I'm bringing away too. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. It was fine if this boy did not accept the position of City Lord himself, he actually forbid Ren Xingquan's most favored grandson to be City Lord too. This time, it was really overboard. Yi Yuan, this old man already issued a self-admonish. Hi+ing edict. You should understand what this means. Are you going to ruin my Ren family's future in front of so many people? Rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. Yi Yuan slapped his face in public. The fury in his heart could be imagined. Chapter 543, The Road Underfoot. Chapter 543, The Road Underfoot. Yi Yuan looked at Ren Xingquan, feeling very amused in his heart. If it were in the past, this old fellow would have long sent a palm howling over. But now, he was talking reason with him. It was also a grieving enough. However, Yi Yuan did not have plans on changing his thinking. The vast sky allowed a bird to fly, and the wide sea allowed a fish to leap about. It was naturally impossible for him to stay in a tiny little Wu Fang city to be some young lord. I have my own plans for the future. It's impossible to keep on staying in Wu Fang city. And Ren Dong already acknowledged me as his master. I naturally have to guide him well. As for this young lord position, I can recommend a person to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ren Xingquan was rather curious. Apart from Yi Yuan and Ren Dong, who else had the capabilities to be qualified for this young lord position? Say it. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Yi Hang, and he said with a smile, far away on the horizon, and yet right before your eyes. Yi Hang was stupefied and pointed to himself and said, Me? What kind of joke is this? Ren Xingquan's expression darkened once more. This punk was purely making a laughing stock out of him. How much capabilities Yi Hang had that he could still not be aware of? If Yi Hang had this capability, why would he object to Ren Hongling being together with him so determinedly back then? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not joking. Father, you don't need to belittle yourself either. Within 10 years, you can definitely surpass old man Ren. Yi Yuan did not approve of Ren Xingquan up until now either, so he kept calling him Old Man Ren. Of course, Old Man Ren's mind was completely not focused on this. He was currently burning with rage. This punk was getting more preposterous as he spoke. Yi Hang surpass sing him within 10 years. Wasn't this a fantasy tale? Yi Yuan. Messing around got to have a limit too. Even if you don't acknowledge this old man, there isn't a need to make this sort of joke in front of so many people either. Ren Xingquan said furiously. Yi Yuan said coolly, I already said, I'm not joking around. Like this, how about we make a bet? If father is unable to surpass you within 10 years, I'll come back and be the young lord for you. What Yi Yuan was implying was Yi Hang being the city lord and not young lord. This sort of big talk, probably only Yi Yuan dared to say it. Actually, Yi Yuan naturally had full confidence in Yi Hang. He cultivated the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art and 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation, these two cultivation methods. If he still could not break through to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years, then that would be unbelievable. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yi Hang's talent was not bad. Back then, the reason why he was inferior to Ren Hongling was entirely that of family background and resources problem. Now that Yi Hang's back was leaning on City Lord Manor, this big tree, and he had the Divine Realm's pinnacle-level cultivation methods, cultivating to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years was absolutely as easy as turning over one's hand. It was just that these people had no way of understanding. But Yi Yuan believed that before long, Yi Han's improvement speed would leave everyone dumbfounded. Fine. This old man will bet with you, Ren Xingchuan agreed without any hesitation. 10 years' time was not considered long to him. He could totally wait. At that time, if Yi Hang did not have the qualifications, wouldn't Yi Yuan still come back obediently to take over Wufang City? How could he know that? How could Yi Yuan possibly stay in the lower realms for 10 years? The next day, a high platform was built in the exquisite Jade Pavilion's 1000 query walls main hall. A youth was currently sitting upright solemnly, with the air of a great master. But all the people below the stage were older than him, looking rather incongruous. This sort of thing, like hosting a forum and giving a lecture, without reaching a certain level, nobody dared to do it. Especially in Wufang City, the alchemy holy land. The level of the alchemist standards here practically assembled all of Endless World's alchemy path elites. Without alchemy sovereign strength, how could the average person dare to open a forum and give a lecture? But Yi Yuan, this quasi-alchemy king realm youth, actually did it. Even though Yi Yuan was at the height of his popularity right now in Wufang City, it was not enough. The people who came to watch him make a fool of himself today was actually not the minority. Yi Yuan was seriously too young. As the saying went, young people couldn't be trusted with important tasks. Many people only heard rumors of the 1000 query walls 7th levels questions being answered by someone. But not many people believed it. Of course, among the people here today, there were many who were alchemists present on that day. They all witnessed Yi Yuan's spectacular performance. Today was the first day the Ren family took over the 1000 query wall. Many people were also skeptical about whether or not the Ren family had the foundation to take over. Yi Yuan sat at the top very composedly, without the slightest hint of stage fright. In his previous life, he had opened forums and given lectures more than once. Regarding such spectacles, he was all too familiar. It was simply far from getting stage fright. Compared to his previous life, the levels of these people in front of him was seriously too low. One had to know that each time Ji Qingyun hosted a forum and gave a lecture in his previous life, there were even quite a number of alchemy emperor powerhouses who came upon hearing the news. Likewise, an alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger compared to those people. Now, facing this small scene, it was simply child's play to Yi Yuan. After everybody settled down, Yi Yuan's first words made everyone's glass says fall off. The alchemy path and martial path are the same, they are also a kind of great Tao. The direction of Tao is formed by accumulating it step by step. As the saying goes, without the accumulations of small steps, it's impossible to walk and finish a journey of 1,000 miles. Without accumulating small, trickling streams, it's unable to form a great sea. There is no lack of quasi-alchemy kings, and even alchemy sovereign experts among you all. But touch your heart and ask yourselves, this road underneath your foot, was it really walked properly? This first day today, what I'll be narrating to you all is the refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills. What did he say just now? At the start, hearing it was still quite interesting. But why did the style change as he spoke? With our strength, do we still need to listen to the refining methods of Tier 1 medicinal pills? Simply ludicrous. Yeah. What kind of bulls? HI+T hosting a forum and giving a lecture, simply courting people's favor by talking big to impress. City Lord Manor actually sent a small child here to host a forum and give a lecture. What a joke. Let's leave. We came all the way here. Could it be to just listen to a child talk about refining Tier 1 medicinal pills? Isn't this wasting time? Yi Yuan's words immediately incurred everyone's intense backlash. Even those who had seen before Yi Yuan's spectacular performance were also very disappointed by Yi Yuan's performance today. Could it be that Yi Yuan came prepared that day? That was why he was so mind-boggling. Today, in front of everyone, his true colors were revealed. Yi Yuan finished saying the first sentence, and there were already many people starting to walk out. Regardless of whether they were martial artists or alchemists, their eyes were forever looking up. There would never be anyone who would think much of martial artists lower rank than themselves. Of course, Yi Yuan was an exception. The way these people saw it, Tier 1 medicinal pills utterly did not even count as learning the rudiments. Was there still a need to pretend and host a forum to give a lecture? But the reason why Yi Yuan could have such great accomplishments in his previous life was that his foundation was laid down too solidly. Wait until his boundary became high, it was merely just piecing together the originally simple things. The refining methods which looked to be extremely unfathomable in other people's eyes was very simple in Yi Yuan's view. Yi Yuan did not bother with those people who left but continued to speak with fervor and confidence. Some people left, but some people reigned in their impatience and stayed behind. And the expression on their faces also changed to become fervor from the initial disdain and finally became enthrallment.